Leadership, 6 Studies in World Strategy. By Henry Kissinger. Introduction. 1. The Axes of Leadership. 2. The Nature of Leadership Decisions. 3.6 Leaders in their context. 4. Epitomes of Leadership, the Statesman and the Prophet. 5. The Individual in History. Introduction. The Axes of Leadership. Any society, whatever its political system, is perpetually in transit between a past that forms its memory and a vision of the future that inspires its evolution. Along this route, leadership is indispensable. Decisions must be made, trust earned, promises kept, a way forward proposed. Within human institutions, states, religions, armies, companies, schools, leadership is needed to help people reach from where they are to where they have never been and, sometimes, can scarcely imagine going. Without leadership, institutions drift, and nations court growing irrelevance and, ultimately, disaster. Leaders think and act at the intersection of 2 axes, the first, between the past and the future, the second, between the abiding values and aspirations of those they lead. Their first challenge is analysis, which begins with a realistic assessment of their society based on its history, mores, and capacities. Then they must balance what they know, which is necessarily drawn from the past, with what they intuit about the future, which is inherently conjectural and uncertain. It is this intuitive grasp of direction that enables leaders to set objectives and lay down a strategy. For strategies to inspire the society, leaders must serve as educators, communicating objectives, assuaging doubts, and rallying support. While the state possesses by definition the monopoly of force, reliance on coercion is a symptom of inadequate leadership. Good leaders elicit in their people a wish to walk alongside them. They must also inspire an immediate entourage to translate their thinking so that it bears upon the practical issues of the day. Such a dynamic surrounding team is the visible complement of the leader's inner vitality. It provides support for the leader's journey and ameliorates the dilemmas of decision. Leaders can be magnified, or diminished, by the qualities of those around them. The vital attributes of a leader in these tasks, and the bridge between the past and the future, are courage and character. Courage to choose a direction among complex and difficult options, which requires the willingness to transcend the routine, and strength of character to sustain a course of action whose benefits and whose dangers can be only incompletely glimpsed at the moment of choice. Courage summons virtue in the moment of decision. Character reinforces fidelity to values over an extended period. Leadership is most essential during periods of transition, when values and institutions are losing their relevance, and the outlines of a worthy future are in controversy. In such times, leaders are called upon to think creatively and diagnostically. What are the sources of the society's well-being? Of its decay? Which inheritances from the past should be preserved, and which adapted or discarded? Which objectives deserve commitment, and which prospects must be rejected no matter how tempting? And, at the extreme, is one's society sufficiently vital and confident to tolerate sacrifice as a way station to a more fulfilling future? The nature of leadership decisions. Leaders are inevitably hemmed in by constraints. They operate in scarcity, for every society faces limits to its capabilities and reach, dictated by demography and economy. They also operate in time, for every era and every culture reflects its own prevailing values, habits, and attitudes that together define its desired outcomes. And leaders operate in competition, for they must contend with other players, whether allies, potential partners, or adversaries, who are not static but adaptive, with their own distinct capacities and aspirations. Moreover, events often move too quickly to allow for precise calculation. Leaders have to make judgments based on intuitions and hypotheses that cannot be proven at the time of decision. Management of risk is as critical to the leader as analytical skill. Strategy describes the conclusion a leader reaches under these conditions of scarcity, temporality, competition, and fluidity. In finding the way ahead, strategic leadership may be likened to traversing a tightrope. Just as an acrobat will fall if either too timid or too audacious, a leader is obliged to navigate within a narrow margin, suspended between the relative certainties of the past and the ambiguities of the future. The penalty for excessive ambition, what the Greeks called hubris, is exhaustion, while the price for resting on one's laurels is progressive insignificance and eventual decay. Step by step, leaders must fit means to ends and purpose to circumstance if they are to reach their destinations. The leader as strategist faces an inherent paradox. In circumstances that call for action, the scope for decision making is often greatest when relevant information is at its scantiest. By the time more data become available, the margin of maneuver tends to have narrowed. Amid the early phases of a rival power's strategic arms buildup, for example, or in the sudden appearance of a novel respiratory virus, the temptation is to regard the emerging phenomenon as either transitory or manageable by established standards. By the time the threat can no longer be denied or minimized, the scope for action will have constricted or the cost of confronting the problem may have grown exorbitant. Misuse time, and limits will begin to impose themselves. Even the best of the remaining choices will be complex to execute, with reduced rewards for success and graver risks in failure. This is when the leader's instinct and judgment are essential. Winston Churchill understood it well when he wrote in The Gathering Storm, 1948, "Statesmen are not called upon only to settle easy questions. These often settle themselves. It is where the balance quivers, and the proportions are veiled in mist, that the opportunity for world-saving decisions presents itself." In May 1953, an American exchange student asked Churchill how one might prepare to meet the challenges of leadership. "Study history. Study history," was Churchill's emphatic reply. "In history lie all the secrets of statecraft." Churchill was himself a prodigious student and writer of history who well understood the continuum within which he was working. But knowledge of history, while essential, is not sufficient. Some issues remain forever veiled in mist, forbidding even to the erudite and experienced. History teaches by analogy, through the ability to recognize comparable situations. Its lessons, however, are in essence approximations which leaders are tested to recognize and are responsible for adapting to the circumstances of their own time. The early 20th century philosopher of history Oswald Spengler captured this task when he described the born leader as, above all, a valuer of men, situations, and things, with the ability to do the correct thing without knowing it. Strategic leaders need also the qualities of the artist who senses how to sculpt the future using the materials available in the present. As Charles de Gaulle observed in his meditation on leadership, The Edge of the Sword, 1932, the artist does not renounce the use of his intelligence, which is, after all, the source of lessons, methods, and knowledge. Instead, the artist adds to these foundations a certain instinctive faculty which we call inspiration, which alone can provide the direct contact with nature from which the vital spark must leap. Because of the complexity of reality, truth in history differs from truth in science. The scientist seeks verifiable results. The historically informed strategic leader strives to distill actionable insight from inherent ambiguity. Scientific experiments support or cast doubt on previous results, presenting scientists with the opportunity to modify their variables and repeat their trials. Strategists are usually permitted only one test. Their decisions are typically irrevocable. The scientist thus learns truth experimentally or mathematically. The strategist reasons at least partly by analogy with the past, first establishing which events are comparable and which prior conclusions remain relevant. Even then, the strategist must choose analogies carefully, for no one can, in any real sense, experience the past. One can only imagine it as if, by the moonlight of memory, in the phrase of the Dutch historian Johan Huizinga. Meaningful political choices rarely involve a single variable. Wise decisions require a composite of political, economic, geographical, technological, and psychological insights, all informed by an instinct for history. Writing at the end of the 20th century, Isaiah Berlin described the impossibility of applying scientific thinking beyond its remit and, consequently, the enduring challenge of the strategist's craft. He held that the leader, like the novelist or landscape painter, must absorb life in all its dazzling complexity. What makes men foolish or wise, understanding or blind, as opposed to knowledgeable or learned or well-informed, is the perception of the unique flavors of each situation as it is, in its specific differences, of that in it wherein it differs from all other situations, that is, those aspects of it which make it insusceptible to scientific treatment. 6 leaders in their context. It is the combination of character and circumstance which creates history, and the 6 leaders profiled in these pages, Conrad Adenauer, Charles de Gaulle, Richard Nixon, Anwar Sadat, Lee Kuan Yew and Margaret Thatcher, were all shaped by the circumstances of their dramatic historical period. They all then also became architects of the post-war evolution of their societies and the international order. I had the good fortune to encounter all 6 at the height of their influence and to work intimately with Richard Nixon. Inheriting a world whose certainties had been dissolved by war, they redefined national purposes, opened up new vistas and contributed a new structure to a world in transition. Each of the 6 leaders, in his or her way, passed through the fiery furnace of the Second 30 Years' War, that is, the series of destructive conflicts stretching from the beginning of the First World War in August 1914, to the end of the Second World War in September 1945. Like the First 30 Years' War, the Second began in Europe but bled into the larger world. The first transformed Europe from a region where legitimacy was derived from religious faith and dynastic inheritance, to an order based on the sovereign equality of secular states and bent on spreading its precepts around the globe. 3 centuries later, the Second 30 Years' War challenged the entire international system to overcome disillusionment in Europe and poverty, in much of the rest of the world with new principles of order. Europe had entered the 20th century at the peak of its global influence, imbued with the conviction that its progress over the previous centuries was certain, if not destined, to be unending. The continent's populations and economies were growing at an unprecedented rate. Industrialization and increasingly free trade had midwifed historic prosperity. Democratic institutions existed in nearly every European country, dominant in Britain and France. They were underdeveloped but gaining in relevance in Imperial Germany and Austria, and incipient in pre-revolutionary Russia. The educated classes of early 20th century Europe shared with Lodovico Settembrini, the liberal humanist in Thomas Mann's novel The Magic Mountain, the faith that things were taking a course favorable to civilization. This utopian view reached its apotheosis in the English journalist Norman Angell's best-selling 1910 treatise The Great Illusion, which held that growing economic interdependence among the European powers had rendered war prohibitively expensive. Angel proclaimed man's irresistible drift away from conflict and towards cooperation. This and many other comparable predictions would be exploded in short order, perhaps most notably Engel's claim that it was no longer possible for any government to order the extermination of a whole population, of the women and children. In the old biblical style, the First World War exhausted treasuries, terminated dynasties, and shattered lives. It was a catastrophe from which Europe has never fully recovered. By the signing of the Armistice Agreement on November 11, 1918, nearly 10 million soldiers and 7 million civilians had been killed. 10 of every 7 soldiers who had been mobilized, 1 never returned. 2 generations of the youth of Europe had been depleted, young men killed, young women left widowed or alone, countless children orphaned. While France and Britain emerged victorious, both were exhausted and politically fragile. Defeated Germany, shorn of its colonies and gravely indebted, oscillated between resentment of the victors and internal conflict among its competing political parties. The Austro-Hungarian and Ottoman empires both collapsed, while Russia experienced one of the most radical revolutions in history and now stood outside any international system. During the interwar years, democracies faltered, totalitarianism marched, and privation stalked the continent. The martial enthusiasms of 1914 having long since subsided, Europe greeted the outbreak of the Second World War in September 1939 with premonition tinged with resignation. And, this time, the world at large shared in Europe's suffering. From New York, the Anglo-American poet W.W.II. Auden would write, "Waves of anger and fear circulate over the bright and darkened lands of the earth, obsessing our private lives. The unmentionable odor of death offends the September night." Auden's words proved prescient. The human toll exacted by the Second World War ran to no fewer than 60 million lives, primarily concentrated in the Soviet Union, China, Germany, and Poland. By August 1945, from Cologne and Coventry to Nanjing and Nagasaki, cities had been reduced to rubble through shelling, aerial bombing, fire, and civil conflict. The shattered economies, widespread famine, and exhausted populations left in the war's wake were daunted by the costly tasks of national reconstitution. Germany's national standing, almost its very legitimacy, had been obliterated by Adolf Hitler. In France, the Third Republic had collapsed under the impact of the Nazi assault of 1940 and was, by 1944, only just beginning its recovery from that moral void. Of the major European powers, Great Britain alone had preserved its pre-war political institutions, but it was effectively bankrupt and would soon have to deal with the progressive loss of its empire and persistent economic distress. On each of the 6 leaders profiled in this book, these upheavals left an indelible mark. The political career of Conrad Adenauer, born 1876, who served as mayor of Cologne from 1917 to 1933, would include the interwar conflict with France over the Rhineland as well as the rise of Hitler. During the Second World War, he was twice imprisoned by the Nazis. Beginning in 1949, Adenauer shepherded Germany past the lowest point of its history by abandoning its decades-long quest for domination of Europe, anchoring Germany in the Atlantic Alliance, and rebuilding it on a moral foundation which reflected his own Christian values and democratic convictions. Charles de Gaulle, born 1890, spent 2.5 years during the First World War as a prisoner of war in Wilhelmine, Germany. In the Second, he initially commanded a tank regiment. Then, after the collapse of France, he rebuilt the political structure of France twice, the first time in 1944 to restore France's essence, and the second time in 1958 to revitalize its soul and prevent civil war. De Gaulle guided France's historical transition from a defeated, divided, and overstretched empire to a stable, prosperous nation-state under a sound constitution. From that basis, he restored France to a significant and sustainable role in international relations. Richard Nixon, born 1913, took from his experience in the Second World War the lesson that his country had to play an enhanced role in the emerging world order. Despite being the only U.S. president to resign from office, between 1969 and 1974 he modified the superpower tensions of the High Cold War, and led the United States out of the conflict in Vietnam. In the process, he put American foreign policy on a constructive global footing by opening relations with China, beginning a peace process that would transform the Middle East and emphasizing a concept of world order based on equilibrium. Two of the leaders discussed in these pages experienced the Second World War as colonial subjects. Anwar Sadat, born 1918, as an Egyptian army officer, was imprisoned for 2 years for attempting in 1942 to collaborate with German Field Marshal Erwin Rommel in expelling the British from Egypt, and then for 3 years, much of it in solitary confinement, after the assassination of the pro-British former finance minister Amin Osman. Long animated by revolutionary and pan-Arab convictions, Sadat was projected, in 1970, by the sudden death of Gamal Abdel Nasser into the presidency of an Egypt that had been shocked and demoralized by defeat in the 1967 war with Israel. Through an astute combination of military strategy and diplomacy, he then endeavored to restore Egypt's lost territories and self-confidence while securing long-elusive peace with Israel, with a transcendent philosophy. Lee Kuan Yew, born 1923, narrowly escaped execution by the occupying Japanese in 1942. Lee shaped the evolution of an impoverished, multi-ethnic port city at the edge of the Pacific, surrounded by hostile neighbors. Under his tutelage, Singapore emerged as a secure, well-administered and prosperous city-state with a shared national identity providing unity amid cultural diversity. Margaret Thatcher, born 1925, huddled with her family around the radio listening to Prime Minister Winston Churchill's wartime broadcasts during the Battle of Britain. In 1979, Thatcher inherited in Britain a former imperial power permeated by an air of weary resignation over the loss of its global reach and the decline of its international significance. She renewed her country through economic reform and a foreign policy that balanced boldness with prudence. From the Second 30 Years' War, all 6 leaders drew their own conclusions as to what had led the world astray, alongside a vivid appreciation of the indispensability of bold and aspirational political leadership. The historian Andrew Roberts reminds us that, although the most common understanding of leadership connotes inherent goodness, leadership is in fact completely morally neutral, as capable of leading mankind to the abyss as to the sunlit uplands. It is a protean force of terrifying power that we must strive to orient toward moral ends. Epitomes of Leadership, the Statesman and the Prophet. Most leaders are not visionary but managerial. In every society and at every level of responsibility, day-to-day stewards are needed to guide the institutions entrusted to their care. But during periods of crisis, whether of war, rapid technological change, jarring economic dislocation or ideological upheaval, management of the status quo may be the riskiest course of all. In fortunate societies, such times call forth transformational leaders. Their distinction can be categorized into 2 ideal types, the statesman and the prophet. Far-sighted statesmen understand that they have a pair of essential tasks. The first is to preserve their society by manipulating circumstances rather than being overwhelmed by them. Such leaders will embrace change and progress, while ensuring that their society retains its basic sense of itself through the evolutions they encourage within it. The second is to temper vision with wariness, entertaining a sense of limits. Such leaders assume responsibility not only for the best but also for the worst outcomes. They tend to be conscious of the many great hopes that have failed, the countless good intentions that could not be realized, the stubborn persistence in human affairs of selfishness and power hunger and violence. In that definition of leadership, statesmen are inclined to erect hedges against the possibility that even the most well-made plans might prove abortive, or that the most eloquent formulation might hide ulterior motives. They tend to be suspicious of those who personalize policy, for history teaches the fragility of structures dependent largely on single personalities. Ambitious but not revolutionary, they work within what they perceive as the grain of history, moving their societies forward while viewing their political institutions and fundamental values as an inheritance to be transmitted to future generations, albeit with modifications that sustain their essence. Wise leaders in the statesman mode will recognize when novel circumstances require existing institutions and values to be transcended, but they understand that, for their societies to thrive, they will have to ensure that change does not go beyond what it can sustain. Such statesmen include the 17th-century leaders, who fashioned the Westphalian state system, as well as 19th-century European leaders such as Palmerston, Gladstone, Disraeli, and Bismarck. In the 20th century, Theodore and Franklin Roosevelt, Mustafa Kemal Ataturk and Jawaharlal Nehru were all leaders in the statesman mode. The second type of leader, that of the visionary, or prophet, treats prevailing institutions less from the perspective of the possible than from a vision of the imperative. Prophetic leaders invoke their transcendent visions as proof of their righteousness. Craving an empty canvas on which to lay down their designs, they take as a principal task the erasure of the past, its treasures along with its snares. The virtue of prophets is that they redefine what appears possible. They are the unreasonable men, to whom George Bernard Shaw credited all progress. Believing in ultimate solutions, prophetic leaders tend to distrust gradualism as an unnecessary concession to time and circumstance. Their goal is to transcend, rather than manage, the status quo. Akhenaten, Joan of Arc, Robespierre, Lenin and Gandhi are among the prophetic leaders of history. The dividing line between the two modes may appear absolute, but it is hardly impermeable. Leaders can pass from one mode to the other, or borrow from one while largely inhabiting the ways of the other. Churchill in his wilderness years and de Gaulle as leader of the Free French belonged, for these phases of their lives, in the prophetic category, as did Sadat after 1973. In practice, each of the 6 leaders profiled in this book managed a synthesis of the two tendencies, though with a tilt toward the statesmanlike. For the ancients, an optimal blend of the two styles was exemplified in the leadership of Themistocles, the Athenian leader who saved the Greek city-states from being absorbed by the Persian Empire. Thucydides described Themistocles as being, at once the best judge in those sudden crises which admit of little or no deliberation, and the best prophet of the future, even to its most distant possibilities. The encounter between the two modes is often inconclusive and frustrating, resulting from their distinctive measures of success. The test of statesmen is the durability of political structures under stress, while prophets gauge their achievements against absolute standards. If the statesman assesses possible courses of action on the basis of their utility rather than their truth, the prophet regards this approach as sacrilege, a triumph of expediency over universal principle. To the statesman, negotiation is a mechanism of stability. To the prophet, it can be a means of converting or demoralizing opponents. And if, to the statesman, preservation of the international order transcends any dispute within it, prophets are guided by their objective and willing to overturn the existing order. Both modes of leadership have been transformational, especially in periods of crisis, though the prophetic style, representative of moments of exaltation, will usually involve greater dislocation and suffering. Each approach also has its nemesis. The statesman's is that equilibrium, though it may be the condition of stability and of long-term progress, does not supply its own momentum. For the prophet, the risk is that an ecstatic mood may submerge humanity in the vastness of a vision and reduce the individual to an object. The individual in history. Whatever their personal characteristics or modes of action, leaders inevitably confront an unrelenting challenge, preventing the demands of the present from overwhelming the future. Ordinary leaders seek to manage the immediate, great ones attempt to raise their society to their visions. How to meet this challenge has been debated as long as humanity has considered the relationship between the willed and the inevitable. In the Western world since the 19th century, the solution was increasingly ascribed to history as if events overwhelmed men and women by a vast process of which they were tools, not creators. In the 20th century, numerous scholars, such as the eminent French historian Fernand Braudel, have insisted on viewing individuals and the events they shape as mere surface disturbances and crests of foam in a wider sea of vast and ineluctable tides. Leading thinkers, social historians, political philosophers, and international relations theorists alike have imbued inchoate forces with the strength of destiny. Before movements, structures, and distributions of power, one is told, humanity is denied all choice, and, by extension, cannot but abdicate all responsibility. These are, of course, valid concepts of historical analysis, and any leader must be conscious of their force. But they are always applied through human agency and filtered through human perception. Ironically, there has been no more efficient tool for the malign consolidation of power by individuals than theories of the inevitable laws of history. The issue this presents is whether these forces are endemic or subject to social and political action. Physics has learned that reality is altered by the process of observation. History similarly teaches that men and women shape their environment by their interpretation of it. Do individuals matter in history? A contemporary of Caesar or Muhammad, Luther or Gandhi, Churchill or FDR would hardly think of posing such a question. These pages deal with leaders who, in the unending contest between the willed and the inevitable, understood that what seems inevitable becomes so by human agency. They mattered because they transcended the circumstances they inherited and thereby carried their societies to the frontiers of the possible. Leadership, 6 Studies in World Strategy. By Henry Kissinger. 1. Conrad Adenauer, The Strategy of Humility. A. The Necessity of Renewal. B. From Early Life to Internal Exile. C. The Road to Leadership. D. The Restoration of Civil Order and the Inauguration of the Chancellor. E. The Path to a New National Identity. F. The Soviet Challenge and Rearmament. G. The Inextricable Past, Reparations to the Jewish People. H. 2 Crises, Suez and Berlin. I. 3 Conversations with Adenauer. J. German Unification, The Tormenting Weight. K. Final Conversations. L. The Adenauer Tradition. 1. Conrad Adenauer, The Strategy of Humility. The Necessity of Renewal. In January 1943, at the Casablanca Conference, the Allies proclaimed that they would accept nothing less than the unconditional surrender of the Axis powers. U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who was the driving force behind the announcement, sought to deprive any successor government to Hitler of the ability to claim that it had been deluded into surrender by unfulfilled promises. Germany's complete military defeat, together with its total loss of moral and international legitimacy, led inexorably to the progressive disintegration of the German civil structure. I observed this process as part of the 84th Infantry Division of the U.S. Army as it moved from the German border, near the industrial Ruhr territory, to the Elbe River near Magdeburg, just 100 miles away from the then-raging Battle of Berlin. As the division was crossing the German border, I was transferred to a unit responsible for security and prevention of the guerrilla activity that Hitler had ordered. For a person like me, whose family had fled the small Bavarian city of Fürth 6 years earlier to escape racial persecution, no greater contrast with the Germany of my youth could have been imagined. Then, Hitler had just annexed Austria and was in the process of dismembering Czechoslovakia. The dominant attitude of the German people verged on the overbearing. Now, white sheets hung from many windows to signify the surrender of the population. The Germans, who a few years earlier had celebrated the prospect of dominating Europe from the English Channel to the Volga River, were cowed and bewildered. Thousands of displaced persons, deported from Eastern Europe as forced labor during the war, crowded the streets in quest of food and shelter and the possibility of returning home. It was a desperate period in German history. Food shortages were severe. Many starved, and infant mortality was twice that of the rest of Western Europe. The established exchange of goods and services collapsed, black markets took its place. Mail service ranged from impaired to non-existent. Rail service was sporadic and transport by road made extremely difficult by the ravages of war and the shortage of gasoline. In the spring of 1945, the task of occupying forces was to institute some kind of civil order until trained military government personnel could replace combat troops. This occurred around the time of the Potsdam Conference in July and August, of Churchill/Attlee, Truman, and Stalin. At that summit, the Allies divided Germany into 4 occupation zones: for the United States, a southern portion containing Bavaria; for Britain, the industrial northern Rhineland and Ruhr Valley; for France, the southern Rhineland and territory along the Alsatian border; and for the Soviets, a zone running from the Elbe River to the Oder-Neisse line, which formed the new Polish frontier, reducing pre-war German territory by nearly a quarter. The 3 western zones were each placed under the jurisdiction of a senior official of the occupying powers with the title of High Commissioner. German civil governance, once demonstrably efficient and unchallengeable, had come to an end. Ultimate authority was now exercised by occupation forces down to the county, Kreis, level. These forces maintained order, but it took the better part of 18 months for communications to be restored to predictable levels. During the winter of 1945-6, fuel shortages obliged even Conrad Adenauer, who was to become Chancellor 4 years later, to sleep in a heavy overcoat. Occupied Germany carried not only the burden of its immediate past but also of the complexity of its history. In the 74 years since unification, Germany had been governed successively as a monarchy, a republic, and a totalitarian state. By the end of the war, the only memory of stable governance harked back to unified Germany's beginning, under the chancellorship of Otto von Bismarck, 1871–90. From then until the outbreak of the First World War in 1914, the German Empire was hounded by what Bismarck would call the nightmare of hostile external coalitions provoked into existence by Germany's military potential and intransigent rhetoric. Because unified Germany was stronger than any of the many states surrounding it and more populous than any save Russia, its growing and potentially dominant power turned into the permanent security challenge of Europe. After the First World War, the newly established Weimar Republic was impoverished by inflation and economic crises and considered itself abused by the punitive provisions included in the post-war Treaty of Versailles. Under Hitler after 1933, Germany sought to impose its totalitarianism on all of Europe. In short, throughout the first half of the 20th century, United Germany had been by turns either too strong or too weak for the peace of Europe. By 1945, it had been reduced to its least secure position in Europe and the world since unification. The task of restoring dignity and legitimacy to this crushed society fell to Conrad Adenauer, who had served as Lord Mayor, Oberbürgermeister, of Cologne for 16 years before being dismissed by Hitler. Adenauer was by his background fortuitously cast for a role that required at once the humility to administer the consequences of unconditional surrender and the strength of character to regain an international standing for his country among the democracies. Born in 1876, only 5 years after German unification under Bismarck, Adenauer was for the rest of his life associated with his native city of Cologne, with its towering Gothic cathedral overlooking the Rhine and its history as an important locus in the Hanseatic constellation of mercantile city-states. As an adult, Adenauer had experienced the unified German state's 3 post-Bismarck configurations, its truculence under the Kaiser, domestic upheavals under the Weimar Republic, and adventurism under Hitler, culminating in self-destruction and disintegration. In striving to remake a place for his country in a legitimate post-war order, he faced a legacy of global resentment and, at home, the disorientation of a public battered by the long sequence of revolution, world war, genocide, defeat, partition, economic collapse and loss of moral integrity. He chose a course both humble and daring, to confess German iniquities, accept the penalties of defeat and impotence, including the partition of his country, allow the dismantling of its industrial base as war reparations, and seek through submission to build a new European structure within which Germany could become a trusted partner. Germany, he hoped, would become a normal country, though always, he knew, with an abnormal memory. From early life to internal exile. Adenauer's father, Johann, once a non-commissioned officer in the Prussian army, was for 3 decades a clerical civil servant in Cologne. Lacking education beyond mandatory primary school, Johann was determined to provide his children with educational and career opportunities. Adenauer's mother shared this objective. The daughter of a bank clerk, she supplemented Johann's income through needlework. Together, they assiduously prepared young Conrad for school and strove to transmit their Catholic values to him. Cognizance of sin and social responsibility ran as an undercurrent throughout Adenauer's childhood. As a student at the University of Bonn, he achieved a reputation for commitment through his habit of plunging his feet into a bucket of ice water to overcome the fatigue of late-night studies. Adenauer's degree in law and family background of service induced him to join the Cologne Civil Service in 1904. He was given the title of Beigeordnieter, or assistant mayor, with particular responsibility for taxation. In 1909, he was promoted to senior deputy mayor and in 1917 became Lord Mayor of Cologne. Mayors of Cologne were typically former civil servants who strove to elevate their conduct above the violent and intensely partisan politics of the era. Adenauer's reputation grew to the extent that, in 1926, There were even discussions in Berlin as to whether he might be drafted as Chancellor of a national unity government. The effort fell apart because of the difficulty of finding a nonpartisan alliance. Adenauer's condition for accepting the position. Adenauer's first conspicuous national conduct occurred in connection with Hitler's designation as Chancellor on January 30, 1933. To fortify his position, Hitler called a general election and proposed to the German parliament the so-called Enabling Act, suspending the rule of law and the independence of civil institutions. Adenauer, in the month after Hitler's designation as Chancellor, undertook 3 public demonstrations of opposition. In the Prussian Upper House, to which he belonged ex officio as Lord Mayor of Cologne, he voted against the Enabling Act. He refused an invitation to welcome Hitler at Cologne Airport during the election campaign. And in the week before the election he ordered the removal of Nazi flags from bridges and other public monuments. Adenauer was dismissed from office the week after Hitler's foreordained electoral victory. After his dismissal, Adenauer appealed for sanctuary to an old school friend who had become the abbot of a Benedictine monastery. It was granted, and in April Adenauer took up residence in Maria Loch Abbey, 50 miles south of Cologne on the Lacher Sea. There, his main occupation was to immerse himself in 2 papal encyclicals, promulgated by Popes Leo XIII and Pius XI, which applied Catholic teaching to social and political developments, especially the evolving condition of the modern working class. In these encyclicals, Adenauer encountered doctrines that meshed with his political convictions, emphasizing Christian rather than political identity, condemning communism and socialism, ameliorating class struggle through humility and Christian charity, and ensuring free competition instead of cartel practices. Adenauer's time at Maria Loch was not to last. While attending a Christmas Mass, which had drawn people from the surrounding area to see and support him, Nazi officials pressured the abbot to evict his admired guest. Adenauer left the following January. The next decade of his life brought difficulty and instability. There were moments of grave danger, especially after the unsuccessful plot on Hitler's life in July 1944, organized by representatives of the Prussian upper class, and including remnants of pre-Nazi political and military life. Hitler's vengeance sought to destroy all these elements. For a while, Adenauer escaped their fate by traveling peripatetically, never staying in one place for more than 24 hours. Danger never altered his rejection of Hitler for trampling on the rule of law, which Adenauer considered to be the sine qua non of the modern state. Although a known dissenter, Adenauer had been unwilling to join with anti-regime conspirators, whether civilian or military, largely because he was skeptical of their possibilities of success. On the whole, as one scholar describes it, he and his family did their best to live as quietly and inconspicuously as possible. Despite his departure from politics, the Nazis eventually imprisoned him. In fall 1944, he spent 2 months in a prison cell from the window of which he witnessed executions, including that of a 16-year-old boy. Above him he heard the screams of other inmates as they were tortured. In the end, his son Max, who was serving in the German army, managed to secure his release. As American tanks entered the Rhineland in February 1945, Adenauer began to think about whether he might find a role in his militarily defeated, morally devastated, economically reeling, and politically collapsed country. The road to leadership. Hitler's savage reaction to the July coup, in the frenzied final year of the Second World War, had decimated the ranks of those who might try to succeed him. Some senior Social Democratic Party politicians had survived the concentration camps, including Adenauer's later rival Kurt Schumacher, and possessed the political stature for the position of chancellor. But they lacked followings large enough to win the public support needed to implement the country's unconditional surrender, and its accompanying penalties, preconditions for gaining the confidence of the Western Allies. In May 1945, the American forces that first occupied Cologne reinstated Adenauer as mayor, but with the transfer of the city to British authority as a result of the Potsdam Agreement, tensions arose, and the British dismissed him within a few months. Though he was temporarily excluded from political activity by the occupying power, Adenauer quietly concentrated on building a political base in preparation for the re-emergence of German self-government. In December 1945, Adenauer attended a meeting to form a new party influenced by both Catholic and Protestant Christianity. Former members of the Catholic Centre Party, with which Adenauer had been associated as mayor of Cologne, as well as of the conservative German National People's Party and the liberal German Democratic Party, were in attendance. Many had opposed Hitler, and some had been imprisoned for their resistance. The group lacked a clear political direction and doctrine. Indeed, the tone of discussions at this initial meeting was more socialist than classically liberal. In part because of Adenauer's objections, the question of first principles was put aside, and the group simply settled on its name, the Christian Democratic Union. The following month, Adenauer helped to imbue the CDU with its political philosophy as the party of democracy, social conservatism and European integration, rejecting Germany's recent past as well as totalitarianism in any form. At a January 1946 Congress of the CDU's important members in the British occupation zone in Herford, Westphalia, Adenauer elaborated on these principles and consolidated his leadership of the nascent party. Adenauer's first public speech after the end of the war on March 26, 1946, was a preview of his subsequent political leadership. Criticizing Germany's conduct under Hitler, Adenauer asked an audience of thousands in the severely damaged main hall of the University of Cologne how it was possible that the Nazis had come to power. They had then committed great crimes, he said, and the Germans could find their way toward a better future only by coming to terms with their past. Such an effort would be necessary for their country's revival. From this perspective, Germany's attitude after the Second World War needed to be the opposite of its reaction to the First. Instead of indulging in self-pitying nationalism once again, Germany should seek its future within a unifying Europe. Adenauer was proclaiming a strategy of humility. Tall and seemingly imperturbable, Adenauer tended to speak tersely, though mitigated by the lilting tones of the Rhineland, more conciliatory than Prussian speech, in which, according to Mark Twain, sentences march across conversations like military formations. The Rhineland had had an autonomous history until it was acquired by Prussia in 1814–15. At the same time, he exuded vitality and self-assurance. His style was the antithesis of the blaring charismatic quality of the Hitler era and aspired to the serene authority of the pre-First World War generation, which had operated while governed by restraint and shared values. All of these qualities, together with the standing he had acquired by a decade of ostentatious aloofness from Hitler, made Adenauer the most obvious candidate to lead the new Democratic Party. But he was not above practical maneuvers to achieve his end. The first CDU meeting was set up with one chair positioned at the head of the table. Adenauer strode up to it and announced, "I was born on January 5, 1876, so I am probably the oldest person here. If nobody objects, I will regard myself as president by seniority." That elicited both laughter and acquiescence. From that point on, he would steward the party for over 15 years. The CDU program, which Adenauer played a key role in developing, urged Germans to reject their past and to embrace a spirit of renewal based on Christian ideals and democratic principles. Away with the slogans of a vanished time, away with the fatigue of life and state. The same hardship forces all of us to get to work. It would be a betrayal of one's own family and of the German people to sink now into nihilism or indifference. The CDU appeals to all those forces newly willing to build on unflinching confidence in the good qualities of the German people, and the indomitable determination to make the Christian idea and the high ideal of true democracy the basis of renewal. Throughout, Adenauer was always conscious of, perhaps obsessed by, the possibility of tragedy. Germany, in his view, was not strong enough morally or materially to stand alone, and any attempt to do so would end in disaster. Located in the center of the continent, the new Germany needed to abandon many of its previous policies and attitudes, particularly the opportunistic manipulation of its geographic position and the Prussian inclination for good relations with Russia. Prussia, the taproot of German militarism, would be formally abolished as a state within Germany by the Allies in 1947. Adenauer's Germany would instead anchor its democracy domestically in its Catholic regions and ecumenical Christian values, and internationally in federation with the West, especially in security ties with the United States. Untouched by wartime-era attacks, the bucolic university town of Bonn had been selected as the temporary capital of the FRG pending reunification, when Berlin would once again serve as the capital. It was also Adenauer's personal preference, situated close to his home village of Rendorf and away from the turmoil of politics. Adenauer was able to effect the choice of Bonn in September 1948, before becoming chancellor, because of his influence as leader of the CDU and president of the Parliamentary Council, a group of German political figures that had been tasked by the Allies with planning the political evolution and drawing up a new constitution, or basic law. He later quipped that he had convinced the council to endorse Bonn only because Rendorf was too small, population under 2,000, to serve as a capital. He had also, less humorously, rejected the much more cosmopolitan Munich because of Bavaria's reputation for impetuous sentimentality and, as he deprecatingly remarked, because the capital should not lie cheek by jowl with potato fields. Adenauer also disdained major cities such as Frankfurt, site of a short-lived parliament in 1848, where democracy's prospects might be distorted by public demonstrations and riots. The restoration of civil order and the inauguration of the Chancellor. In 1946, German Reconstruction slowly began. Elections were called for progressively higher levels of administration, restoring structures and shifting political responsibility steadily to the Germans themselves. In January 1947, the US and Britain established a common economic policy for their zones. France joined the following year, making it the Trizone. The economist Ludwig Erhard was appointed as director of the Economic Council and oversaw the smooth transition to the new currency, the Deutschmark. He coupled it with eliminating both price controls and rationing. Erhard's bold economic policy inspired a recovery that eventually enabled political reconstruction, based on a constitution approved by the Allied powers. On May 23, 1949, 4 years after unconditional surrender, the new German constitution, the Basic Law, took effect, and the Federal Republic was formally established, comprising the 3 Western zones. The German Democratic Republic, replacing the Soviet occupation zone, would be formally constituted several months later. The partition of Germany now mirrored the dividing lines in Europe. The process culminated in an election for a parliament, the Bundestag, in August. On September 15, the Bundestag voted for a chancellor who, by the constitution, required an absolute majority and who could only be removed by an absolute majority vote for a named successor, a stabilizing measure. Although Adenauer was elected by a margin of only one vote, presumably his own, in this parliament of a rump state, he managed to win 4 consecutive elections, serving for 14 years. Germany's sovereignty, however, remained severely constrained. The Allies, who exercised paramount authority over occupied West Germany through their respective high commissioners, officially averred that the German people would enjoy self-government to the maximum possible degree. But they identified a set of issues, ranging from foreign affairs to the use of funds, food, and other supplies, over which the 3 high commissioners and other occupation authorities would have final say. The Occupation Statute, from which the quotations above are drawn and which was enacted 2 weeks prior to the Federal Republic's establishment in May, stood above the Basic Law. A related document, the Ruhr Statute, established Allied control over the eponymous industrial center and laid out criteria for the dismantling of German industry for reparations. Another industrial base, the Saar Valley, was however given a special autonomous status at a comparatively early stage. The tension between maintaining Allied authority and restoring German self-government was especially evident on September 21, 1949, when the 3 high commissioners gathered in Bonn to welcome Adenauer as the new Chancellor of the Federal Republic, and the first legitimate successor to Hitler. Adenauer had affirmed before the ceremony that he would not challenge the partition of Germany, and the impairment of its sovereignty by the various statutes imposed by the Allies as a price for unconditional surrender. But he used the occasion of inauguration to demonstrate that he would do so with dignity and self-respect. Beyond the border of the red carpet where the high commissioners had assembled, a place had been set aside for him. As the ceremony began, and in utter violation of protocol, Adenauer abandoned his place and moved to the carpet alongside the high commissioners, indicating that the new Federal Republic would insist on equal status in the future, even as it accepted the consequences of Germany's past transgressions. In a brief acceptance speech, Adenauer emphasized that, as Chancellor, he accepted the Occupation Statute and other limitations on sovereignty. Germany's subordination to its provisions, he pointed out, had been combined in the statute with its partition. In recognition of his acceptance of these sacrifices, he therefore urged the High Commissioners to apply the provisions of the various statutes in a liberal and generous manner, and to make use of the clauses allowing for changes and developments that might enable the German people to achieve full freedom in due course. The core of his acceptance speech was not the appeal to the victors for generosity but Adenauer's unprecedented vision of the new Europe to which he was committing the new Germany. Disavowing any return to the nationalism or motivations of pre-war Europe, Adenauer outlined the case for building a positive and viable European federation designed to overcome the narrow nationalistic conception of states as it prevailed in the 19th and early 20th centuries. If we now turn back to the sources of our European civilization, born of Christianity, then we cannot fail to succeed in restoring the unity of European life in all fields of endeavor. This is the sole effective assurance for maintaining peace. Adenauer's speech implied a profound transformation of his country. Within the context of unconditional surrender, it was also a shrewd appeal to equality with the victors, the only such claim available to Germany. The speech also opened more fundamental vistas. The new chancellor was simultaneously accepting the indefinite, possibly permanent, division of his country and proclaiming a foreign policy in partnership with the foreign powers that were now occupying it. While acknowledging Germany's submission, he was announcing national objectives of federation with his country's historic adversaries in Europe and of alliance with the United States. Adenauer put forward these visionary ideas without rhetorical flourish. The duties of nations, as he viewed them, were their own justification. Oratorical embellishment could only distract from that basic understanding. Adenauer's unobtrusive style also suggested the role he foresaw for the new Germany in helping to shape a new Europe through consensus. Not for more than a century had a European leader confronted the challenge of returning his country to the international order. France had been totally defeated at the end of the Napoleonic Wars and its capital occupied by foreign forces, but French national unity was unimpaired, and the post-war Congress of Vienna accepted Talleyrand as a senior representative of France with equal rights as a historic state. Conrad Adenauer shouldered his comparable task under much more forbidding circumstances. His neighbors did not accept his country as an equal. For them, Germany was still very much on probation. For a demoralized, defeated society, the passage to the restoration of democratic sovereignty presents one of the most difficult challenges to statesmanship. The victors are reluctant to grant to an erstwhile enemy the legal authority, much less the capacity, to recover its strength. The prostrate loser assesses progress by the degree and speed at which it is able to regain control over its future. Adenauer had the inner resources to transcend these tensions. His strategy of humility was composed of 4 elements: accepting the consequences of defeat, regaining the confidence of the victors, building a democratic society, and creating a European federation that would transcend the historic divisions of Europe. The path to a new national identity. Adenauer considered strengthening ties with the West and especially the United States as the key to the restoration of Germany's place in the world. In his memoirs, Dean Acheson would enthusiastically describe his first meeting as U.S. Secretary of State with Adenauer in 1949. "I was struck by the imagination and wisdom of his approach. His great concern was to integrate Germany completely into Western Europe. Indeed, he gave this end priority over the reunification of unhappily divided Germany, and could see why her neighbors might look upon it as almost a precondition to reunification. He wanted Germans to be citizens of Europe, to cooperate, with France especially, in developing common interests and outlook and in burying the rivalries of the past few centuries. They must lead in the rebirth of Europe." The United States was instrumental in supporting these goals with an economic revival plan. On June 5, 1947, General George C. Marshall, Acheson's predecessor as Secretary of State and formerly Army Chief of Staff, had articulated it at Harvard University. "Our policy is directed not against any country or doctrine but against hunger, poverty, desperation, and chaos. Its purpose should be the revival of a working economy in the world so as to permit the emergence of political and social conditions in which free institutions can exist." Adenauer took the Marshall speech and subsequent formal plan as reason to acquiesce to the 1949 Ruhr Agreement, one of the other means by which the Allies retained control over German industry. He interpreted the Marshall Plan as a break on exactions from Germany, but more crucially as a first step toward the federalization of Europe. If the Ruhr Statute is used as an instrument to hold down the German economy, the Marshall Plan is nonsense. If, however, the Ruhr Statute is used as an instrument in the German and the European interest, if it means the beginning of a new economic order in Western Europe, Then it can become a promising starting point for European cooperation. It was ironic that the German Social Democratic Party, SPD, under the leadership of Kurt Schumacher, now emerged as Adenauer's principal domestic opponent. The SPD had a history of deep commitment to democracy, dating back to the creation of the German state, but during the imperial period it had been isolated from the leadership groups since, as a Marxist party, it had not been considered reliably nationalist. Its current leader, Schumacher, in ill health as a result of over a decade of imprisonment under Hitler, convinced himself that his party would never win a post-war election unless it established itself as national in its purpose. He therefore opposed Adenauer's strategy of restoration by submission. As a people we have to make German policy, which means a policy which is not determined by a foreign will, but which is the product of the will of our people. A kind of populism became Schumacher's insistent demand. However understandable in terms of SPD history, it was incompatible with unconditional surrender or with Europe's experience of Germany under Hitler. Adenauer shared the SPD's democratic principles, but there was also a strategic rationale for his embrace of democracy. He was determined to turn submission into a virtue, and he saw that a temporary inequality of conditions was the precondition to equality of status. During parliamentary debates in November 1949, he emphasized this by shouting, which was highly unusual for him, "Who do you think lost the war? Submission was the only way forward. The Allies have told me that the dismantling of factories would be stopped only if I satisfy the Allied desire for security," he explained before Riley asking, "Does the Socialist Party want dismantling to go on to the bitter end?" Another basic Adenauer objective was reconciliation with France. Adenauer had met Robert Schuman, then France's foreign minister, for the first time in 1948. At that time French policy was aimed at disabling German industrial production and placing the Saar region under French control. Adenauer redefined the issue. The ultimate challenge was not strategic or financial but political and ethical. In July 1949, before becoming chancellor, he pursued this theme in a letter to Schuman. "In my view, any economic advantage gained by another country as a result of being allocated dismantled factories is dwarfed by the great damage being done to the morale of the German people. I implore you, since you have such a special appreciation of the issue of reconciliation between France and Germany, and of the principle of European cooperation, to find ways and means to terminate these completely incomprehensible measures." At home, Adenauer stressed that cooperation with the Allies' various punitive measures was the only wise course. On November 3, 1949, he gave an interview to the German weekly Die Zeit. "If we simply show a negative response towards the Statute of the Ruhr and the Ruhr Authority, France will interpret this as a sign of German nationalism, as an act of defiance rejecting all surveillance. Such an attitude would appear to be passive resistance against security itself. And that above all must be avoided." Adenauer's approach proved effective. Later that month, the Allies invited him to negotiate a new relationship with the occupation authority, reducing the number of factories marked for dismantlement and establishing a path for Germany's accession to the Council of Europe, which had been founded that year. On November 24, he presented the new agreement to a Bundestag in which nationalism was still rampant. Schumacher was so carried away that he called Adenauer the Chancellor of the Allies. Suspended from Parliament for this slur, Schumacher was soon reinstated and immediately renewed his attack. In reply, Adenauer stressed that humility was the road to equality. "I believe that in everything we do, we must be clear that we, as a result of total collapse, are without power. One must be clear that in the negotiations, which we Germans must conduct with the Allies in order to come progressively into ever greater possession of power, the psychological moment plays a very large role. One cannot demand and expect trust from the outset. We cannot and must not assume that with the others there has occurred suddenly a complete change in mood toward Germany, but that instead trust can only be recovered slowly, bit by bit. Adenauer's approach was more warmly received by Germany's neighbors than by his domestic critics. In March 1950, the Council of Europe invited the Federal Republic to join it, albeit only as an associate member. In a memorandum to his cabinet, Adenauer urged accession despite the discriminatory status. It is as yet the only way. I must warn against saddling Germany with the odium of having brought the European negotiations to nothing. 3 months later, Robert Schuman, eager to tie Germany to France, put forward a plan to supersede and replace the Ruhr Authority. Published on May 9, 1950, the Schuman Plan would lead to the creation of a European Coal and Steel Community, ECSC, superficially a common market for these commodities, but whose essential goal was political. With such an agreement, Schuman declared, war between France and Germany becomes not merely unthinkable, but materially impossible. At a press conference, Adenauer endorsed the plan in similar terms, saying it had created the genuine foundation for the elimination of all future conflict between France and Germany. In a meeting with Jean Monnet, Commissioner General of the French National Planning Commission and later First President, 1952-5, of the ECSC High Authority, Adenauer reinforced Schumann's point. The various governments involved should not be so much concerned with their technical responsibilities as with their moral responsibility in the face of the great hopes that this proposal has aroused. In a letter to Schuman on May 23, 1950, Adenauer again emphasized the non-material objectives. In fact, we will succeed only if we do not let our work be guided solely by technical and economic considerations, but put it on an ethical basis. The Schuman Plan accelerated German entry into a unifying Europe. As Adenauer put it in a February 1951 speech in Bonn, the Schuman Plan serves the goal of building a unified Europe. For that reason, from the very beginning we have taken up the idea that animates the Schuman Plan with approval. We have stayed true to this idea even though sometimes things have been extremely difficult for us. The ECSC Charter was initialed on March 19, 1951. The following January, the Bundestag ratified it by a vote of 378 to 143, 38. The Bundesrat, the upper house representing the 10 states of the Federal Republic, demonstrated lingering German national sentiment by calling on Adenauer to ensure that the Allied High Commission abolished all the restraints on iron and steel production in Germany and that West Berlin was expressly included in the territory covered by the ECSC. In the event, West Berlin was specifically included in ECSC territory, and German steel and coal production increased under the auspices of the new community. What is more, as Schuman had proposed, the ECSC officially replaced the unpopular, at least in Germany, Ruhr Authority. In only 2 years after becoming Chancellor, Adenauer had achieved Germany's participation in European integration, and he had done so by a policy which strove to overcome Germany's past. His motivation was undoubtedly partly tactical and national as well as ethical. But tactics had been merged with strategy, and his strategy was being transformed into history. The Soviet Challenge and Rearmament. The Soviet Union considered the rebuilding of the West German economy and the progressive establishment of German political institutions as a direct challenge. The communist threat began to eclipse the Western democracy's fear of a resurgent Germany when, in June 1948, the Soviet Union blockaded the access routes to Berlin from the surrounding Soviet occupation zone. This was a challenge to the four-power arrangement for the governance of Berlin, which had been established at the Potsdam Summit in 1945. In the end, the U.S. airlift to West Berlin overcame Soviet blackmail. America made clear that it would not permit the collapse of Berlin and would resort to military escalation to open the access routes, if necessary. In May 1949, Stalin called off the blockade. On October 7, 1949, the Soviet Union turned its occupation zone into a sovereign, though satellite, state, sealing the partition of Germany. In this process of escalating commitment, the United States and its allies established what grew into a pillar of American policy, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. In what amounted to a unilateral American guarantee of its territory, the Federal Republic was put under the protection of NATO in 1949, although it still remained unarmed and was not technically a member of the organization. But 1 year later, in 1950, the North Korean invasion of South Korea persuaded the Allies that they were facing an overriding communist challenge. President Truman, responding to European pleas, appointed General Dwight D. Eisenhower as Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. The general insisted that the defense of Europe required 30 divisions, approximately 450,000 soldiers, a number that could not be reached without German participation. America's allies were understandably ambivalent at the prospect that the very country under whose aggression they had suffered a few years earlier should now contribute a significant military component to Western defense. At first, Western Europe's leaders insisted that the troops assigned to the defense of Germany should be supplied by other countries. But upon reflection, and under American pressure, most European leaders accepted that the defense of Germany could not be assured without a German military contribution. In his memoirs, Adenauer would reflect on how the Korean War had put an end to the remnants of the policy of weakening Germany. It was in the interest of the United States that Germany should become strong once more. Therefore, the many examples of discrimination, such as the Ruhr Statute, the Occupation Statute, and the provisions regarding the rearming of Germany, could only be of a transitory nature. Adenauer considered German rearmament to be necessary for the sake of Europe as well as for the recovery of Germany's political identity. Having first discouraged public debate on the subject so as not to interfere with progress toward German membership in European institutions, he soon reversed himself. Allied confidence might be shaken, he argued, if West Germany could not be trusted, or did not trust itself, with its own defense. German rearmament was formally proposed by Britain and the United States in August 1950 and quickly endorsed by Germany. France reacted half-heartedly with the Pleven Plan, which in October 1950 proposed a European army of mixed nationalities including German units. A draft treaty was drawn up, providing for the creation of a European Defence Community, EDC, that would include an integrated German contingent. A bitter controversy followed after Adenauer briefed key deputies of the German parliament on the contents of the draft treaty. Schumacher went so far as to call the treaty a triumph for the Allied, clerical coalition against the German people. In March 1952, to head off a European defense community and German rearmament, Stalin formally offered German unification under 5 conditions: a. All occupying forces, including Soviet, would be withdrawn within 1 year, b. United Germany would have a neutral status and not enter into any alliances, c. United Germany would accept the 1945 frontiers, that is, the Oder-Neisse line that constituted the disputed post-war border with Poland. D. The German economy would not be limited by conditions imposed by outsiders, in other words, abolishing the Ruhr Statute limiting the German economy, and E. United Germany would have the right to develop its own armed forces. These proposals were addressed to the Western Allies, emphasizing Germany's secondary position. Was Stalin's offer genuine, or was he attempting to embarrass Adenauer by maneuvering him into the position of appearing to prefer a divided Germany within Europe over a united, national, neutral Germany? In effect, Stalin was asking Adenauer to abandon all the progress he had made toward European integration in return for unification. Contemporary evidence suggests that Stalin made this offer only after receiving repeated assurances from his foreign minister that it would be refused. Nonetheless, it put Adenauer in a difficult position. For the first time since unconditional surrender, the issue of the country's unification had been formally placed before the Allied powers and the German people. In Germany, Schumacher argued that the opportunity to negotiate must not be missed and that the German Bundestag should refuse to ratify the European Defense Community until the Stalin Note had been explored. Anybody who approves the EDC in these present circumstances, he argued, can no longer call himself German. Adenauer stood fast. He understood that a negotiation was likely to deadlock and move the unification of Germany onto an ideological terrain, on which it stood alone, to be feared by all sides. Should it act unilaterally, the negotiation would turn into the battleground on which Europeans fought out their internecine rivalries. To avoid such choices, Adenauer evaded taking a public position on the Stalin offer by postponing discussion of it until the concept of free elections had been accepted by all the occupying countries and built into the constitution of a unifying Germany. In the meantime, he advocated the ratification of the EDC treaty in the name of a common Allied defense. This approach set off what the British Foreign Secretary Anthony Eden called a "battle of the notes." Adenauer was supported by Eisenhower, then a candidate for the presidency of the United States and, until May 30, 1952, still Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. More concerned by the prospect of a neutral Germany than by Soviet pressure, Britain and France acceded to Adenauer's gambit. The consensus was expressed in Allied notes sent to the Kremlin on March 25 and May 13, which demanded free elections in both West and East Germany as a prelude to unification. The Soviet response on May 24 asserted that the Allied notes had stalled any possibility of German reunification for an indefinite period. With renewed urgency to demonstrate the potential of the European project, now that it had come at the apparent expense of German unification, on May 26, 1952, Adenauer signed the contractual agreements on the European Defense Community. But many in France remained unwilling to reconcile themselves to sharing an army with a nation with which their country had fought wars in every generation since the 16th century, which had devastated part of their country in the First World War and occupied all of it in the Second. 2 years after the agreement, on August 30, 1954, the French National Assembly refused to ratify the EDC, while also discarding the Pleven Plan. Calling this a "black day for Europe," Adenauer expressed his concerns to the representatives of Luxembourg and Belgium. "I am firmly convinced, 100% convinced, that the national army to which French Prime Minister Pierre Mendès France is forcing us will be a great danger for Germany and Europe. When I am no longer on hand, I don't know what will become of Germany, unless we still manage to create Europe in time." Because of these premonitions, Adenauer abandoned the EDC project and personally conducted secret negotiations with the Allies on the outlines of a German national army. American leadership proved pivotal. Elected president in November 1952, Eisenhower had decided that the unification of Europe and its joint defense, including the Federal Republic of Germany, was, in the words of one historian, a kind of skeleton key, unlocking the solution to a number of problems at once, and most important, providing a type of dual containment. The Soviet Union could be kept out, and Germany kept in Europe, with neither able to dominate the continent. Together with British Foreign Secretary Eden, Eisenhower forged a modification of the EDC treaty that allowed the development of a German army. Less than a decade after unconditional surrender, NATO would consist of federated national forces including those of Germany. A trip by Adenauer to Washington in 1953 marked a high point of these efforts. On April 8, he visited the tomb of the unknown soldier. The German flag, the black, red, and gold tricolor of the Federal Republic, not the black, sword-bearing eagle of Prussia or the swastika of the Thousand-Year Reich, was raised above Arlington National Cemetery. As the Chancellor strode toward the tomb, a 21-gun salute sounded in a scene with which Adenauer would end the 1945-53 volume of his memoirs. An American band played the German national anthem. I saw how tears were running down the face of one of my companions, and I, too, was deeply moved. It had been a long and hard road from the total catastrophe of the year 1945 to this moment of the year 1953, when the German national anthem was heard in the National Cemetery of the United States. Adenauer rebuilt the German armed forces throughout his remaining years in office without resurrecting Germany's historical intermittent militarism. By early 1964, the Bundeswehr had reached an overall strength of 415,000 officers and enlisted men. One historian describes it as the tip of the spear of the NATO alliance and linchpin of the defense of Western Europe against a conventional Soviet attack. More than this, the army was the backstop of the FRG's re-entry into international diplomacy, a tangible sign that the new Germany was both trusted by the Atlantic Alliance and a responsible contributor to the common defense. Adenauer would draw on the political capital accumulated during the formation of NATO to achieve his underlying quest to bring the occupation of Germany to an end. To attain full membership in NATO and proceed with the dismantling of the occupation statute, Adenauer agreed in 1954 to postpone the resolution of the Saar territory, which Paris sought to maintain as a neutral protectorate under French occupation, until 1957. It took complicated parliamentary maneuvers to induce the Bundestag to ratify both treaties in February 1955. When the treaties took effect on May 5, 1955, the Federal Republic became a sovereign state once more. Whereas, 6 years earlier, Adenauer's election had been ratified by the Allied High Commissioners, now they accepted their own dissolution. Adenauer stood on the steps of his office complex, the Palais Schaumburg, as the German flag was raised over government buildings throughout Bonn. Adenauer's first great task, ensuring the peaceful, swift, and amicable end of the occupation statute, had been accomplished. 2 days later, to symbolize his country's commitment to full partnership in Europe and the Atlantic Alliance, Adenauer led a delegation to Paris, where Germany assumed equal status within NATO. In 6 fateful years, Adenauer had brought his country from post-war partition, restrictions under the occupation statute and reparations to participation in the European community, and full membership in NATO. The strategy of humility had achieved its goal of equality in a new structure for Europe that Adenauer's inauguration had signified. The inextricable past, reparations to the Jewish people. The ethical basis for foreign policy on which Adenauer had relied in Germany's dealings with the Western Allies was especially complex. In relation to the Jewish people, Nazi crimes against Jews had been uniquely sweeping, savage and single-minded. Some 6 million, more than one-third of the world Jewish population, were murdered in a methodically planned and executed policy of wholesale extermination. Toward the end of the war, the Western Allies assigned Nazi crimes to automatic arrest categories, to be implemented by Allied intelligence personnel and based in part on an accused perpetrator's rank in the Nazi Party. By the beginning of the occupation, such criminal categorization applied to tens of thousands of individuals. As the government was progressively turned over to the Federal Republic, so was the denazification process, which thereby became a German domestic political issue. Adenauer considered reparations to the Jewish people a moral duty as well as unqualifiedly in the German national self-interest. His commitment to the denazification process was more opaque, since he was also head of the CDU and in that capacity keenly aware that a rigorous effort would affect a significant proportion of voters. Adenauer therefore restricted the denazification process to a politically manageable number and argued less for retribution than for domestic reconciliation and compensation for the Holocaust's surviving victims. In practice, this meant focusing war crime investigations primarily on high-ranking former Nazis or on officials whose specific crimes could be proved in a court of law. This of course allowed for a wide span of ambiguity, illustrated by the fact that Hans Globk, a drafter of the Nuremberg race laws, became Adenauer's chief of staff. At the same time, Adenauer never wavered from affirming the moral obligations imposed on Germany by the Nazi past. Therefore, as a symbol of repentance and as a bridge toward justice and reconciliation with the Jewish people, he committed the Federal Republic to discussions on reparations with Jewish leaders and also with Israel, which he acknowledged as representative of the Jewish people as a whole. In March 1951, the Israeli government sent a request to the 4 occupying powers and the 2 German governments for reparations to survivors and heirs in the amount of $1.5 billion. Neither the Soviet Union nor the German Democratic Republic ever replied directly. Adenauer replied, however, on behalf of the Federal Republic, addressing the Bundestag on September 27, 1951. In the name of the German people, unspeakable crimes were committed which require moral and material reparation. Wiedergutmachung. These crimes concern damage to individuals as well as to Jewish property whose owners are no longer alive. The first steps have been taken on this level. A great deal remains to be done. The government of the Federal Republic will support the rapid conclusion of a law regarding restitution and its just implementation. A portion of identifiable Jewish property is to be returned. Further restitution will follow. It was now Germany's duty, Adenauer continued, to resolve this issue so as to ease the way to an inner purification. The reparations law passed the Bundestag on May 18, 1953. The 14 members of the Communist Party rejected it, appealing to German nationalism. The Social Democratic Party supported reparations unanimously. For the government, the outcome was more ambiguous. 106 members of parliament from the CDU-led coalition voted yes, 86. Primarily from the CDU's conservative Bavarian wing, abstained. Despite these parliamentary reservations, Adenauer had achieved his goal. The historian Jeffrey Herf has summarized the benefits reaching Israel from Germany. The West German deliveries to Israel of ships, machine tools, trains, autos, medical equipment, and more amounted to between 10 and 15% of annual Israeli imports. According to reports of the Federal Republic, restitution payments to individual survivors of Nazi political, racial, and religious persecution, most of whom were Jewish survivors, amounted to 40.4 billion German marks by 1971, 77 billion marks by 1986, about 96 billion marks by 1995, and would total about 124 billion marks in all. Nevertheless, Israel's citizens were deeply divided over the prospect of accepting blood money as some kind of expiation for genocidal slaughter. Debates in the Knesset, the Israeli parliament, were fiercely contested and accompanied by street demonstrations. Throughout, Adenauer maintained personal contact with Nahum Goldman, the founder of the World Jewish Congress. The Federal Republic would establish full diplomatic relations with Israel in 1965, 2 years after Adenauer's departure from office. The following year, Adenauer visited Israel, by then the home of some 150,000 survivors of the Holocaust, as a private citizen. When he arrived, he said, "This is one of the most solemn and beautiful moments of my life. Never did I think, when I became chancellor, that I would one day be invited to visit Israel." Despite this opening, the visit was the occasion for an eruption of tension, perhaps unsurprising, between the 90-year-old Adenauer and the Israeli Prime Minister, Levi Eshkol. "We have not forgotten and we shall never forget," Eshkol said to Adenauer at a dinner he was giving in the German statesman's honor, "the terrible Holocaust in which we lost 6 million of our people. German-Israeli relations cannot be normal relations." He added that Germany's reparations to Israel were only symbolic and could not erase the tragedy which occurred. Ever composed, Adenauer replied, "I know how difficult it is for the Jewish people to forget the past, but should you fail to recognize our goodwill, nothing good can come of it." The most memorable images of Adenauer's time in Israel came from for all involved, wrenching visit to Yad Vashem, Israel's Holocaust Memorial and Museum, located on the western slope of Mount Herzl in Jerusalem. Maintaining a dignified silence, Adenauer was led into the Remembrance Chamber, a cavernous, dimly lit hall with a roof resembling a tent canopy, where he was invited to kindle a flame and lay a wreath at a memorial to the unknown victims of the death camps. Unexpectedly presented with a badge bearing the Hebrew word for remember, he replied, "Even without this badge, I never could have forgotten." 2 crises, Suez and Berlin. For Adenauer, the end of the occupation and the introduction of Germany into the European and international order marked the culmination of a historic effort. But history does not grant respites. A year after the restoration of German sovereignty in 1955, the Middle East conflict challenged the premises underlying the NATO alliance. In late October 1956, Adenauer was shaken by the U.S. decision to sponsor a UN General Assembly resolution, condemning the Franco-British military operation to reverse the Egyptian nationalization of the Suez Canal. Adenauer had assumed that the alliance by definition would protect the core interests of each member. Now the U.S. formal opposition to Britain and France at the UN separated America from its key allies, while they were engaged in military action in what they conceived as their national interest. Might in some future circumstance others, and especially Germany, suffer a similar fate? Adenauer chose the occasion of a routine visit to Paris in November 1956 for a discussion of Euratom, the European Atomic Energy Community, to express this view, albeit in a very restricted group including French Prime Minister Guy Mollet and Foreign Minister Christian Pineau. Adenauer's train arrived in Paris on November 6, one day after Premier Bulganin of the Soviet Union, chief patron of and arms supplier to the Nasser regime, had threatened missile attacks on Britain and France if they continued their military operations along the Suez Canal. The French government greeted Adenauer with unusual warmth. A company of the Garde Civile gave the salute. The two national anthems were played. A member of Adenauer's entourage described the scene. The Chancellor took the salute like a statue, motionless. I was thinking of the scene at the National Cemetery in Arlington near Washington, in 1953. Even the most hard-boiled must have been touched by the significance of the moment and its symbolism. In the most serious hour France had experienced since the end of the war, the two governments were standing shoulder to shoulder. Adenauer learned of America's refusal to arrest a run on the pound sterling, a major blow to its British ally, during the Paris trip. He was dismayed but not to the point of questioning the significance of NATO. On the contrary, he thought it imperative for Europe to maintain its ties to America. The NATO alliance, he argued, was the most important component of the security of every European country. He warned his hosts against public controversy with the United States, and especially against any kind of retaliation, even verbal. Rather, America's European allies should enhance their cooperation within Europe. France and England will never be powers comparable to the United States and the Soviet Union. Not Germany, either. There remains to them only one way of playing a decisive role in the world, that is to unite to make Europe. We have no time to waste. Europe will be your revenge. It was during the Suez Crisis that Adenauer began to consider the need to use European integration, and particularly the Franco-German relationship, as a hedge against American vacillation. France, in the decade after de Gaulle's return to the presidency in 1958, followed this precept, though, as we shall see in the next chapter, de Gaulle required no German encouragement to move in the direction of European autonomy. The Franco-German relationship did become more intense during the de Gaulle presidency after Adenauer's overnight visit to de Gaulle's home in Colombey-les-Deux-Églises in September 1958, an invitation never extended to any other foreign leader. 2 years after Suez, Adenauer's doubts about American reliability resurfaced when, in November 1958, Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev challenged the status of Berlin. While the Four-Power Occupation Authority formally continued to function, West Berlin had since 1957 been governed de facto by the laws of the Federal Republic. Its legal structure was based on free elections contested by the FRG's major parties. In the Allied-occupied portions of the city, in the eastern part of Berlin, the German Democratic Republic governed by Soviet imposition. A vestige of four-power control enabled officials of West and East to circulate throughout the city. Khrushchev's ultimatum to the Western Allies, demanding a new status for Berlin within 6 months, directly challenged the foundations of Adenauer's foreign policy and of the Atlantic Alliance. Any significant change to Berlin's status under Soviet threat would signal eventual communist dominance in the city, and imperil his vision of building the Federal Republic under an Allied, especially American, nuclear umbrella. Yet though Khrushchev threatened force, he did not have the confidence to execute it within the time frame of his ultimatum. Eisenhower skillfully deferred a confrontation by drawing Khrushchev into a prolonged, largely procedural exchange over the issues his ultimatum implied, culminating in an invitation for the Soviet leader to make a personal tour of the U.S. in September 1959. British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan pursued a similar strategy with a visit to Moscow in February 1959. Among the principal allies, only de Gaulle stood aloof from this strategy, insisting on withdrawal of the Soviet ultimatum before entering negotiations. Khrushchev, at a loss over how to implement his threats, or at least unwilling to face the military consequences, withdrew his deadline in May 1959. During his U.S. visit, he and Eisenhower agreed to a joint communiqué containing the phrase, "All outstanding international questions, such as Berlin, should be settled not by the application of force but by peaceful means through negotiations," which engendered a brief warming in U.S.-Soviet relations. Despite this agreement, Khrushchev remained persistent in striving to isolate and demoralize Adenauer's Germany. In May 1960, Khrushchev's efforts produced a summit about Berlin to be held in Paris among the leaders of the four occupying powers, without the Federal Republic, thus implying the possibility that the outcome might be imposed on Germany. The summit assembled on schedule when fate, or accident, intervened. An American U-2 spy plane was shot down over Russia on May 1, 1960, and Khrushchev used the incident to demand an American apology before proceeding with any substantive discussions. When Eisenhower refused, Khrushchev aborted the summit without, however, reinstating his threat. The issues of Berlin, and American reliability, were left for Adenauer to discuss with Eisenhower's successor, John F. Kennedy. 3 Conversations with Adenauer. By an ironic twist of fate, more than 20 years after fleeing with my family from Nazi Germany, I had the opportunity to participate in shaping long-term American policy toward the country, now part of the NATO alliance, as a consultant to the Kennedy White House. First as an academic in the late 1950s pursuing studies in European history, and then as a White House consultant in the early 1960s, I began meeting with officials of foreign governments. My admiration of Adenauer's leadership notwithstanding, I remained concerned during this period about the impact of Germany's turbulent political culture on the decisions imposed on it by the Cold War. As I wrote in a memo for President Kennedy in April 1961, a country which has lost 2 world wars, undergone 3 revolutions, committed the crimes of the Nazi era, and seen its material wealth wiped out twice in a generation, is bound to suffer from deep psychological scars. There is an atmosphere of hysteria, a tendency toward unbalanced actions. A German friend, a creative writer, said to me that Germany alone of the major countries of Europe suffered no visible psychic shock after the war. It sublimated its problems in the frenzied effort to rebuild economically. But it remains a candidate for a nervous breakdown. This passage captures the unstable atmosphere in which Adenauer was acting and the psychological challenges to his policies. I met Adenauer the first time in 1957 during an academic trip to Germany and would continue our meetings until his death a decade later. The last few of our 10 or so meetings were conducted after his retirement in 1963, when I became a sympathetic listener to his occasionally melancholy reflections on his life and the future of his people in a country that, in spite of the end of occupation, appeared fated to host the British, French, and American armies indefinitely, now as a deterrent to Soviet aggression. The Chancellor's office was located in the Palais Schaumburg, once the residence of a 19th-century Rhenish aristocrat. Elaborate by those standards, it was too small to accommodate the machinery of a modern bureaucratic technological state. In the Chancellor's office, easy chairs and sofas dominated, with a minimum of visible technical paraphernalia. It had the character more of a living room than of a center of power. Except for a very few key advisors, the operational personnel were situated elsewhere in Bonn, a city in truth too modest to serve as the capital of a major country. Adenauer's authority derived in part from his personality, which combined dignity with strength. His face, left partly rigid by injuries sustained in an automobile accident during his early 40s, and his demeanor, simultaneously courtly and aloof, conveyed an unmistakable message. One was entering a world guided by principle and immune to slogans or pressure. He spoke calmly, only occasionally using his hands for emphasis. Always well prepared on contemporary issues, he never discussed his personal life in my presence. Nor did he inquire into my own, though, given the perennial effectiveness of the German bureaucracy, surely he knew my family history and understood the paths onto which fate had placed each of us. Adenauer had a sharp eye for character, and his observations were occasionally phrased sardonically. In a discussion on the qualities of strong leadership, he cautioned me never to confuse energy with strength. On another occasion, he was ushering me into his office just as another visitor, who had recently won media attention by attacking him, was leaving. My surprise must have been evident at the cordial manner of their parting. Adenauer began the conversation with, "My dear Mr. Professor, in politics it is important to retaliate in cold blood." October 1957. The first conversation opened with the West's relations with the Soviet Union. Adenauer insisted that the conflict was both fundamental and permanent and warned of concessions to the Soviets or the East Germans. Berlin's currently divided status, while difficult, was tenable, he said, adding that any Soviet-backed proposal to modify or improve it was designed to weaken Western unity and Berlin's autonomy, just as Stalin's crafty unification offer of 5 years earlier had been. Nor was the Soviet Union the only threat facing the world order as Adenauer saw it. Was I aware, Adenauer asked, that in the judgment of serious observers a split between China and Russia was imminent? In the face of such evolving challenges, he continued, the West should take special care not to weaken itself by inter-allied disputes. Since an overt Sino-Soviet split was not a widespread expectation at that time, I refrained from commenting. Adenauer chose to treat silence as agreement. In his introductory conversation with President Kennedy in 1961, he would repeat his cautionary message, adding, "And Professor Kissinger agrees with me." The overriding purpose of Adenauer's first conversation with me was to explore the reliability of the American nuclear guarantee. Nuclear weapons at that time were little more than a decade old, and no comparable experience in history could serve as a precedent for one country risking its devastation on behalf of another. In the early phase of the alliance, NATO, by its own admission, did not have sufficient forces for a conventional defense. Therefore, the central question became, would the United States assume the nuclear risks? When I argued that, in the emerging world order, America would make no distinction between Allied interests and its own, Adenauer pointed out courteously yet firmly that during the Suez Crisis only a year earlier, America had failed to treat the interests of even its major allies, Britain and France, in that spirit. Once broached, Adenauer's concern over U.S. reliability on the nuclear issue grew ever more explicit, leading him to devise ingenious hypothetical scenarios that might test American presidential determination. Could, for instance, a U.S. leader run the risks of nuclear devastation in the last months of his presidency? Or in the 3-month interval between election and inauguration? Or after a hydrogen bomb had exploded over a major American city? At this stage of the U.S.-Germany relationship, Adenauer's questions, however blunt, were designed primarily to evoke reassurance. I repeated the standard American answer of an unqualified reiteration of the U.S. commitment. But Adenauer's concern about nuclear strategy escalated in scope and intensity in all our later conversations. May 1961, Flexible Response. My next conversation with Adenauer occurred on May 18, 1961, in an altered political framework. John F. Kennedy, the new American president, was a leader for whom Adenauer's previous experience had not prepared him. Eloquent, youthful and dynamic, with distinguished service in the Pacific during the Second World War, Kennedy represented a generational break with his predecessors, all of whom had been born before the First World War. Imbued with the confidence of the greatest generation, Kennedy set about to channel that generation's energy and faith in the country into a design for achieving America's global goals. Although he had spent time in Europe during his father's service as ambassador to Britain, 1937–40, and had toured Germany on several occasions as a student and as a senator, Kennedy was just beginning to grapple with how to reassure a defeated Germany engaged simultaneously in the reconstruction of Europe and the defense of its political structure from Soviet threats. Kennedy was obliged to make policy in the face of a growing stockpile of Soviet nuclear weapons. The Soviets had tested a nuclear weapon for the first time in 1949. By Eisenhower's inauguration in 1953, they had built some 200 nuclear weapons. When Kennedy became president in 1961, they possessed about 1,500 warheads and were beginning to develop intercontinental delivery systems, thereby creating premature concerns about a so-called missile gap. The apprehensions would turn out to be exaggerated because, in the early 1960s, the United States was still in a position to prevail with a preemptive first strike. Adenauer, for his part, continued to regard the Atlantic Alliance as the key to Germany's strategic and political future. But the alliance was having internal disputes on both overall political goals and a common military strategy. As Adenauer had expressed to me in our previous conversation, the disagreements over nuclear strategy were about whether the alliance would always be able to depend on an almost reflexive American self-identification with alliance objectives, when allies were threatened with aggression. Kennedy and his advisors, most notably Defense Secretary Robert McNamara, sought to mitigate the impact of such a conundrum with a doctrine of flexible response, by which they envisioned creating various thresholds in combat to enable adversaries to consider responses other than massive retaliation. But the weapons were so colossally destructive that the technical design of these hypothetical scenarios proved more persuasive than the diplomacy put forward on their behalf. The German defense minister, Franz Joseph Strauss, became a vocal opponent of American nuclear strategy. A quintessential Bavarian, voluble and passionate, with a girth testifying to his enjoyment of his region's libations, Strauss raised the applicability of flexible response to a Berlin crisis in a conversation with me on May 11. During this same visit to Bonn, 69, how much territory would be lost, he asked, before the threshold response was reached. What would be the duration of a pause? Who would make the decisions at each envisioned stage, especially on the leap from conventional to nuclear warfare? He doubted whether America would be either able or willing to carry out so complex and ambiguous a policy. Other German participants at the meeting supported Strauss, especially the Chief of Staff of the newly created armed forces. Adenauer demonstrated the impact of Strauss's thinking by bluntly opening our conversation, once again in his office in the Palais Schaumburg, with the sentence, "You Americans have sinned a great deal against NATO." Adenauer had been put off by a U.S. proposal that the NATO allies work out a system for controlling the independent nuclear forces of Britain and France and relating them to an integrated strategy. via a multilateral force. How, Adenauer asked, could countries without nuclear weapons of their own be expected to make sensible proposals? The NATO Secretary-General's staff was too thin and too unfamiliar with nuclear affairs to undertake such an assignment. If nuclear coordination was truly sought, he argued, the authority of the Secretary-General needed to be strengthened and his staff increased. The White House proposal to which Adenauer was referring had been drafted with the expectation that he and his entourage would conclude from their unfamiliarity with nuclear strategy that responsibility for it should remain with America. But Adenauer had drawn the unexpected conclusion that Europe's capability for autonomous nuclear forces should be enhanced. This is why Adenauer next turned to the subject of de Gaulle. De Gaulle had warned him that America, despite its promises, had abandoned France at the United Nations over Algeria just as it had previously done in 1956 over Suez. According to Adenauer, de Gaulle had argued that the diplomacy conducted by the Allies with respect to Berlin had lacked decisiveness and direction. Instead of temporizing, America should boldly take the lead and flatly reject Soviet demands. De Gaulle had briefed him on a conversation between Eisenhower and Khrushchev which, as Adenauer interpreted it, might tempt the Soviets to keep pressing forward, especially given the soft posture of British Prime Minister Macmillan. Firmness was all the more necessary because Adenauer was also convinced that the Soviets would never risk self-destruction over Berlin. I answered by recapitulating what I had said in our first conversation, that, from what I knew about American thinking, the freedom of Berlin and of Europe as a whole was regarded as inseparable from our own. That led Adenauer to the subject of France's independent nuclear force. Did it strengthen the alliance? Was it necessary? I expressed my skepticism that the Kremlin would interpret a distinct French nuclear force as a substitute for the American nuclear commitment. At this, Adenauer called for Foreign Minister Heinrich von Brentano to join us and asked me to repeat my observations to him. How could a professional military man such as de Gaulle come to so unrealistic an ambition? Adenauer promised to explore this with him at their next meeting. The following month, Adenauer's concerns over the future of German-American relations were intensified when Khrushchev reaffirmed the Berlin Ultimatum. In response, Kennedy mobilized National Guard units and appointed General Lucius Clay as personal representative with the rank of ambassador, in effect making him the key American official in Berlin. Khrushchev further escalated the crisis on August 13 by building a wall across the city, brutally dividing it. The four-power status of Berlin had been obliterated. Side by side with military readiness measures, the Kennedy administration elaborated a number of political proposals to put access to Berlin under the jurisdiction of an international authority in place of the four powers. It was to be composed of an equal number of NATO and Warsaw Pact commissioners, 8 for each, plus 3 from neutral European countries. In this scheme, final determination on which peace and war depended would be removed from the Atlantic Alliance and placed into the hands of countries that had declared themselves neutral mainly to remove themselves from day-to-day issues. The proposal was never formally explored, as Adenauer refused to entertain the prospect of trading American supervision of the access routes for that of 3 European neutrals. Another set of ideas for resolving the Berlin impasse involved ways for Germany to accept the Oder-Neisse line, which had reduced pre-war German territory by nearly a quarter at the end of the Second World War. Adenauer rejected this, too, though he would actually have been prepared to accept it under the appropriate framework, such as a settlement on German unification. In his judgment, altering access procedures to Berlin, which he believed were already functioning adequately, did not qualify for so large a concession. Above all, the constant quest for separate negotiating formulae isolated Germany. Adenauer's strategy relied on the containment policy devised by George Kennan and implemented by U.S. Secretaries of State Dean Acheson and John Foster Dulles. It assumed that the Soviet bloc would eventually weaken if confined to its own resources and obliged to confront its internal dilemmas. That, in Adenauer's view, would be the moment to negotiate unification. February 1962, Kennedy and Adenauer. There was a melancholy element in the encounters between Kennedy and Adenauer. Both pursued important goals, but their policies derived from opposite starting points and were sought by different methods: endurance by Adenauer, diplomatic flexibility by Kennedy. Adenauer had assumed office at the nadir of German history. America, when Kennedy became president, was at the acme of its power and self-confidence. Adenauer saw his task as rebuilding democratic values on the basis of Christian morality. Amid the chaos of unconditional surrender, Kennedy's sweeping purposes reflected unchallenged belief in America's providential mission based on its historic democratic values and dominant power. For Adenauer, the reconstruction of Europe involved a reaffirmation of traditional values and verities. For Kennedy, it was the affirmation of faith in scientific, political, and moral progress in the modern world. For Adenauer to succeed, it was necessary to stabilize the soul of Germany. For an American president, and especially for Kennedy, the goal was to mobilize an existing idealism. What started as a historic partnership gradually became strained in execution as American idealism overestimated the diplomatic flexibility available to Germany. On the way to constructing an Atlantic community, American and German objectives had run parallel. The structures formed during the period of creativity in the late 1940s and early 1950s were based on a substantially common vision in the political field and a de facto American monopoly in the nuclear arena. But once the journey was completed, and especially under the pressures of Khrushchev's repeated Berlin ultimatums, history demanded its due. National interests and even national styles, reflecting centuries of different internal evolution, reasserted themselves. As a result, by 1962, Washington was receiving reports that Adenauer was challenging the credibility of American nuclear commitments and the policy on Berlin. McGeorge Bundy, Kennedy's national security advisor, asked me in February 1962 as an established acquaintance of Adenauer to meet with him to help restore trust on nuclear matters. I responded that, in Adenauer's mind, political issues were both paramount and permanent, while nuclear issues were symbols of political and ethical reliability. To overcome Adenauer's reservations, it was agreed that he should receive a special briefing from me on American security policy and nuclear capabilities. This was developed by Secretary of Defense McNamara and approved by Secretary of State Dean Rusk, and it included details about U.S. nuclear force structures and planning not previously shared with leaders of Allied countries, except for the UK. Because of the briefing's nuclear component, Adenauer was accompanied only by an interpreter, since I did not know the technical terms for nuclear strategy in German. I conducted my part of the conversation in English. As I began my presentation on February 16, 1971, elaborating upon the firmness of the American commitment, Adenauer interrupted. "They have already told me this in Washington. Since it did not convince me there, why would it convince me here?" I replied that I was mainly an academic, not an official. Might the Chancellor defer judgment until he heard my entire presentation? Unshaken, Adenauer responded, How much of your time are you spending on your Washington consultation? When I replied by saying about a quarter, Adenauer replied, "Let us assume then you will tell me 3/4 of the truth." This volley might well have discomfited Walter Dowling, the American ambassador in Bonn, who had accompanied me to the meeting. But, as a professional, he did not bat an eye. As I developed the nuclear presentation, which demonstrated the enormous disparity that existed at that time between American and Soviet strategic nuclear forces, Adenauer's attitude was transformed. As I was now answering questions he had previously addressed without satisfaction to other American visitors, the briefing emphasized that American Second Strike Forces were larger and far more effective than Soviet First Strike Forces, and that an American First Strike would be overwhelming. The final paragraph of Ambassador Dowling's report summed up the conversation's effect on the Chancellor. On 2 occasions when Kissinger and I sought to leave, Adenauer asked us to stay in order to give him another opportunity to express his gratitude for what had been said, and his strong concurrence with it. He said he was relieved to see what strength existed to defend freedom and that the main task was to see to it that there would be no human failings. Upon leaving, Kissinger said that when we spoke of our power and our dedication to the Atlantic community, these were not simply idle phrases. The Chancellor replied, "Thank God for this." On this note, the meeting broke up. The human failings to which Adenauer referred clearly included his concern over developing an appropriate strategy, and America's possible unwillingness to apply its overwhelming power. A few decades later, I would receive a letter from Germany that illustrated the value Adenauer placed on honoring his commitments. Bearing a sender's name I did not recognize, it informed me that the writer had served as the interpreter during that long-ago conversation. Following White House instructions, I had asked Adenauer not to distribute the nuclear information I shared with him, and he had given his word of honor to respect the request. The writer now confided that he had, in fact, made a record of the entire briefing, as was his duty as interpreter, and given it to the Chancellor the next day. Adenauer, however, had directed him to destroy the nuclear portion since he could not guarantee that his promise to me would continue to be kept once he left office. History had thrown Adenauer and Kennedy into a kind of mutual dependence, but it could not make up for the generational gap and the resulting differences. Kennedy saw his objective as first reducing and then ultimately eliminating the possibility of nuclear war. In that effort, he meant to engage Soviet participation in a long journey that required tactical flexibility, including on the part of the German Chancellor. From Adenauer's perspective, however, the American president's tactics threatened to dissipate the stability and solidity he had wrought from the disintegration of Hitler's Germany. Kennedy had the more global approach, Adenauer the fortitude to face the moral and physical collapse of his country, living with its partition and building a new European order based on Atlantic partnership. German unification, the tormenting weight. The German people had never been governed within borders that corresponded to those of the post-war period, 73, absent an East-West agreement, or a collapse of the existing balance of power. Their establishment seemed to augur the indefinite partition of Germany between the communist East and the democratic West. True, the goal of a unified Germany was tacitly affirmed by the existence of a four-power control council for the whole of occupied Germany, and was explicitly embraced by the three Western powers, but inevitably internal German politics would seek unity between West and East more explicitly than would the occupying powers. Unification became a perennial political issue in West Germany and was used as a strategic instrument by the Soviet Union. starting with Stalin's offer of 1952 and culminating in Khrushchev's ultimatums on Berlin. Adenauer's policy was based on treating the partition of the country as provisional. He believed that unification would come eventually through the dismantling of the Soviet satellite orbit, the Federal Republic's superior economic growth, the strength and cohesion of the Atlantic Alliance, and internal tensions arising within the Warsaw Pact. This assumed a collapse of the East German satellite, much, in fact, as happened in 1989. Until such a collapse, the FRG's top priorities would continue to be the Atlantic Alliance, close relations with America, and integration into Europe. The difficulty of the strategy that replaced submission to the Allies with endurance was that Moscow was unlikely to remain passive in the interval and would doubtless attempt to forestall such an outcome by diplomatic and even military pressures, as happened in the various Berlin crises. The resulting controversies gradually weakened Adenauer's domestic position. When the East German Soviet satellite had declared itself sovereign in October 1949, Adenauer had responded with the so-called Brentano Doctrine, named after his foreign minister from 1955 to 1961, according to which the Federal Republic would suspend diplomatic relations with any country that recognized the GDR. But with time, and in the face of internal German pressures for contact at least with Eastern Europe and East Germany, this policy proved increasingly difficult to maintain. Reeling from electoral defeats, and impacted by Khrushchev's maneuvers, the SPD began to change course, mobilizing support by emphasizing its stance in favor of negotiations with Eastern Europe and especially with East Germany. Herbert Wehner, its most forceful leader, though ineligible for the top post because of his wartime arrest and internment in Sweden as a Soviet agent, led an internal process that in 1959 culminated in the party's acceptance of German membership in NATO. As the SPD increasingly put itself forward as an instrument of unification, it revived its immediate post-war policy of seeking greater flexibility in negotiating with the Eastern countries and the Soviet Union, albeit now within a NATO framework, the so-called Ostpolitik. Adenauer and the CDU argued that progress toward eventual unification was undermined by turning the status of Berlin, the historic capital of Germany, into a negotiation in which the Communists held all the geographic and military assets. The affirmation of the final goal, in Adenauer's view, could paradoxically render the provisional partition bearable, in contrast to the early days of the Federal Republic, when Adenauer strove to set the issue aside. The debates between the CDU and the SPD began to overlap with divisions within the CDU over Adenauer's succession, a combination of his age, he was 86 by 1962, and disputes with the U.S. over Soviet strategy gradually weakened his domestic position. Adenauer's refusal to oppose de Gaulle's veto of British accession to the EEC, was criticized by a substantial minority in the CDU. When, in the 1961 election, the CDU lost its majority in the Bundestag, a coalition government became necessary. The Liberal Democrats, a moderately conservative, free trade party and the sole available coalition partner, agreed, on the condition that Adenauer leave office before the end of the coalition's term in 1965. In the fall of 1962, this issue of Adenauer's retirement came to a head. Defense Minister Franz Joseph Strauss charged the magazine Der Spiegel with violations of national security when it published leaked government documents that he was exploring the idea of securing tactical nuclear weapons for the FRG's defense. In response, Strauss accused Der Spiegel of sedition and recommended that the Hamburg police raid the magazine's office. In addition, the journalist responsible for the story was arrested in Spain, where he had been vacationing. All 5 Liberal Democrat cabinet ministers resigned in protest on November 19, and Strauss too was subsequently forced to resign. Adenauer himself had been aware of Strauss's plan, distracted by the Cuban Missile Crisis, in his telling, and, though he surmounted the immediate wave of resignations, his time was now clearly limited. As Adenauer prepared to leave office, he was especially concerned to put his foreign policy achievements on firm ground for the future. One of the pillars of his foreign policy had been the containment of Soviet power, a strategy that had been supported by every American president since Truman. Premised on the conviction that Soviet ideology and strategic assertiveness could be overcome through building situations of Allied strength, especially in Central Europe, the concept turned out to be prescient. Containment's shortcoming, however, was that it included no prescription for the conveying of Western strength to the adversary, nor the diplomacy that would implement it, unless there was a direct attack or other pressures. As a result, in internal domestic politics, Adenauer's fortitude and endurance had to yield ground to Ostpolitik. The other main pillar was Adenauer's conviction that the future of Germany and of a united Europe depended on moral faith and commitment to democratic principles. He explained this in a 1956 speech about Europe's future. "The greatest thoughts spring from the heart," is a famous saying. And we, too, must let the great thought of a united Europe spring from our hearts if it is to materialize. Not as though the unity of Europe were a matter of the emotions, of sentiment, but rather in the sense that a firm heart, dedicated to a great task, can give us the strength to carry out in the face of all difficulties what our reason has recognized as right. If we find this strength, then we shall do justice to all the necessities I have mentioned. We shall then complete the great work of unification which each of our nations needs, which Europe needs, and which the whole world needs. During his period in office, Adenauer achieved his goal of implanting democracy in Germany and the shaping of a European structure within which Germany could be a major part. By a merging of Adenauer's strategy and Kennedy's tactics, the ultimate goal, German unification, was reached with the collapse of the Soviet Empire more than 2 decades after they had both left the stage. Final conversations. Adenauer resigned as Chancellor in April 1963 after 14 years of service. Dean Acheson once observed that many leaders after leaving office act as if they had concluded a great love affair. They find it difficult to separate themselves from the issues that had occupied their days. Reflections on alternative courses of action fill many of their hours and conversations. It was different with Adenauer, and especially so I thought during my last visit on January 24, 1967, 3 months before he passed away. Age had not enfeebled him. He was especially concerned about long-term trends of Germany rather than the issues of the moment. He raised a theme always present in his thinking but heretofore obscured from me: the evolution of what the Germans thought of themselves. The Germans were a deeply troubled and conflicted people, Adenauer said, not only because of their Nazi past but also, in a deeper sense, because of an absence of a sense of proportion or of historical continuity. The evolution of history would present the Germans with surprising developments to which they might react in an unanticipated manner. Maintaining the inner stability of Germany could turn into a perpetual problem. To my question as to whether the recently formed Grand Coalition between the 2 leading parties, the CDU and the SPD, had overcome the inherent absence of national consensus, Adenauer replied that both major parties were very weak. He wondered aloud, are any leaders still able to conduct a genuine long-range policy? Is true leadership still possible today? The SPD, he said, had only one strong leader, Herbert Wehner, who was ineligible for the chancellorship because of his communist past. Moreover, the SPD was divided between political tacticians on their right and a pacifist left wing. Over time, this could cause the party to edge toward the East German Communists, the SED, the East German Soviet satellite, or even the Soviet Union on a nationalist basis. As for the CDU, Adenauer's own party, its weakness resided in its opportunism. The then-chancellor, Kurt George Kiesinger, who in 1966 had replaced Adenauer's immediate successor, Ludwig Erhard, was an able orator but not so much strong as handsome and overly concerned with appearances. Still, he was better than Erhard, who in Adenauer's view had been too stupid for the office of chancellor, his post-war economic wizardry notwithstanding. When I interjected that too non-political might be the more appropriate adjective, Adenauer replied, "For a political leader, the adjective non-political is the definition of stupidity." Adenauer was emphatic about America's role in the Vietnam War. It was beyond him why the United States had extended itself so far from the arena of its main interests and why it now found it so difficult to extricate itself. In response to my comment that in defending our partners in Asia we were concerned about protecting our credibility as an ally in the main theater, he said that he wanted to think about this aspect. "Could you come back tomorrow for my reaction?" The next day, he seated us so that we were face to face and said in a solemn way, "Schau mir in die Augen, look me in the eyes." And then, returning to my assurances of the day before, he said, "Do you think that I still believe you will protect us unconditionally? Your actions over recent years here make it clear that, for your country, détente with the Soviet Union will also be a top priority in crisis situations. I do not believe that any American president will risk nuclear war on behalf of Berlin in every circumstance. But the alliance remains important. What is protecting us is that the Soviet leaders themselves cannot be sure of this element of doubt." Thus, in a poignant summary, Adenauer had returned to the subject of our first conversation of 10 years earlier, the inherent ambiguity of a nuclear threat. But he was also articulating another key principle he had come to in his years of service: the decisive importance of the Atlantic Alliance. What had started as a plea for reassurance in a crisis had turned into a long-term strategic perception. Adenauer reaffirmed, in his last words to me, his commitment to the Atlantic Partnership, even while expressing reservations about the complexity of implementing it. Accepting the strategy that would contain the Soviet Union for almost half a century, he realized that this very ambiguity created the deterrence on which America's allies could count for their evolution, within a European political structure and in partnership with America. The Adenauer tradition. Great leadership is more than an evocation of transitory exaltation. It requires the capacity to inspire and to sustain vision over time. Adenauer's successors found that the principles of his formative vision were essential for the future of Germany. This was true even of Willy Brandt, who in 1969 became the first SPD Chancellor of the Federal Republic. Brandt had spent the Hitler years in exile, first in Norway and then in neutral Sweden. As mayor of West Berlin during the Berlin crises of 1958–62, he had displayed strong leadership and rhetorical powers that fortified his people and helped sustain their morale. Once in office as Chancellor, Brandt conducted himself in a manner distinct from the traditionalism of Adenauer. Most importantly, he promoted Ostpolitik, which involved opening to the communist world while maintaining Germany's relationships with its allies. Both President Richard Nixon and I, as his national security advisor, were at first uneasy about the potential evolution of Ostpolitik into a new variety of German nationalism masked as neutralism, with which the Federal Republic might seek to maneuver between East and West. While some of Brandt's foreign policy moved away from that of Adenauer, he was committed enough to the Atlantic Alliance that he consulted closely with Washington in any negotiations with Moscow. In his first week in office, Brandt sent his friend and foreign policy advisor Egon Bahr to Washington. To our surprise, Bahr affirmed the Federal Republic's commitment to NATO and to continuing the Adenauer-era efforts to unify Europe. The new chancellor, Bahr told us, would coordinate Ostpolitik with his allies and especially with the White House. In response, Nixon overcame our premonitions and acted on Bahr's assurances through a consultation process set up through my office. Brandt kept Bahr's word. Developing an imaginative policy toward Eastern Europe, especially Poland, he opened negotiations with the Soviet Union on the overall relationship and also on guaranteed access to Berlin. These negotiations were completed in 1972 and facilitated by us through the policy of linkage, *. Together with the Western Allies, Brandt concluded an agreement on access to Berlin, which continued without challenge until unification. At the same time as Brandt retained Adenauer's commitment to consultation within NATO, so did he develop Ostpolitik with neighboring peoples to the east. Brandt traveled to Warsaw in 1970 and visited the memorial for the 1943 Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, where Polish Jews had fought the Nazi attempt to deport them to death camps only to be brutally put down. Brandt did penance before the memorial, placing a wreath and then falling to his knees. This silent gesture, which represented a moral underpinning for Germany's post-war reconciliation with the world, spoke for itself. Brandt, to be sure, considered the FRG's relationship with Poland of great strategic value, but he also described it as of substantial, moral historical significance. It was the continuation of Adenauer's commitment to both repentance and dignity, indeed, dignity through repentance. Whatever further ambitions might have been entertained by the advocates of Ostpolitik, were overtaken by Brandt's resignation from office in 1974. His successor was Helmut Schmidt, 1974–82, a socialist primarily by the accident of his birth in the city-state of Hamburg, where the Social Democrats were the governing party and where he would serve as a city senator in the 1960s. In his formative years, the youthful Schmidt experienced more chaos than stability. He served in the Luftwaffe as an anti-aircraft artillery officer on the Eastern Front in 1941, but was too young to be politically active during the Nazi period. Schmidt centered German foreign policy substantially on Adenauer's principles. Like his great predecessor, he was convinced of the crucial role of morality. Politics without a conscience tends towards criminality, he said on one occasion, adding, "As I see it, politics is pragmatic action for the sake of moral ends." In 1977, Schmidt recounted to me how a few weeks earlier a German commando unit undertook a daring raid to rescue German hostages, who had been hijacked by terrorists to Mogadishu, Somalia, leaving him in anguish during the hours before word arrived of the raid's success. If he could feel so deeply about the survival of 86 hostages and their rescuers, he mused, how would he ever be able to implement NATO nuclear weapons strategy? And yet, when in the early 1980s the time came to decide on the deployment of American medium-range missiles in Germany, Schmidt carried out what he considered to be his duty, in opposition to the majority of his own party, even though this courageous act was the proximate cause of his fall from office. Schmidt was also a driving force behind a second aspect of Adenauer's policy, the unification of Europe. Like Adenauer, he gave special priority to France. He and his French counterpart President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing renewed the Adenauer-de Gaulle cooperation, reinforced once again by personal friendship. The pair supplied the impetus behind the European Security Conference of 1975, which accelerated the process of delegitimizing the Soviet domination of Eastern Europe. They, with strong support from President Gerald Ford, advocated for meetings of democratic heads of government, then the G5, now the G7, to express a joint approach to world order. The fulfillment of Adenauer's vision of a unified Germany within a unifying Europe came about during the chancellorship of Schmidt's successor, Helmut Kohl, when Soviet rule in Eastern Europe collapsed from its overexertions and internal contradictions. A thoughtful student of German history who spoke in the dialect of his Rhenish birthplace, Kohl was less intellectual than Schmidt and less philosophical than Adenauer. He governed through his mastery of the attitudes of his people. Like Adenauer, he was determined to avoid repeating Germany's vacillations among the various temptations presented by its central geographic location and the complexity of its history. Kohl resisted mass demonstrations, on a scale not previously seen in Germany, against the deployment of medium-range American missiles in Europe to counterbalance comparable Soviet deployment. His fortitude was rewarded by a U.S.-Soviet negotiation which, by 1988, led to the INF Arms Control Agreement requiring the mutual withdrawal of this class of nuclear weapons on both sides, the first, and so far sole, agreement designed to eliminate a category of nuclear weapons. The disintegration of the East German communist regime began as its population fled in increasing numbers to neighboring countries. In August 1989, the political balance shifted irretrievably when 9,000 East Germans who had fled to Hungary were permitted to leave that country for West Germany. By October, thousands of East Germans were sheltering in the West German embassy in Prague. The final disintegration of the East German satellite government was confirmed when it felt obliged to allow the refugees onto trains which, with the assistance of officials from the Federal Republic, traversed East German territory before reaching West German refuge. The fall of the Berlin Wall in November 1989 made German reunification an immediate domestic issue again. Important elements in West Germany, including its president, the distinguished Richard von Weizsäcker, argued that the West should declare itself satisfied, at least initially, with the introduction of democratic elections in the former Soviet occupation zone. Kohl thought otherwise. In the Adenauer tradition, he argued that, if two separate German states should continue to exist, even if both were democratic, they would never be unified without developing the legitimacy for their separate existence, in effect inviting a series of escalating crises. Kohl solved the problem in a decisive and courageous act of leadership. When the East German regime announced free elections, Kohl conducted himself as if the GDR no longer existed and simply scheduled campaign visits to East Germany, as if the election were in West Germany. The East German counterpart of the CDU achieved an overwhelming electoral victory, opening the way to the formal unification of Germany, together with continued German membership in NATO, on October 3, 1990. Kohl still had to persuade France and Britain, both of which had understandable reservations stemming from two world wars. British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher was especially reluctant. The process would not be completed until, in May 1990, the Soviets agreed to withdraw their troops from East Germany and that a united Germany could remain in NATO. In this, Soviet domestic difficulties played a role. But it would not have occurred without the policies that Adenauer's successors and the Allies had followed in pursuit of his vision. described by him after unconditional surrender as a way to give his people and his divided country the courage to start again. An unforeseen consequence of the collapse of the Berlin Wall was that in December 1989 an obscure researcher in physics at the East German Humboldt University, a pastor's daughter who had never engaged in politics, decided to join a new party in East Germany called the Democratic Awakening. Angela Merkel was then 35 years of age and without any political experience whatsoever, but with a strong moral core. By late 1990, her party had merged with the CDU. In November 2005, she was elected Chancellor of Germany. She stayed in office for 16 years, steadying her country through manifold crises, raising its purposes in a world of high technology and emerging as one of the principal leaders in the post-Cold War international order, fulfilling Adenauer's dream of the future role of his country. She retired in December 2021, the only chancellor of the FRG to do so in the absence of a political crisis. In 2017, on the 50th anniversary of Adenauer's death, Angela Merkel paid tribute to his historic contribution. Today we honor a great statesman who, with foresight and skill, gave our country perspective and stability after the failure of the Weimar Republic and the horrors of National Socialism. We bow to Conrad Adenauer with great gratitude. We also take his merit as an obligation for our tasks in a confusing, difficult world. In view of what Conrad Adenauer and his contemporaries have achieved, we should have the courage to continue this work. For his part, Conrad Adenauer did not linger over posterity's judgment. When asked how he wanted to be remembered, he replied simply, "He has done his duty." Leadership, 6 Studies in World Strategy. By Henry Kissinger. Chapter 2 Charles de Gaulle, The Strategy of Will. A. Close Encounters. B. The Beginning of the Journey. C. The Sources and Aims of de Gaulle's Conduct. D. De Gaulle in the History of France. E. De Gaulle and the Second World War. F. North African Contest. G. Achieving Political Power. H. A Visit to Moscow. I. De Gaulle and the Provisional Government. J. The Desert. K. Failure in Indochina and frustration in the Middle East. L. Algeria and the return of de Gaulle. M. The Fifth Republic. N. The end of the Algerian conflict. O. Germany as a key to French policy, de Gaulle and Adenauer. P. De Gaulle and the Atlantic Alliance. 2. Charles de Gaulle, The Strategy of Will. Close Encounters. Within a month of his inauguration as president on January 20, 1969, Richard Nixon undertook what was described as a working visit to the capitals of Europe, to emphasize the importance he attached to Atlantic relations. Nixon was warmly received by his European counterparts in Brussels, London, and Bonn, all of whom he had met previously and who were eager to affirm America's leading role in Atlantic relations. The atmosphere in Paris was subtly different. A half-dozen years earlier, not long after Nixon's defeat in the November 1962 California gubernatorial election, Charles de Gaulle had received him for lunch at the presidential residence, the Élysée Palace. The French president's praise for the foreign policy acumen Nixon had displayed while serving as Dwight Eisenhower's vice president, 1953–61, meant a great deal to the American, then at the low point of his political career. Now, de Gaulle personally welcomed Nixon and his entourage at the airport, having raised the occasion to the level of a state visit. This was the first time I encountered de Gaulle. He used the occasion for a succinct yet warm welcoming statement for Nixon, emphasizing France's distinct and historic identity. For 200 years, during which so much has happened, nothing could shake the feeling of friendship our country has for yours. On another note, you have come to see us so that we might specify our thoughts and intentions on the subject of world affairs, and so you could clarify your own views and initiatives. How could we not grant the greatest interest and highest importance to these exchanges? The welcome was based entirely on the French national interest and de Gaulle's personal regard for Nixon. It avoided mention of NATO, the common market and European multilateralism, all of which had been the standard rhetoric of other leaders in Europe's capitals. A reception followed at the Élysée. In the course of it, a de Gaulle aide drew me away from the crowd and into the presence of the austere figure towering above the assemblage. De Gaulle did not radiate warmth and gave no indication of previous contact or current welcome. His first words to me were a challenge: "Why don't you leave Vietnam?" An odd question considering that he had preceded his own decision to leave Algeria only 7 years earlier with nearly 3 years of intensified military efforts. When I responded, because a sudden withdrawal would damage American international credibility, he replied with a curt, "For example, where?" Par exemple, oh. I fared no better with my next response: "For example, in the Middle East." This seemed to throw de Gaulle into a moment of reflection, which he broke with, "How very odd. Until this moment, I thought it was your enemies, that is, the Soviets, who had the credibility problem in the Middle East." The following day, de Gaulle arranged a substantive meeting with Nixon in the elegant Grand Trianon Chateau on the grounds of the Versailles Palace, called into being by Louis XIV. When the discussion turned to Europe, de Gaulle used the occasion to elaborate his welcoming statement for some 35 minutes in an exposition of extraordinary passion, elegance, and eloquence. Historically, he said, Europe had been the arena of diverse nationalities and convictions. There was no such thing as a political Europe. Each part of Europe had created its own identity, undergone its own suffering, developed its own authority and mission. The countries of Europe were in the process of recovering from the Second World War, and seeking to defend themselves on the basis of a strategy that defined their character. The situation since the war had produced necessities and dangers that required close cooperation among the states of Europe, and between Europe and the United States. France was prepared to cooperate in common tasks and would prove a loyal ally. It would not, however, give up its capacity to defend itself or surrender the determination of its future to multilateral institutions. These were principles in the name of which de Gaulle had contested the Atlantic policies of the prior 2 U.S. presidents, Lyndon B. Johnson and John F. Kennedy. Nixon, who admired de Gaulle and was not willing to engage in a comparable debate in the early days of his presidency, invited me to comment as a professor of history. Somewhat stunned by the unexpected request, I said, "That was a profound and moving presentation. But how does President de Gaulle propose to keep Germany from dominating the Europe he has described?" He was silent for a moment and then replied, "Par la guerre." By war. Another substantive conversation developed at the lunch shortly afterward. Acknowledging that he was aware of my scholarly efforts, de Gaulle asked about statesmanship in the second half of the 19th century, which figure had impressed me most. When I mentioned the German Chancellor Otto von Bismarck, 1871–90, he inquired into which of Bismarck's qualities I most admired. For his moderation, which unfortunately failed him in the settlement after the Franco-Prussian War of 1871, I said. De Gaulle ended the conversation by evoking the aftermath of that settlement. It was better that way, for it gave us the opportunity to reconquer Alsace. Only 6 years earlier, de Gaulle had signed a treaty of friendship with Chancellor Conrad Adenauer of Germany, with whom he enjoyed warmer personal relations than with any other world leader. But, for de Gaulle, friendship did not do away with the lessons of history or the requirements of strategy. It is also quite possible that his combative remarks were designed to see how his interlocutor would react. 2 months after the meeting with Nixon, de Gaulle resigned. He was under no domestic or international pressure to do so. He chose the moment of his own final departure because of its suitability for a historic transition. Who, then, was this towering figure, so eloquent in his reflections on world order, so confident that he could casually invoke war with Germany over canapés, so assured of his legacy that he could resign when he judged the moment suitable? De Gaulle knew full well that he had sustained his legendary stature by cloaking himself in mystery. Who was the colossus behind the veil? The beginning of the journey. On March 21, 1940, in reaction to the defeat of French forces seeking to repel the German assault on Norway, Paul Reynaud was appointed to replace Édouard Daladier as Prime Minister. 5 years earlier, Reynaud had taken an interest in the views of then Lieutenant Colonel Charles de Gaulle, who would become an advisor to the senior politician. In mid-May 1940, the still little-known 49-year-old professional soldier would be promoted from colonel to acting brigadier general in recognition of his extraordinary leadership of an armored regiment in the struggle to turn back the German invasion of Belgium. 2 weeks later, Reynaud, acting simultaneously as Minister of Defense, selected de Gaulle as his Undersecretary of Defense. De Gaulle established his office in the Defense Ministry on June 5, the very day Luftwaffe airstrikes reached the outskirts of Paris. Within a week, the French government retreated from the capital. On June 17, the newly appointed Undersecretary, learning of Reynaud's resignation and the plan to seek an armistice with Adolf Hitler, abruptly flew to London from Bordeaux. De Gaulle's plane passed over the harbors of Rochefort and La Rochelle, where the Germans had set scores of ships afire, as well as the Breton hamlet of Paimpont, where his mother Jean lay dying. As he left, he ordered that passports be rushed to his wife and 3 children so that they could follow him to London. The next day, he delivered an address on the BBC announcing the formation of a resistance movement in opposition to the policies of the French government. The destiny of the world is at stake. I, General de Gaulle, now in London, call on all French officers and men who are at present on British soil, or maybe in the future, with or without their arms, and I invite all engineers and skilled workmen from the armaments factories who are at present on British soil, or maybe in the future, to get in touch with me. Whatever happens, the flame of French resistance must not and shall not die. Here, to say the least, was an extraordinary declaration by someone as yet entirely unknown to the overwhelming majority of the French people. A junior minister, France's lowest-ranking general, was brazenly soliciting opposition to the government of France that he himself had joined less than 2 weeks earlier, and of which he was nominally still a member. The broadcast's succinct phrases, unlike the elevated rhetoric customary in other historic statements such as the American Declaration of Independence, 1776, was exactly what it sounded like, an invitation to French nationals on British soil to revolt against their government, extended on behalf of an undefined enterprise. A few days before, the British government had been focused on dissuading France's leaders from entering into a separate peace with Hitler. To prevent it, Prime Minister Winston Churchill had gone so far as to propose a merging of French and British sovereignty to forestall the most feared outcome, a complete collapse followed by the absorption of France into the German sphere. 5. De Gaulle favored the gesture, even if he was wary of some of the particulars, because he thought it would encourage the government to endure for longer without capitulating. The initiative was devised by Charles Corbin and Jean Monnet, who was later to play a significant role in the concept of a European Union. The plan for the de facto union advanced rapidly on June 16. De Gaulle, then in England to negotiate with the British, read it on the telephone to Reynaud, who asked if Churchill had formally approved. De Gaulle put Churchill on the line, who repeated the offer. Reynaud replied that he would submit it to his cabinet in an hour's time. As one historian writes, Churchill, Attlee, Sinclair and the chiefs of staff were all set to be transported by the cruiser Galatea that night to Concarneau, off the coast of Brittany, to discuss with Reynaud and his colleagues the prolonging of the battle, and the future of this new nation. They got as far as Waterloo Station, where they took their seats in a special train primed to depart at 9:30 p.m. for Southampton. But the train never left the station. Churchill received a hand-delivered note from a private secretary that the trip was off because of a ministerial crisis in Bordeaux, to which the French government had fled. Reynaud had been ousted. Marshal Philippe Pétain, at 87 years old, had been made premier. While the final outcome of the armistice negotiations remained uncertain, the British kept de Gaulle officially at arm's length. His proclaimed rallying of what soon became known as the Free French officers and men was accorded no formal standing, and a proposed follow-up BBC broadcast was cancelled. But then the die was cast quickly. France signed a ceasefire with Germany on June 22 that placed the entire Atlantic coast and half of the country under German occupation. This was precisely what de Gaulle had been determined to prevent. His overarching aim from then on was to restore French sovereignty by means of a liberation, in which the Free French would play a significant part, and then to turn the process of liberation into the rebirth of French society made necessary by the moral and military collapse of 1940. On June 23, now with the permission of the British cabinet, de Gaulle again spoke on the BBC. Defiantly, he addressed himself to Marshal Pétain of Vichy France, so named for the resort in central France where the retreating government would establish itself, and which for the next 2 years became the ruling authority, in collaboration with Germany, over the rump of unoccupied France. Pétain, who in the early 1920s had served as de Gaulle's mentor, was venerated for having repelled the German assault at Verdun during the First World War. Now, ignoring the gap in their military ranks, the most junior French general addressed the most senior, and heretofore most highly esteemed, with withering condescension. Asserting that the ceasefire had reduced France to bondage, de Gaulle issued a stinging rebuke: "To accept such an act of debasement we did not need you, le Maréchal. We did not need the victor of Verdun. Anyone else would have done." The insult at once completed de Gaulle's break with official France and accelerated his efforts to establish himself as the head of the emerging Free French movement. By then several notable French refugees, mainly from the academic world, were already residing as exiles in London, but they lacked either the stature or the necessary conviction to claim leadership of a wartime movement. For its part, British intelligence had been entertaining the idea of persuading 2 eminent French political figures of the Third Republic, in as yet unoccupied France, Édouard Daladier, the former Prime Minister, and Georges Mandel, the last Interior Minister, to form a dissident government in exile. But that plan was dropped when the 2 men, having escaped to Algeria, were prevented by French colonial officials loyal to Vichy from pursuing contact with the British, and were then expelled to metropolitan France. It was Churchill's conviction of the need for a symbolic expression of French resistance that resolved any uncertainties. "You are alone," he said to de Gaulle. "Well, I will recognize you alone." On June 28, a mere 11 days after his arrival, the government of the United Kingdom recognized Charles de Gaulle as leader of the Free French wherever they might be. It was a characteristically courageous decision by Churchill, who could not have known de Gaulle's views in any depth and did not foresee the rows he would stoke within the Allied camp. Soon afterward, Britain formalized the relationship with de Gaulle, accepting the general's own unique conception of French national dignity. He insisted, for instance, that while Britain would supply the Free French with resources and funds, these should come as loans to be repaid, not as gifts. Again, although Free French forces, which did not yet exist in any formal sense, would be under overall British or Allied high command, they would operate as autonomous units under Free French officers. Such a charter represented a considerable achievement for a penniless brigadier exiled in a land whose language he did not know. The sources and aims of de Gaulle's conduct. Before 1940, de Gaulle had been known as an outstanding soldier and progressive strategic analyst, but nothing suggested that one day he would emerge as a mythic leader. On August 15, 1914, he had been among the first French soldiers to be wounded in the First World War when he took a bullet to the knee, in the fierce fighting at Dinant, a Belgian town along the Meuse. After a brief convalescence, he returned to the front. In January 1915, he was awarded the Croix de Guerre in recognition of his leadership of daring reconnaissance missions in which he and his soldiers would crawl to the edge of no man's land to listen for conversations in the German trenches. On March 2, 1916, after sustaining a bayonet wound in the thigh, de Gaulle was taken prisoner. Despite 5 attempts to escape, he would remain imprisoned in Germany until the armistice of November 11, 1918. De Gaulle had learned German in school, and while in prison he consumed German newspapers with the appetite of an eager student and the curiosity of a journeyman military analyst. He wrote extensively about the German war effort, read novels, engaged in spirited discussions of military strategy with his fellow prisoners, and even delivered a series of lectures on civil, military relations throughout French history. Much as he pined to return to the front, internment was his graduate school. It was also a crucible of solitude. In his prison notebook, the 26-year-old de Gaulle wrote, "Dominating oneself ought to become a sort of habit, a moral reflex acquired by a constant gymnastic of the will, especially in the tiniest things, dress, conversation, the way one thinks." 12. A sensitive reader and author of poetry as a schoolboy, de Gaulle by early adulthood seemed to be withdrawing into the solitude that the 17th-century French playwright Pierre Corneille suggested was the price of statesmanship. To whom can I confide / the secrets of my soul and the cares of my life? 13. The virtue of self-mastery sketched in his journal was to become a central feature of his character. Hereafter, stoicism would be his public face, tenderness reserved mainly for his family, especially his wife, Yvonne, and their disabled daughter, Anne. Upon his return to peacetime army service, de Gaulle recognized that the distinction he could no longer fulfill on the battlefield might be achieved by intellectual efforts. In 1924, he published The Enemy's House Divided, a penetrating analysis of the causes underlying the collapse of the German war effort in 1918. The book, based on his reading of German newspapers, brought de Gaulle to the attention of Marshal Pétain, who made de Gaulle an aide, a kind of research assistant for a book in progress, later abandoned, on the history of the French army. He showed his respect for the younger man's abilities by recommending him to deliver a series of lectures at the French War College, and by personally attending the first one. The capacity for gratitude not being among de Gaulle's most highly developed traits, neither Pétain's gesture nor the gap in rank between them prevented the younger man from confronting his mentor over what he considered inadequate credit for his literary contributions. As his relations with Pétain declined, he returned to command and to writing. In his most influential book, Toward a Professional Army, 14, de Gaulle challenged the defensive policies of the French military, urging instead a strategic posture based on offensive armored warfare. At that time, France was constructing the presumably impregnable Maginot Line along its eastern frontier with Germany, which in 1940 would prove spectacularly useless against an armored German invasion via Belgium. His recommendations, ignored by the French army, would instead be adopted in Germany in the mid-1930s and vindicated by the German victory over France only a few years later. De Gaulle grasped early in the war that America would eventually be drawn in, thereby tipping the balance of forces against the Axis powers. Woe to the side that would array America against it. In the free world, immense powers have not yet made their contributions, de Gaulle proclaimed in July 1940, adding, "One day, these powers will crush the enemy. On that day France must be on the side of victory. If she is, she will become what she was before, a great and independent nation. That, and that alone, is my goal." But, in a repeating pattern, de Gaulle was alone among his French military contemporaries in getting this analysis correct. Under normal circumstances, with his battlefield experience, promotion to brigadier general and intellectual brilliance, de Gaulle might have aspired to a top command in the army and, after another decade or so of service, perhaps to a position in the French cabinet. That he would, instead, emerge as the symbol of France itself was scarcely conceivable. Yet leaders who alter history rarely appear as the endpoint of a linear path. We might expect that the arrival on the scene of a low-ranking brigadier general declaring the establishment of a resistance movement, amid the chaos of France's capitulation to Hitlerite Germany would have ended by meriting perhaps a footnote acknowledging his role as an auxiliary actor in a future that would be determined by the ultimate victors. Yet, arriving in London with effectively nothing but his uniform and his voice, de Gaulle catapulted himself out of obscurity and into the ranks of world statesmen. In an essay I wrote over 50 years ago, I described him as an illusionist, first as a leader of the Free French during the war, later as founder and president of the Fifth Republic. He conjured up visions that transcended objective reality, in the process persuading his audiences to treat them as fact. For de Gaulle, politics was not the art of the possible but the art of the willed. Wartime London teemed with Poles, Czechs, Danes, Dutch and nationals from a half-dozen other countries who had fled their occupied homelands. All considered themselves part of the British war effort. None made any claim to an autonomous strategy. Only de Gaulle did so from the start. Although he accepted British management of military operations because his forces were yet too small to do otherwise, his ultimate war aim was different from that of his allies. Britain and, after 1941, the United States fought for the defeat of Germany and Japan. De Gaulle fought for these aims too, but primarily as a way station to his ultimate goal, the renewal of the soul of France. De Gaulle in the history of France. It is unlikely that even Churchill, at the beginning of their relationship, grasped the magnitude of de Gaulle's vision. According to it, France, over nearly 2 centuries, had dissipated its grandeur, the mystical quality that signifies material success combined with moral and cultural preeminence. Now, at his country's nadir, de Gaulle presented himself as the emissary of destiny, whose task it was to reclaim France's national greatness. That he had not received and could not proffer any portents of this mission was not relevant. His legitimacy derived from an innate sense of personal authority buttressed by unshakable faith in France and its history. As de Gaulle saw it, France had accumulated the elements of its lofty stature over a long historical process beginning in medieval Europe, when feudal principalities settled their disagreements through adjustments to the balance of power. By this means, the core of France developed as a centrally governed polity as early as the 6th century under the Frankish king Clovis. By the early 17th century, with the Habsburg monarchy in Austria expanding over Central Europe and as far west as Spain, France needed an enhanced central authority and a complex strategy to defend itself from encirclement. The task fell to Armand Jean du Plessis, Cardinal Richelieu, who served as chief minister to Louis XIII from 1624 to 1642, and was the principal architect of France's later becoming the preeminent European power under Louis XIV. Rejecting the prevailing strategies based on dynastic loyalty or confessional affiliation, Richelieu instead oriented France's internal and external policies in accord with reasons of state, raisons d'état, that is, the flexible pursuit of the national interest based entirely on a realistic judgment of circumstances. This, for de Gaulle, marked the first truly grand strategic approach to European affairs since the fall of Rome. France would now seek to exploit the multiplicity of states in Central Europe by encouraging their rivalries, and exploiting their divisions in a manner that would ensure its own status as always stronger than any possible combination of them. Ignoring France's and their personal Catholicism, Richelieu and his successor Jules Mazarin supported the Protestant states in the 30 Years' War, which devastated Central Europe, leaving France the arbiter of its rivalries. In this manner, France emerged as the most influential country of the continent, with Britain playing a balancing role against it. By the early 18th century, the so-called European Order of the Ancien Regime consisted of two partially overlapping coalitions, at times at war with each other, at times making settlements, but never driving conflicts to the extreme of threatening the survival of the system. The primary elements of this order were the equilibrium in Central Europe manipulated by France, and the overall balance of power managed by Britain throwing its navy and financial resources against the strongest European power of the day, usually against France. De Gaulle lauded the basic strategy of Richelieu and his successors in a speech in 1939. France has always found natural allies when she wished it. To fight against Charles V, then against the House of Austria, and finally against the growing Prussia, Richelieu, Mazarin, Louis XIV, and Louis XV used each of those allies in turn. Under Napoleon at the beginning of the 19th century, instead of advancing its interests by alliances and limited warfare, France proceeded to overthrow the prevailing order by conquering rather than simply defeating its rivals, all the while invoking the French Revolution's new principle of popular legitimacy. But, in the end, even the might of Napoleon and his nation in arms was overcome by his fatal miscalculation: invading Russia. De Gaulle considered Napoleon a once-in-a-millennium genius but also blamed him for squandering French power and prestige. He left France smaller than he found her. 18. Napoleon's brilliance and his capacity for catastrophic errors of judgment, de Gaulle believed, could not easily be separated. France's sweeping Napoleonic victories laid the groundwork for its eventual disasters. This is why de Gaulle dated France's decline as a world power to the era of Napoleon, even though France remained at the center of events after Napoleon quit the stage. As rising powers such as Germany surpassed France in economic performance, France continued to demonstrate cultural eminence. In the 1820s, French scholars decoded hieroglyphics of the Rosetta Stone, unlocking ancient languages. In 1869, French engineers connected the Red Sea to the Mediterranean through the Suez Canal. In the last quarter of the 19th century, when Renoir, Rodin, Monet and Cézanne took the visual arts to sublime new heights, France was the artistic leader of Europe and still a significant economic and commercial power. As Baron Georges Haussmann drove great boulevards through its medieval past and imposed modernity, Paris was the heart of Western civilization, the capital of the 19th century. 19. Overseas. Fielding armies equipped with the latest weapons, the French Third Republic established a vast colonial empire under the banner of the Mission Civilisatrice. These imperial and cultural triumphs obscured the decay of France's inner strength. At the conclusion of the Napoleonic Wars in 1815, France counted 30 million inhabitants, outstripping any European state except backward Russia. By the dawn of the 20th century, the figure had increased only to 38.9 million, while the United Kingdom's population grew from 16 million to 41.1 million, 21, and Germany's from 21 million to 67 million. In industrial production, France by 1914 lagged behind the United States, Germany, Britain, and Russia, especially in the key industries of coal and steel. A renewed and now anxious quest for alliances followed to mitigate the growing imbalance with Germany. An alliance with Russia in 1894 and the 1904 Entente cordiale with Britain were the most significant. With the major powers solidified into two alliance groups, diplomacy became rigid and allowed an otherwise unremarkable Balkan crisis between Serbia and Austria in the summer of 1914 to precipitate a world war, in which casualties for all participants were way out of proportion to historical experience. But they were greatest for France, which suffered 2 million dead, 4% of its population, and the devastation of its northern regions. Russia, heretofore France's principal ally, was convulsed by revolution in 1917 and was then pushed hundreds of miles to the east by the various peace settlements. As a result of Austria's defeat combined with Woodrow Wilson's doctrine of national self-determination and democratic ideology, a plethora of states weak in structure and inadequate in resources now faced Germany in Eastern and Central Europe. Any future resurgence of German military capacity would have to be defeated by a French offensive into the German Rhineland. Although victorious in 1918, France knew better than any of its allies how close to defeat it had come. And it had lost its psychological and political resilience. Drained of its youth, fearful of its defeated antagonist, feeling abandoned by its allies and assailed by premonitions of impotence, France experienced the 1920s and 1930s as an almost uninterrupted succession of frustrations. Nothing could have better expressed France's feeling of insecurity after 1918 than its decision to begin building the Maginot Line at a moment when its army was the largest in Europe and Germany's was limited by the peace treaty to 100,000 men. What made the decision all the more poignant was that the Treaty of Versailles had specifically prohibited Germany from stationing military forces in the Rhineland, the territory that had to be crossed before an attack on France could be launched. In the aftermath of its victory, France had come to feel so unsure of itself that it did not think it could counter a flagrant breach of the peace treaty by its disarmed enemy with its own offensive. As a lieutenant colonel in 1934, De Gaulle had subjected French military doctrine to a seminal critique in Toward a Professional Army. Mobility, he wrote, was the key to strategy, with air power and tanks as principal implementing forces. But the army in which he served had designed a strategy of static defense, which would prove disastrously inadequate. In a passage from that 1934 book, de Gaulle expressed his melancholy conclusion. Once upon a time there was an old country all hemmed in by habits and circumspection. At one time the richest, the mightiest people among those in the center of the world stage, after great misfortunes it came, as it were, to withdraw within itself. While other people were growing around it, it remained immobile. This was the attitude which de Gaulle, at all stages of his career, was determined to reverse. De Gaulle and the Second World War. De Gaulle's position in London in the summer of 1940 apparently provided no scope at all for the restoration of grandeur. The European heartland had been subjugated by Hitler. The Soviet Union, the last remaining continental power, had signed a non-aggression pact with Germany the year before. France, now governed by Pétain under partial German occupation, veered between neutrality and collaboration. De Gaulle had neither been appointed to lead Free France by any constituted French authority nor had his leadership been confirmed by elections. His claim to command derived from its proclamation. The legitimacy of a governing power, he would later write, derives from its conviction, and the conviction it inspires, that it embodies national unity and continuity when the country is in danger. Alluding to another moment of national peril, he chose as the banner of his movement the two-barred cross of Lorraine, the symbol of the martyred Joan of Arc, who with her mystical visions had rallied the French 5 centuries earlier to retake their land from foreign occupiers. De Gaulle's claim, with no obvious evidence to support it, was that he was invested with the supreme authority of an eternal, invincible France that transcended whatever temporal tragedies might have taken place within its physical borders. In the months and years that followed, de Gaulle would conduct himself with a self-assurance and refusal to compromise that allowed him to extract concessions from the frequently vexed leaders of the alliance, Churchill, Franklin D. Roosevelt and even Stalin, all of whom he obliged to reckon with France's self-proclaimed indispensability to a reconstituted Europe. Beginning with his appeal of June 18, 1940, de Gaulle conducted himself as if the Free French embodied not an aspiration but a reality. He launched his enterprise with a group of advisors assembled from the distinguished French personalities self-exiled to London, and a military force recruited largely from the decimated French ranks that had been evacuated from Dunkirk. By the end of 1940, when an Empire Defense Council of civilian supporters was formed, there were only 7,000 effective Free French fighters. How to realize his vision with such meager forces? De Gaulle understood that he had few military options. He therefore decided to focus on creating a geographical base for legitimacy, by rallying to his side the dispersed fighting forces of the French Empire. To this end, he traveled across its scattered colonies to detach them from Vichy as a first step to the liberation of the motherland. Throughout, his main enemy was not Germany but Vichy, his main objective, not to win the war, though he would help, but to create the conditions for France's territorial, institutional and moral renewal in the peace that would follow. It would be 2 months before de Gaulle's territorial efforts bore fruit. In the meantime, a draining decision loomed for the Allies: what to do about the French fleet anchored at Mersel, Kabir naval base outside the Algerian city of Oran. Were it to fall into German hands, it would risk tipping the naval balance against Britain, or even aiding a potential Nazi invasion of the British Isles. Churchill decided this was a risk he would not run. On July 3, after demanding that the fleet sail to British ports, he ordered the bombardment of the Algerian naval base. The attack killed nearly 1,300 French sailors and sank 3 vessels, including the battleship Britannia. De Gaulle, although anguished, reacted calmly and defended the episode on the BBC. No Frenchman worthy of the name can for a moment doubt that a British defeat would seal forever his country's bondage. After the war, he said that had he been in Churchill's place, he would have done the same thing. Good news for the Free French finally arrived on August 26, when Governor-General Félix Ebou of Chad, France's first high-level colonial administrator of African descent, pledged the colony's support for de Gaulle. In a radio broadcast the following day, de Gaulle lauded the development. France is France. There is in her a secret spring which has always surprised the world, and which has not finished surprising it. France, crushed, humiliated, abandoned, is beginning to climb back from the abyss. The climb would not be easy, as French West Africa remained firmly in Vichy's grip. In September, a Franco-British flotilla steamed toward Dakar harbor with the aim of rallying Senegal and neighboring colonies to the Free French side. It ended in fiasco. For a few days, de Gaulle was devastated. A rapturous welcome in Douala, Cameroon, on October 7 lifted his spirits, and soon Brazzaville in French Congo was made the new capital of Free France. A small Free French military operation succeeded in taking Gabon on November 10, putting all of French Equatorial Africa in de Gaulle's column. Whatever the financial and military limitations of his movement, de Gaulle had struck a chord. Armistice Day, November 11, featured popular demonstrations in Paris in favor of the Free French, including students who subversively carried pairs of fishing rods, Gaules. Strategically located along historic trans-Saharan trade routes, Chad would prove a vital staging ground for Free French military operations, especially into Italy's Libyan colony. In early 1941, Free French Colonel Philippe Leclerc de Hautecloque led a column of 400 men across 1,000 miles of forbidding terrain, to carry out a daring raid on Kufra, a southern Libyan oasis town where a full Italian garrison was stationed. On March 1, after a 10-day siege, the Italians surrendered. In what soon became known as the Oath of Kufra, Leclerc had his men swear that they would not rest until the day when our colors, our beautiful colors, will wave from the Cathedral of Strasbourg. The Battle of Kufra was the first major Free French military victory in the war, a major lift of morale and a vindication of de Gaulle's precept, in our position, whoever stands still falls behind. 2 years later, after the Allied landing in North Africa, Leclerc would lead a Free French column, consisting of 4,000 Africans and 600 French, from Chad across Libya to Tunisia, on de Gaulle's orders, where they joined the British in a pitched battle against German Field Marshal Rommel's Afrika Korps. But, before Leclerc could march through Libya a second time, the Free French had to prove their mettle in other theaters. Their operations were designed to liberate with Allied help Vichy-controlled territories in order to demonstrate to the world that the Free French were spirited, capable and determined to restore France's position as a leading power in the world. In these procedures, de Gaulle would insist that Free France would cooperate as a partner, not a supplicant. The June 1941 invasion of Syria and Lebanon, territories that had been established as French mandates under the League of Nations following the First World War, repeated the African pattern. While Britain was seeking to forestall Germany from establishing airbases in the Levant, de Gaulle joined the effort with his limited forces in order to vindicate France's historic position in the region, which involved, in no small part, a fierce rivalry with Britain. Since the Vichy authorities in Syria refused to deal with the Free French, the British commander negotiated with Henri Dents, the Vichy High Commissioner. An agreement in July 1941, dubbed the Armistice of Saint-Jean-d'Acre, effectively granted Britain suzerainty of the entire Levant. That French territory could be the subject of a British negotiation with Vichy was, however, anathema to de Gaulle. The treaty's provisions for repatriating French troops to Vichy compounded his displeasure. He had hoped to augment his small army with deserters from the Vichy forces in Syria, and above all he was concerned lest a precedent be set for the eventual disposition of France itself. More specifically, he feared that after ultimate victory France's governance would be placed under Allied control and that a new French government would be legitimized by the Allies rather than by France's own actions. On July 21, Oliver Lyttelton, Britain's minister resident for the Middle East, received de Gaulle in his Cairo office. De Gaulle icily threatened to withdraw his men from the joint force, and the Free French from subordination to British command. In the permeable, intrigue-ridden, venal medium which the Levant laid open to England's plans, de Gaulle would write of this episode in his memoirs, "The game was easy and tempting. Only the prospect of a rupture with us and the necessity of conciliating the feelings of France could impose on London a certain moderation." Lyttelton summarily produced an interpretation of the armistice that would placate de Gaulle. Great Britain has no interest in Syria or the Lebanon except to win the war. We have no desire to encroach in any way upon the position of France. In his memoirs, de Gaulle would also acknowledge the sobering truth that the moral and material damage which separation from Great Britain would entail for us was bound, obviously, to make us hesitate. When de Gaulle met Churchill on September 12, the conversation was at first punctuated by anger and bouts of silence. One of the Prime Minister's aides wondered if they had strangled each other, and although the two leaders emerged smoking cigars, they nonetheless could not even agree on joint minutes. Having challenged Churchill, the leader who had made his eminence possible, de Gaulle did not hesitate to take on an even more formidable figure, President Roosevelt, over essentially the same issues, the fate of French territories reconquered by Allied arms. Here he encountered a less tolerant perspective. Roosevelt was focused single-mindedly on winning the war, and disputes over status within the coalition irritated him, especially when put forward by a figure whose claim was in no way buttressed by comparable power. He had only disdain for what he saw as de Gaulle's Joan of Arc complex. De Gaulle's controversies with America began over St. Pierre and Miquelon, two tiny islands off the coast of Newfoundland, vestigial remnants of France's North American empire that had been spared by the Treaty of Paris of 1763. Following the attack on Pearl Harbor, Roosevelt had contacted the Vichy official responsible for France's Western Hemisphere possessions, requesting the islands' formal neutralization, which would preclude their radio station from broadcasting to passing German submarines. Though Vichy granted that request, de Gaulle found it unacceptable that any foreign country, even if benevolent, should interfere in French internal matters without his agreement. He therefore ordered the commander of his tiny navy, Admiral Émile Muselier, to occupy the islands in the name of the Free French. What made this initiative all the more brash was that the landing took place on December 23, just as Churchill was arriving in Washington to confer with Roosevelt for their first wartime meeting as allies. Writing to Muselier on Christmas Eve, de Gaulle instructed him not to be deflected by U.S. protestations. "We threw a paving stone into a frog pond. Stay quietly in St. Pierre, organize the government and the radio station. Any representative of any foreign government who addresses you regarding the islands should be requested by you to address the Free French National Committee." Muslier's forces seized the islands without resistance and, on December 26, organized a plebiscite to confirm their allegiance to the Free French. Any possibility of a surprise attack in the Western Hemisphere, even a minuscule one such as this, was bound to upset Washington, especially 2 weeks after Pearl Harbor. Secretary of State Cordell Hull was so outraged that in a protest communiqué he referred to the so-called Free French, a phrase widely criticized in the media and Congress. Gaulle retaliated by, from then on, calling Hull the so-called Secretary of State. By February 1942, Sumner Welles, Hull's deputy, had restored cooperation between the Free French and Washington. In this way, de Gaulle's apparently absurd stroke became a symbol of France's political recovery. Indeed, his impulse, consistent and in many ways heroic, to defend France's historical identity in the face of great disparities of power became the prerequisite to restoring French greatness. He was well aware of how exasperating this was for his allies. "They think perhaps that I am not someone easy to work with," he mused. "But if I were, I would today be in Pétain's general staff." De Gaulle's challenging behavior was rooted in the concept of grandeur he sought to reenact. Derived, as we have seen, from French conduct in quest of preeminence on the continent, a preeminence always on the verge of being achieved, ever thwarted by Britain's balance of power policies, it infused de Gaulle's interpretation of his responsibility as leader of the Free French. Inevitably, it included an effort to forestall any temptations on the part of the British to settle historic disputes preemptively during the course of the war. Occasionally exasperated, Churchill once quipped, "Yes, de Gaulle does think he is Joan of Arc, but my bloody bishops won't let me burn him." Yet in the end, de Gaulle and Churchill managed an ambivalent kind of cooperation throughout the war. Churchill made de Gaulle's efforts financially possible and protected him from Roosevelt's hostility, as in May 1943. When the president half-seriously suggested exiling de Gaulle to Madagascar. In the fall of 1943, de Gaulle seemed to realize that he was approaching the limits of British tolerance. He asked the Soviet ambassador Ivan Maisky whether he might be received on Russian territory if disagreements with Churchill grew too intense. Without rejecting the approach altogether, the Soviet ambassador urged de Gaulle to consider it carefully before submitting a formal proposal. It is unlikely that de Gaulle was suggesting that the Free French should be moved onto Russian soil. Much more likely, he was exploring options for the future and demonstrating to Stalin that Russia was an essential part of his long-term calculations. De Gaulle understood that, before long, his vision would need to be realized in France itself. He carefully prepared himself for that battle. After the founding of the Free French National Committee, Comité National Français or CNF, in September 1941, he created legal structures that could be moved to the mother country when the time arrived. In the absence of a legislature and courts, and following a long-standing French tradition, the CNF used a gazette, Journal officiel, to promulgate laws and decrees. De Gaulle also remained in close contact with the substantial émigré community in London, presenting himself as the embodiment of the true France. His legitimacy was never challenged, and he attracted a distinguished group of admirers. Finally, he cultivated a following inside metropolitan France while courting diverse factions of the resistance, including the communists. All of these elements were held together by his personality, commanding, aloof, passionate, visionary, ineffably patriotic. Thus on June 18, 1942, at a rally at the Royal Albert Hall in London to mark the second anniversary of the founding of the Free French, de Gaulle declared, "Once our task is finished, our role complete, following on from all those who have served France since the dawn of her history, Preceding all those who will serve her for the eternity of her future, we will say to France, simply, like the poet Charles Pegouy, Mother, look upon your sons who have fought for you. The Free French would need all of this unquestioning, near mystical devotion to overcome their next challenge. North African Contest. On November 8, 1942, in Operation Torch, American and British forces landed in French Morocco and the vast territory of Algeria. The latter's 3 coastal regions were administered not as colonies but as departments of France, part of its domestic territory. Algeria held strategic importance for the Allies, not least because the territory was the base of a substantial army that might be recruited to augment Allied forces in the eventual invasion of Europe. But for the Free French, it above all brought to the fore the question of the governance of France itself. Whichever of the contending forces inside Algeria prevailed could have a decisive claim to be the legitimate government of the French homeland when the war was over. The Anglo-Saxon powers, as de Gaulle was wont to call them, were little interested in handing such a powerful capacity to the troublesome leader of the Free French. They never informed him of their planning. He learned of the invasion only after the event. More significantly, the Allies brought with them to Algeria a possible rival to de Gaulle's leadership. A veteran of the First World War, General Henri Giroux had commanded French troops in the Netherlands during the 1940 campaign. Taken prisoner, he was imprisoned at the hilltop Königstein fortress near Dresden, from which the then 63-year-old escaped in April 1942 by rappelling down a 150-foot cliff. This daring escape reinforced Giroux's already heroic reputation, established in a previous escape from a German prison camp in the First World War. Returning to Vichy France, he labored in vain to persuade Pétain that Germany would lose the war and that France should defect to the Allied camp. Though Pétain rejected Giroux's arguments, he refused to extradite him to Germany. On November 5, 1942, Giroux was spirited out of France to Gibraltar in a British submarine under nominal American command. On November 9, following the Operation Torch landings, he flew to Algiers, where both Roosevelt and Churchill sought to anoint him as the dominant figure. In this critical contest for political legitimacy, a third contender was also in Algiers, having arrived in his case shortly before the Allied landings. This was Admiral François Darlan, commander of the Vichy Navy, who had come ostensibly to visit his ailing son. Was this the first step in a disengagement by Pétain from the Germans? Or a means to organize the defense of Algeria against a possible Anglo-American invasion? In such an ambiguous situation, the roles of collaborator and patriot could merge. On November 10, Eisenhower, as Supreme Commander of the Allied forces, decided to exploit Darlan's presence to negotiate an armistice with Vichy forces and appointed him High Commissioner of France in Africa, in exchange for his cooperation with the Allies' campaign in North Africa. Darlan's claim to authority lasted only 41 days. He was assassinated on Christmas Eve by a killer whose motive has never been discovered. All the contending parties had an interest in Darlan's removal, none in disclosing a role in it. This left Giroux as de Gaulle's principal rival. In effect, he represented Vichy France's aspiration for redemption. Before the dispute between the two generals could go very far, Roosevelt, Churchill and their staffs met in Casablanca in January 1943 to plan the Anglo-American war strategy, and to settle the dispute between, as Roosevelt saw it, two French prima donnas. Roosevelt presented his view of the matter to de Gaulle in their first encounter on January 22. He advocated de Gaulle's nightmare of an Anglo-Saxon trusteeship over reconquered France. The president again alluded to the lack of power on the part of the French people at this time to assert their sovereignty. The president pointed out that it was, therefore, necessary to resort to the legal analogy of trusteeship, and that it was his view that the Allied nations fighting in French territory at the moment were fighting for the liberation of France, and that they should hold the political situation in trusteeship for the French people. Roosevelt's challenge forced the implicit to become explicit. De Gaulle used Archbishop Francis Spellman of New York to stress his determination to accept only a French solution. Spellman was visiting American troops in Morocco and had been enlisted by Roosevelt to convince the general to accept a subordinate role in a Giroux-dominated structure. Far from submitting, de Gaulle replied with a threat: "It would be imprudent for Anglo-Americans to subvert the French national will lest the French body politic turn toward a third party for salvation, by clear implication, the Soviet Union." It was a variation on the maneuver he had carried out a little earlier in his visit to the Soviet ambassador in London. Roosevelt, supported by Churchill, retreated to proposing a duumvirate of the two generals. De Gaulle refused, again on the grounds that it was he who represented the genuine France, a position in which he had persisted for all 3 days he attended the Casablanca conference. Had Giroux possessed the slightest political talent, he might have achieved a propitious outcome for himself. His limitations in this area were well described by Harold Macmillan, then British resident minister in Algiers and later Prime Minister. "I would suppose never in the whole history of politics has any man frittered away so large a capital in so short a space of time. He sat down to play cards with every ace, every king, and almost every queen in the pack, but succeeded by some extraordinary sleight of hand in cheating himself out of his own stake." Giroux's undoing was accelerated by the political skill of his rival. When the issue became how best to keep the Anglo-Saxon leaders from imposing a solution on an internal French issue, de Gaulle suddenly displayed unexpected flexibility. In April 1943, although still treating Giroux with disdain, "All France is with me. Giroux should look out. Even if he eventually goes to France victorious but without me, they will fire upon him." He invited Giroux to a meeting, which finally materialized on May 31. There he accepted the principle of joint leadership that he had rejected a few months earlier and proposed a committee consisting of 2 chairmen, himself as head of the political department, and Giroux as head of the military. Over it would be a French Committee of National Liberation, CFLN, composed of 3 individuals, appointed by de Gaulle, 3 by the Algerian authorities and 3 by Giroux. It was a daring gambit by de Gaulle, based on the conviction that his superior governance skills would convince the members of the CFLN appointed by Algerian authorities to back him in the long run. And indeed, within the CFLN's overall framework, de Gaulle's structural proposal having been accepted, he outmaneuvered the older, far less subtle general. Ultimately, Giroux's military command became subordinate to the nominal civilian control of the committee, presenting the Allies with the fait accompli of a unified French authority. In the process, a new defense committee was created, with de Gaulle at the helm, to oversee military operations, effectively pushing Giroux into staff status. De Gaulle himself would later describe Giroux's political collapse thus: "It was therefore inevitable that Giroux should find himself gradually isolated and rejected, until the day when, walled within limitations he did not accept and, moreover, deprived of the external supports which were the source of his dizzying ambitions, he determined to resign." Subtly and ruthlessly, with infinite self-belief and patience, de Gaulle deprived Giroux of any pathway to authority and transformed the CFLN itself, into the foundation of the eventual Republican government of France. Under de Gaulle's leadership, the CFLN in Algiers proceeded to outline the institutions that would govern France's internal and foreign affairs after liberation, forestalling an Anglo-Saxon trusteeship. A June 1944 CFLN ordinance established special courts to conduct jury trials, unusual in the French civil law tradition, of Nazi collaborators after liberation. Only citizens with proof of national sentiments, or an unvarnished war record approved by the local Liberation Committee, would be eligible to serve as jurors. From the beginning, de Gaulle's proto-state took the form of a strong executive aided by advisory councils with limited power, all of which reported to de Gaulle, thus making him the obvious leader of a future government. In his dealings with Roosevelt and Churchill, de Gaulle acted as if he were already ahead of government and never lost sight of the mission whose major task would come after victory. By the time the British and American allies landed in metropolitan France in June 1944, the penurious, unrecognized junior general of June 1940 had become the unchallenged leader of the Allies' French contingent, and of the potential government. Achieving political power. The test would come when the Western Allies carried out the liberation of France, which they had promised Stalin at the Tehran summit in late 1943. In the prelude to the June 1944 landings on the French coast of Normandy, de Gaulle concentrated on avoiding civil war between his forces and the political forces inside France representing the resistance. This was all the more important because his American and British partners, though they reluctantly accepted his control of the existing French army, were not yet prepared to treat him as their equal in the future governance of France. Both Roosevelt and, to a lesser extent, Churchill strove to reserve the ultimate decision on this matter until the conclusion of the war. Roosevelt shared his prediction of France's political evolution with Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson: de Gaulle will crumble. Other parties will spring up as the liberation goes on and de Gaulle will become a very little figure. 57. Despite de Gaulle's triumphs in rallying the French overseas empire to his side, and in overcoming Giroux's challenge to his leadership, free French control over metropolitan France was anything but foreordained. The Vichy authorities had enjoyed considerable popular support at the beginning of the German occupation. Internal resistance groups had not begun to organize themselves into larger units until the Allies landed in North Africa. Among the resistance forces, the Communists were the best organized. The Socialist presence was also significant. In the end, the various internal groups never coalesced under a single command. De Gaulle's nightmare was that Allied forces entering France might form a transitional government and fulfill Roosevelt's prediction. It was therefore essential that he appear in France at the earliest opportunity before such a government could be established and in Paris, as a national figure transcending the divisions of the Third Republic. On June 6, 1944, American and British forces landed in Normandy, soon establishing beachheads 100 kilometers long and 25 kilometers deep. 6 weeks would pass before sufficient Allied forces could assemble before breaking through determined German resistance. De Gaulle would not wait that long to begin establishing his authority. From the day of the landing, he insisted on visiting recaptured territory. Churchill reluctantly agreed to a visit to the British sector, instructing the British Commander General Montgomery that he welcomed de Gaulle not at the airfield on French soil but at British headquarters. This slight turned out to be useful to de Gaulle's purpose, which was to establish his personal political presence. On June 14, after a brief visit to British headquarters, he set out for Bayeux, the largest town, pop 15,000, in British-captured territory. There, De Gaulle refused a glass of champagne from the Vichy subprefect still in place, greeted the local Vichy dignitaries aloofly and proceeded to the center square for his main purpose, which was to deliver his first speech on the soil of metropolitan France. In the shadow of Bayeux's magnificent medieval cathedral, he addressed the assemblage. As if they had been members of the French resistance through the entire war, "You have never stopped fighting since the beginning of the war," and as if he had the legitimacy to give them orders. "We will continue to wage war with our forces of land, sea, and air as we do today in Italy, where our soldiers have covered themselves with glory, as they will do tomorrow in metropolitan France. Our empire, fully gathered around us, provides tremendous help. I promise you that we will continue the war until the sovereignty of every inch of French territory is restored. No one will stop us from doing it. We will fight alongside the Allies as an ally. And the victory we will win will be the victory of freedom and the victory of France." There was no mention of the British troops who had actually liberated Bayeux, or of the American forces that had suffered many of the casualties in the landing. De Gaulle was seeking to transform, in the minds of his listeners, what was essentially an Anglo-American expedition into a singular French victory. In visiting Bayeux, he sought not so much to claim the nation's territory as to summon its spirit. Not for the last time, he strove to persuade his listeners to accept as gospel an account bearing little relation to reality. De Gaulle concluded his visit with a supremely political gesture. Taking his leave of Montgomery, he remarked almost casually that some of his party were staying behind. Montgomery reported the episode, adding, "I have no idea what is their function." But de Gaulle did. They were to establish his authority by means of a new civil government. In the following 2 months, de Gaulle sought to reinforce his position among the Allies and visited Rome to meet French troops from Algeria that had joined the Allied Italian campaign. Afterward, he paid his first visit to Washington to improve relations with his American ally. Barely 4 weeks were left to prepare for the culmination of 3 years of turmoil and hope and ambition, to be accepted as the incarnation of French political legitimacy on French soil. Paris was the only place where this could be achieved, and only in retrospect does his triumph there appear inevitable. He had no military force of his own. The Free French forces that, courtesy of General Omar Bradley, had taken the lead in the final approach to Paris were under Allied command. The resistance was by then strong enough to fight the German occupying forces on its own. Nevertheless, de Gaulle came not to celebrate their victory over the Germans but to proclaim his mission. After his arrival by car in Paris on August 26, 1944, he stopped at Gare Montparnasse, where the resistance had accepted the surrender of the German occupation forces in the city, to thank General Leclerc of the Free French Division. From there, he moved to the office at the Defense Ministry where he had served as Undersecretary for exactly 5 days, before exiling himself to London. He found that not a piece of furniture, not even a curtain, had been moved since his departure. De Gaulle treated the intervening 4 years as an ellipsis in French history. He would write in his memoirs, "Nothing was missing except the state. It was my duty to restore it." To symbolize the continuity of French history, de Gaulle's next stop was the Hôtel de Ville, seat of the Paris city government, because both the Second and Third Republics had been proclaimed there. Many expected him to proclaim a Fourth Republic, ending the Third, which had lost the war. But that would have been the opposite of his design. When Georges Bidault, the titular head of the resistance, inquired whether de Gaulle would proclaim a republic during his Paris visit, he replied curtly, "The republic has never ceased to exist. Why should I proclaim it?" His intention was to create a new political reality for the French people before proclaiming its nature. De Gaulle was greeted at the Hôtel de Ville with emotional speeches by Bidault and Georges Moraine, vice president of the Parisian Liberation Committee and a high-ranking member of the Communist Party. He responded with a moving statement about the meaning of the day. "How can one hide the emotion that grips all of us, who are here, chez nous, in Paris, which has risen up to defend itself and which has done so by itself? No. We will not hide this sacred and profound emotion. There are moments which go beyond each of our poor lives. Paris. Paris outraged. Paris broken. Paris martyred. But Paris liberated. Liberated by itself, liberated by its people with the help of the armies of France, with the help and assistance of the whole of France, of that France which fights, of the only France, of the true France, of eternal France." The extraordinary metaphysical elevation of de Gaulle's oratory expressed his faith in the singularity of his country. The Allied armies at the gates of Paris, which had graciously stepped aside to permit the Free French to enter before them, were not mentioned. Nor were Britain and the United States, though they had been fighting the war with enormous losses and sacrifices. The liberation of Paris was treated as a purely French achievement. By proclaiming it to be so, he was persuading his listeners that it was so, the creation of political reality by sheer force of will. This seeming lack of gratitude to the liberators and obsessional emphasis on the alleged French role reflected another purpose. De Gaulle was only too aware that much of the French population had adjusted to the occupation. Emphasizing that period would have disclosed too many ambivalences, while stressing the role of the American and British forces would have impeded his ultimate purpose of restoring France's faith in itself. A parade down the Champs-Élysées, unprecedented in scale and perhaps never equaled in French history for its fervor, sealed de Gaulle's legitimacy. It provided the first opportunity for Parisians to see the physical embodiment of what had previously been but a voice on the BBC. The crowds, enthusiastic and emotional, observed an unusually tall officer walking on the long route from the Arc de Triomphe to the Place de la Concorde. With his delegate for Paris on his right and Bidault on his left, de Gaulle strode a half-step ahead, obviously moved though rarely smiling, occasionally shaking a few hands. At the Place de la Concorde, the crowd was so thick that he had to be driven the rest of the way to Notre Dame. At both places, sniper fire rang out. As during later assassination attempts, and as previously in war, de Gaulle made no move to protect himself and forbore commenting. The unflinching physical courage he displayed in those days helped to cement his leadership of France. The resistance was quickly folded into the new provisional government. In private conversation the week following the liberation of Paris, de Gaulle abruptly cut off one former resistor who prefaced a comment with, "The resistance," by responding, "We have moved beyond the resistance. The resistance is finished. The resistance must now be integrated into the nation." 2 years earlier, in a speech at London's Royal Albert Hall in 1942, when he was still establishing himself, de Gaulle had cited the 18th-century aphorist Nicolas Chamfort, "The reasonable have survived. The passionate have lived, that is, fulfilled themselves." He then declared that the Free French would prevail because they carried within them the two French qualities of reason and passion. In his own case, reason was responsible for the callousness with which he ignored some of those who had fought on his side. Passion prevailed in the parade down the Champs-Élysées and the Mass at Notre Dame. By September 9, de Gaulle had formed a new cabinet under his authority as president of the provisional government. Longtime Free French associates, experienced Third Republic politicians unblemished by Vichy service, communists, Christian Democrats, former resistance leaders and technocrats were all persuaded to join this government of national unity. The stern manner in which de Gaulle opened the first cabinet meeting, the government of the Republic, modified in its composition, continues, reflected his conviction that, without the state, there would be only chaos. Convinced that France's divisions had caused its decline, de Gaulle was determined that his country begin the post-war period with a unity worthy of its historic grandeur. A visit to Moscow. The events of August 26 had, in effect, marked the coronation of a Republican monarch. Rejecting any form of Allied occupation authority in France, de Gaulle's provisional government established order with remarkable swiftness. He balanced popular and judicial reprisals against Vichy leaders and Nazi sympathizers with a liberal use of the power of pardon, though earlier having striven to build up the political components of the resistance. Now he insisted on a strong presidential system that would transcend the divisive partisanship of the late Third Republic. With his authority in France established, de Gaulle left for Moscow on November 24, only 3 months after the liberation of Paris. "Let us hope there is no revolution," he deadpanned only half-jocularly upon departure. German forces still occupied parts of Alsace and Lorraine. War still raged on French soil, the tasks of reconstruction were daunting. A new German invasion, the Ardennes offensive, was imminent though unperceived by Allied generals. De Gaulle saw France's re-entry into international diplomacy as a vital step toward the consolidation of his domestic authority, as well as for the moral regeneration of the nation. France's defeat in 1940 had left it sidelined in international diplomacy. It had been excluded from the Tehran Conference in 1943, when Churchill, Roosevelt and Stalin had settled on the strategy of the war. It would be similarly absent from the Yalta and Potsdam conferences in 1945, which established the structure of post-war Europe. De Gaulle could not restore France's influence if he behaved as a supplicant seeking admission to international conferences. He had to demonstrate to Britain and the US that France was an autonomous actor, with independent choices for whose goodwill it was important to contend. If France were to rejoin the first tier of international diplomacy, it would have to create its own opportunities, beginning with his daring mission to Moscow to parley with Stalin. Before this visit, Churchill and American diplomats such as Averell Harriman and Wendell Willkie had flown the northern route to Murmansk when seeking conferences with Stalin. But de Gaulle had no planes suitable for that route and no fighters with the range to act as escort. He chose instead to travel a circuitous route by French plane via Cairo and Tehran to Baku on the Caspian Sea, followed by a 5-day journey in a special train, provided by Stalin, across a landscape devastated by the Battle of Stalingrad and the fighting around Moscow. The discomfort of the journey was a price worth paying. It enabled de Gaulle to discuss with the Soviet autocrat the post-war peace settlement, before the next Anglo-American meeting with him, and to do so as the representative of a power in its own right. He thus became the first Allied leader to discuss the post-war settlement with Stalin. When he reached the Kremlin, the main subject of conversation was the post-war structure of Europe. Stalin left no doubt that his objective was the domination of Eastern Europe. He proposed that France recognize the Lublin government, which he had established in Soviet-occupied Poland as an eventual successor to the internationally recognized Polish government, in support of whose territorial integrity Britain had declared war on Germany in 1939. De Gaulle evaded the request by saying he needed to learn more about the Lublin government, implying that its endorsement by the Soviet Union alone was insufficient for recognition by France, but also that, for an appropriate return, it was a goal not impossible for Stalin to achieve. In his turn, de Gaulle put forward his own proposal for Central Europe, which amounted to a reversal of 200 years of European history. As he saw it, the German territories west of the Rhine should be ceded to France, including the Saar region, a major coal-producing area, and parts of the Ruhr industrial region. In the reconstituted Germany, Bavaria would become the largest state and Prussia would be dissolved, its major portion assigned to the restructured province of Hanover. De Gaulle made no mention of consulting his allies, and Stalin undoubtedly understood that the Americans and the British would never agree to such an upheaval in the map of Europe. So he replied that he needed to discuss the proposal with the British, for whose sensibilities he had not previously demonstrated any special concern. But by omitting any reference to the United States, Stalin also implied that a separate European deal excluding the US might be available. In the end, the two leaders settled for a mutual assistance pact aimed at deterring post-war German aggression but, in a startling additional clause, pledged joint action if either side, after taking all necessary measures to eliminate any new threat from Germany, were to be invaded. Such a mutual assistance treaty, reminiscent of the Franco-Russian alliance preceding the First World War, was deprived of immediate practical effectiveness by the geographical distance separating the two powers and by the fact that the French government had only been established 3 months earlier. In the process, de Gaulle had an early exposure to the Soviet negotiating style that would become stereotypical years later in the Cold War. Soviet Foreign Minister Vyacheslav Molotov, who was supervising the preparation of the final documents for Stalin, rejected the first French draft, promising to produce an alternative quickly. 2 days later, at what had been planned as the final dinner of the visit, the draft had still not made an appearance. De Gaulle did not buckle. After sitting through the meal and a series of seemingly endless toasts, he arose from his seat shortly after midnight, early, for a Stalin banquet, and requested an early morning departure for his train. To return home empty-handed from such a daunting journey would have been humiliating, but the challenge worked. At 2 a.m. a Soviet counterdraft appeared and, with modification, proved acceptable to de Gaulle. It was signed at 4 a.m. in the presence of Stalin, who joked that the French had outwitted him. Given Stalin's reputation for slyness and brutality, self-deprecating remarks of this nature had succeeded in gratifying many an earlier interlocutor, including Hitler's foreign minister, Joachim von Ribbentrop. De Gaulle's return from Moscow on December 17, 1944, was celebrated in Paris as France's re-entry into Europe, after an absence of 4 years, and as a personal diplomatic triumph. 67. The agreement also strengthened de Gaulle's position domestically vis-à-vis the French communists. Within days, however, warfare returned to the fore with the start of the German offensive into the Ardennes forest and Alsace. De Gaulle and the Provisional Government. Throughout his leadership of the Free French, de Gaulle's statements and actions had evoked a common theme: to reconstruct a legitimate and powerful French state, which alone could restore order after the liberation and deal with the Allies as an equal in the endgame against Germany. The state, which is answerable for France, de Gaulle wrote in his presidential memoir, is in charge at one and the same time of yesterday's heritage, today's interests, and tomorrow's hopes. In conceiving of the state as a generational compact, de Gaulle was echoing Edmund Burke, who defined society as a partnership between those who are living, those who are dead, and those who are to be born. This idea of state served to salvage France's self-respect by portraying Vichy as an erroneous interregnum between a glorious past and a bright future, and Free France as the true continuity of the state. Had de Gaulle not been as determined a fighter for French identity during the war years, or had he not asserted his leadership of an internationally based French alternative to Vichy, the myth of continuity would have been implausible. As we have seen, only a comparatively small share of the French public actively supported the Free French, yet the spell cast by de Gaulle was sufficiently powerful that it effectively banished this fact from French memory. Forgetfulness, paradoxically, is sometimes the glue for societies that would not otherwise cohere. Downplaying Vichy's importance also gave de Gaulle in October 1944 the flexibility to dissolve the Patriotic Militia, a group of former resistance fighters engaged in vigilantism against alleged Nazi collaborators. In its place he imposed the more uniform system of justice he had previously prepared in Algiers. The state either possessed a monopoly of legitimate violence within its territory or it did not. Summary executions had no place in de Gaulle's France. Military developments moved apace. By the end of 1944, the French ranks had swollen to 560,000 troops. On November 23, the French First Army, commanded by General Jean de Lattre, retook the medieval city of Strasbourg, thereby fulfilling Leclerc's oath at Coufre. But an offensive launched by Germany in December 1944 into Alsace, twinned with the earlier Ardennes offensive, threatened now to surround the city. This development raised the perennial question of whether war strategy should be shaped by military or by political considerations. As long as the military battlefield was on French soil, de Gaulle gave priority to the political. The American field commander, General Bradley, wanted to establish a defensive line along the Vosges Mountains from which to rally for a counteroffensive, a strategy that implied the evacuation of Strasbourg. De Gaulle's reaction was unambiguous. French forces, he insisted, would not withdraw from a city that had changed hands between Germany and France 4 times in the previous century. Setting up a conflict between his national and Allied obligations, de Gaulle instructed de Lattre to refuse Eisenhower's orders. At the same time, he appealed to Roosevelt, Churchill and Eisenhower himself to reconsider, announcing a personal visit to Allied headquarters to argue his case. Arriving at headquarters in Versailles on January 3, 1945, he found Churchill already there, seeking to prevent an open conflict among the Allies in the midst of a German offensive. In this instance, fortune was kind both to their cause and to de Gaulle's place in history. The military situation had improved, Eisenhower had already changed his mind, and French forces were permitted to remain in Strasbourg. Eisenhower's acquiescent response preempted what might have been, for de Gaulle, the spectacle of a French refusal to obey the supreme commander while a battle was raging. Yet, while de Gaulle prevailed, his victory came at an increased cost in the American willingness to accommodate him in the future. The final phase of the war in April 1945 provoked another assertion of French autonomy. De Gaulle ordered his forces to occupy the southwest German industrial city of Stuttgart, even though it had been assigned to the future American zone of occupation and for operational purposes to the American Army. Following his usual tactics, de Gaulle did not alter his command when the discrepancy was pointed out to him, nor, as usual, did his initiative invite dialogue. Harry Truman, who had succeeded Roosevelt as president on April 12, was unimpressed by de Gaulle's explanation of his defiance, that, in effect, France should supplant Britain as America's major European ally. Britain, de Gaulle argued, had become too exhausted by war to play that role. Truman, insisting on the agreed delineation of occupation zones, threatened a complete reconsideration of existing undertakings. De Gaulle had no alternative but to relent, though he felt no compulsion to do so gracefully. Meanwhile, privation ruled the home front. We lacked food to satisfy the barest needs of existence, de Gaulle would write of the period after liberation in his war memoirs. Individuals were restricted to 1,200 calories a day. The black market provided some relief for those with means, but almost everywhere scarcity prevailed. Since there was no wool, no cotton, and scarcely any leather, many citizens were wearing threadbare clothes and walking on wooden shoes. There was no heat in the cities, for the small amount of coal being mined was reserved for the armies, railroads, power plants, basic industries, and hospitals. At home, at work, in offices, and in schools, everyone shivered with cold. It would take years before we returned to pre-war living standards. The French were living in a state of spiritual as well as material penury. Communism presented itself as the expression of solidarity with the downtrodden and a vessel of prestige, by dint of its outsized representation in the ranks of the resistance, as well as Stalin's victories on the Eastern Front. De Gaulle therefore identified the government's immediate task as the realization of, in his words, reforms by which he could regroup allegiances, obtain worker support, and assure economic recovery, all salutary ends in themselves, and all having the secondary effect of preventing the Communist Party from seizing control of France. Reforms that in more placid times might have been achieved in decades were unveiled in weeks. The provisional government established a family allowance to support the raising of children and revive the French birth rate. French women were able to exercise the right to vote for the first time, fulfilling de Gaulle's long-standing conviction that a modern society required universal suffrage. Social security expanded dramatically, thus vanished the fear, as old as the human race, that sickness, accident, old age, or unemployment would fall with crushing weight upon the workers, wrote de Gaulle. Wartime planning did not subside so much as rebrand itself as dirigiste economic policy. Air France, Renault, coal, gas and electricity, all were nationalized. The High Commission of Atomic Energy and National School of Administration, two pillars of post-war France, were both founded in the second half of 1945. De Gaulle demonstrated that revolutionary changes did not require a revolution. He stood between communists and free market liberals, renters and property owners, recalling the equipoise the Athenian Logos displayed toward the rich and poor of his society. Before them both I held my shield of might, and let not either touch the other's right. Mighty as de Gaulle's shield was, however, it threatened to buckle under domestic political stress. Post-war France's political institutions remained embryonic. De Gaulle could rely on no structure to support what he would later call his certain idea of France. To contain the violent schisms that had long divided France between Catholics and secularists, monarchists and republicans, socialists and conservatives, a legitimate central authority was crucial. De Gaulle did not advocate a dictatorship. The central authority could be tested by periodic expressions of the popular will. Rather, he envisioned a strong executive under a republican system with a bicameral legislature and an independent judiciary. In order that the state should be, as it must be, the instrument of French unity, of the higher interests of the country, of continuity in national policy, I considered it necessary for the government to derive legitimacy not from the parliament, in other words the parties, but, over and above them, from a leader directly mandated by the nation as a whole and empowered to choose, to decide, and to act. On October 21, 1945, French voters elected the Constituent Assembly, a provisional legislature tasked with drawing up a new constitution. 3 weeks later, it affirmed de Gaulle as head of government by a nearly unanimous vote, which, as he wryly noted in his memoirs, was more a recognition of past services than an understanding of his vision for the future. As soon as the government began to operate, the historic dilemmas of the Third Republic re-emerged. They started with the very formation of the government on November 21, which, according to the Constitution, needed to be approved by Parliament. As the largest party in the Constituent Assembly, the Communists demanded the three most important cabinet portfolios: foreign policy, defense, and interior. Although de Gaulle refused to entertain this demand, he did feel obliged to grant the Communists significant domestic ministries, such as economy and labor. Within weeks, de Gaulle realized that he was losing the struggle to shape the new constitution. A conventional political leader might have accepted such a disappointment as the price of holding power, but de Gaulle was not prepared to trade his conviction for what others judged practical. All along his tortuous wartime course, he had demonstrated that the improbable could be transformed into the realistic. If he could not achieve the moral renewal of his society, he would give up what most political leaders would consider fulfillment and what he had struggled and suffered to achieve. On November 19, he asked the Canadian ambassador whether Canada would provide domicile should he resign. In a January 1, 1946 speech to the Assembly in advocacy of his defense budget, he suggested that it might be the last time he would speak in this hemicycle. 5 days later, he left on vacation, returning on January 14 to tell Interior Minister Jules Moch in confidence, "I do not feel I am made for this kind of fight. I do not want to be attacked, criticized, contested every day by men whose only claim is to have had themselves elected in some small corner of France." On January 20, a Sunday, not quite 18 months after his triumphant return to liberated Paris, de Gaulle convened a special meeting of the cabinet. There, he read a brief statement outlining his disdain for the exclusive regime of parties and his irrevocable decision to resign, giving no indication of future plans. After shaking hands with his colleagues, he got into his car and drove off. His stunned associates were left with a task none could have imagined when entering the room: choosing a successor to an already mythic personality. They elected Félix Gouin of the Socialist Party, who would serve for 5 months. Historians have puzzled over the timing of de Gaulle's resignation. Clearly he was at odds with the procedures of the Third Republic, in place until the Constituent Assembly would complete its work on a constitution, which itself was trending in a direction he disfavored. But attacking the institutions he led as head of government could have appeared to demonstrate either political impotence or, possibly, an invitation to a Bonapartist coup. Yet, paradoxically, if he intended to realize the vision to which he had unfailingly kept faith through all adversity and doubt, namely, assuming power so as to infuse Republican government with broad legitimacy, he needed to resign before the Assembly's work had been completed and not in protest at an existing constitution. What this master of timing may have miscalculated was the interval required for the political leadership to recognize his indispensability and mend its ways. The desert. De Gaulle's abrupt resignation, like his flight to London 5.5 years earlier, affirmed his readiness to break with official France when his convictions could no longer support its direction. In doing so, he elected to withdraw from events before they withdrew from me. But whereas the relocation to London elevated him to the center of world historical events, and the epic task of sustaining France in exile, he now found himself shrouded in provincial solitude, an exile in his own country. The gesture was in keeping with de Gaulle's carefully cultivated image as a man of destiny, standing apart from politics as usual, uninterested in power for power's sake. The de Gaulle family settled in La Boissière, a country house dating to the early 19th century, which lay in the village of Colombey-les-Deux-Églises, some 140 miles east of Paris. German Chancellor Conrad Adenauer would later describe it as a very simple house that has only a few well-furnished rooms on the ground floor but otherwise is very primitive. Winters were gray and harsh, for there was no central heating. "This is not a gay place," said de Gaulle to a visitor. "One does not come here to laugh." In the war memoirs he composed during his self-exile, he described how he found peace in his austere existence. This section of Champagne is imbued with calm, wide, mournful horizons, melancholy woods and meadows, the frieze of resigned old mountains, tranquil, unpretentious villages where nothing has changed its spirit or its place for thousands of years. All this can be seen from my village. From a rise in the garden, I look down on the wild depths where the forest envelopes the tilled land like the sea beating on a promontory. I watch the night cover the landscape. Then, looking up at the stars, I steep myself in the insignificance of earthly things. During this period, de Gaulle made only one public intervention of long-term significance, a speech on June 16, 1946 in Bayeux propounding his vision for France's political institutions. 2 years and 2 days earlier, when the Allied beachhead was still tenuous a week after the invasion, de Gaulle first visited the Norman town. 6 months after his resignation, he recalled the importance of his installing a prefect there. "It was here on the soil of the ancestors that the state reappeared." Yet the work of reconciling France's institutions with its historic mission was incomplete. The constitution for what would become the Fourth Republic was being drafted at the time, and de Gaulle remained convinced that whatever emerged from the Constituent Assembly would be a dead end. De Gaulle laid out his diagnosis of France's malaise with characteristic frankness. During a period no longer than 2 generations, France was invaded 7 times and went through 13 regimes. Such numerous disturbances in our public life had intensified France's ancient Gallic propensity for divisions and quarrels, finally resulting in the disaffection of the citizens toward institutions. A strong presidency was needed, situated above the parties, which would represent the values of continuity, as de Gaulle himself had done as leader of the Free French. Following Montesquieu, de Gaulle also argued for a strict separation of powers. It was very important that the president not be at the mercy of the legislative power, for this would result in a confusion of powers in which the government would soon be nothing more than an assemblage of delegations, in which the national interest would find no advocate, and in which any cabinet minister would be reduced to a mere party representative. A bicameral legislature would provide constituents with an upper house entitled to review and amend legislation passed by the lower house but also to propose bills to the National Assembly. In this manner, the French Constitution would harness the fertile grandeurs of a free nation grouped under the aegis of a strong state. This second Bayeux speech was also notable for an exposition of de Gaulle's thinking on democracy, a subject about which he rarely spoke. Unlike his American counterparts, de Gaulle identified democracy more commonly with its institutional framework than an enumeration of individual liberties. This is why, in the seminal Bayeux speech, he advocated democracy in the form of a biting analysis of the defects and ultimate futility of dictatorship. It is the fate of dictatorship to exaggerate what it undertakes. As the citizens become impatient with its constraints and nostalgic for their lost freedom, the dictatorship must, whatever the cost, be able to compensate with broader and broader accomplishments. The nation becomes a machine on which the master imposes a regime of unchecked acceleration. In the end, something has to give way. The grandiose edifice collapses in blood and misfortune. The nation is left broken and worse off. In sum, Republican government served as the best bulwark between chaos and tyranny. De Gaulle's appeal at Bayeux did little to hinder the final draft of the Constitution of the Fourth Republic, which retained parliamentary supremacy and the weak executive of its predecessor. It was ratified via referendum in October 1946. Despite de Gaulle's expectation that the country would quickly recall him, no summons came. He struggled against bouts of gloom with demonstrative stoicism, at times reaching apocalyptic moods. In 1947, he attempted to launch a national political movement that stood separately from the established parties. It evoked a brief exuberance before sputtering out. Meanwhile, overall domestic conditions stabilized and improved. Although France indulged in a merry-go-round of prime ministers, wellsprings of vitality re-emerged. The economy, with the aid of the US-led European Recovery Program, or Marshall Plan, began to recover, and, by the early 1950s, France's well-educated workforce, technical expertise and integration into a US-sponsored system of open trade combined to achieve historic prosperity. The Fourth Republic collapsed in 1958 not so much from domestic challenges, as from its inability to establish a policy regarding its colonial possessions. It spent too many of the political gains of the economic recovery on three colonial crises: the effort to hold on to Indochina, the Suez intervention, and, above all, the Algerian crisis. Failure in Indochina and frustration in the Middle East. Indochina was the first in a series of post-war trials testing the Fourth Republic's claim to France's former spheres of geopolitical influence. Conquered piecemeal by France from 1862 to 1907, the colony had been under dual Japanese occupation and Vichy administration since the fall of France in June 1940. In March 1945, fearing an Allied invasion and suspecting that the French colonists might mount an uprising, the Japanese overthrew their erstwhile collaborators and established direct rule. By the time of the Japanese surrender in August 1945, two powerful forces were preparing to exploit the vacuum: Ho Chi Minh's communist Viet Minh insurgency, which had opposed both the French and the Japanese during the war, and an Allied military campaign to retake the colony, involving Chinese, British and Indian troops, as well as a French expeditionary corps under General Leclerc's command. By early 1946, French forces appeared to have largely reasserted control over Indochina. But France's strenuous efforts achieved only a brief interregnum of tranquility. On the night of December 19, 1946, the Viet Minh set off dramatic explosions in Hanoi, signaling the beginning of another long and bloody war. By 1954, colonial rule in Vietnam had become untenable. Laos and Cambodia had gained their independence from France the year before. The Eisenhower administration, emerging from the Korean War, was unwilling to back France militarily in Vietnam. General Henri Navarre's strategy of luring Viet Minh General Vo Nguyen Giap into an open battle, by concentrating forces in the cauldron-like valley of Dien Bien Phu, had resulted in a debacle. Over the course of 8 weeks, Chinese-supplied North Vietnamese forces had trapped the French and in early May brought about their surrender. In the aftermath of this catastrophe, Pierre Mendès France, the only Fourth Republic premier for whom de Gaulle would later express respect, moved swiftly to conclude negotiations in Geneva over the future of Vietnam. According to the resulting agreement, France would abandon the colony, which would be divided along the 17th parallel between the communist North and the anti-communist South. De Gaulle, not in office during that drama, never forgot the lesson. Meeting with President Kennedy in May 1961, he warned the young American president against involvement in the region. As recorded in an official memorandum, President de Gaulle recalled the war France waged in Indochina. He stated his feeling that a new war could not lead anywhere even if waged by the U.S. If the U.S. feels that its security or honor compelled it to intervene, the French will not oppose such an intervention but will not participate in it, except of course if it were to lead to a worldwide war, in which case France would always be at the side of the U.S. The second post-war shock to France resulted from a joint Franco-British military operation to restore the West's position in the Middle East by invading the Suez Canal region in 1956 in league with Israel, which was pursuing its own separate national objectives. In 1954, Gamal Abdel Nasser had taken over Egypt, deposing General Mohammed Nahib, who 2 years earlier had replaced the monarchy. Nasser created a nationalist regime that increasingly moved towards Soviet economic support and armed itself with Soviet weapons. In July 1956, he nationalized the Suez Canal, which had been under French and British ownership. Britain was thus faced with the end of its preeminence in the region, and France with the prospect that an emboldened Nasser might redouble his support for insurgent nationalists in its own North African possessions, especially Algeria. In October 1956, in a secretly agreed coordination, British and French forces moved to seize the canal days after Israeli forces had invaded the Sinai Peninsula. The Eisenhower administration, viewing the Cold War as an ideological contest for the allegiance of the developing world, was transfixed by fear that the Soviet Union would use the occasion to co-opt the Middle East. This is why, on October 30, 24 hours after Israel's initial attack, the United States submitted a resolution in the Security Council ordering Israeli armed forces immediately to withdraw behind the established armistice lines. When this resolution was vetoed by Britain and France, Eisenhower took the issue to the General Assembly. On November 2, the General Assembly demanded an end to the hostilities by an overwhelming vote of 64-5. At an overnight session on November 3 to 4, it passed an even stronger resolution and began to discuss a United Nations peacekeeping force for the canal. On November 6, a run on the pound sterling took on alarming proportions. Contrary to previous practice, America stood at the sidelines and refused to step in and calm the market. These measures convinced Britain and France to call off the operation. Washington's disavowal of the Anglo-French action at Suez exposed the limits of NATO as an intergovernmental military alliance, and of America's commitments to its allies. London and Paris drew antithetical lessons from their misadventure. Britain, shocked by the decline of its historic role and chastened by its schism with Washington, strove to restore the special relationship with America. It would return to modifying elements of historic policies in exchange for enhancing its influence over U.S. decision-making. France, by contrast, with far less prospect of achieving this kind of influence over American choices, festered in frustration, creating a rift in perception within the Atlantic Alliance that would achieve its full expression after de Gaulle's return. Before that could happen, however, the chronic instabilities of the Fourth Republic merged with France's colonial crisis in North Africa, Algeria, and the return of de Gaulle. Conquered by France in 1830, Algeria held a special status amongst the French territories overseas. In the decades after annexation, waves of French and Southern European colonists settled along its coastline. By the 1950s, there were approximately 1 million of them, mostly French and known as the Pieds Noirs. The North African littoral, as we have seen, played a critical role in Allied military strategy during the Second World War. Algeria in particular advanced de Gaulle's personal strategy for attaining power. Unlike Tunisia, Morocco, or France's sub-Saharan colonies, the Algerian littoral had been constitutionally treated as an integral component of metropolitan France, with a status comparable to Corsica. It was regarded so much as part of the French homeland that, as late as 1954, Prime Minister Mendes France planned to move French weapons factories there, out of range of the Soviets. The notion of Algeria as a kind of sanctuary would not survive the year. That November, the territory was struck by a wave of guerrilla attacks organized by the National Liberation Front, FLN, which called for an independent state, sovereign, democratic, and social, within the framework of the principles of Islam. 91. In response to the challenge, Mendes France declared, "Never will any French government yield on the principle that Algeria is France." Although the French governor, Jacques Soustelle, among others, believed that economic development initiatives could stem the budding insurgency, convictions intensified over the following months. The CIA had first predicted an Algerian settlement within a year. After a few months, its analysts reversed their view and argued that France's humiliation at Dien Bien Phu and its unwillingness to face the realities, never defined, were helping to fuel the conflict in Algeria. Even left-leaning French governments found themselves locked in a cycle of military escalation. François Mitterrand, the future Socialist Party standard-bearer and French president who was then serving as Mendes France's interior minister, spoke for many on the left when he reiterated the prime minister's assertion, "Algeria is France." But now he added, "The only negotiation is war." What had been originally acquired as a beachhead for the projection of French power was turning into a cancer eating at the country from within. Pieds Noirs, enraged by the inability of the French government in Paris to protect them, formed vigilante groups defiant of elected authority. The French army grew resentful of the political class, whose indecisiveness it blamed for the stalemate. As government after government tumbled, six collapsed between the FLN's attacks in November 1954 and de Gaulle's return in June 1958, French public opinion became increasingly exasperated by this seemingly irresolvable crisis. With key elements of French society revolting against state authority, what started as an insurrection by Arab nationalists against French colonialism risked metastasizing into a French civil war. Algeria was the last act in the saga of French imperial retreat and the first act in de Gaulle's return to save France a second time. De Gaulle had been observing the growing paralysis from Colombey. First, he expected that his indispensability would be quickly recognized. But no party leader undertook the responsibility to encourage, much less support, a revision of the constitution compatible with de Gaulle's public list of the preconditions for his return. By May 1958, the domestic situation had reached the critical phase that de Gaulle had stipulated. A group of generals including General Jacques Massu, the paratroop commander, in a coup-like appeal to French President René Coty, demanded that de Gaulle be appointed the head of a government of national safety. Simultaneously, the National Assembly was searching for a strong premier. It settled on Pierre Pflimlin, a member of the Christian Democratic Party, who proved at first hesitant and then unable to form a stable majority. Algeria continued to boil. De Gaulle maneuvered masterfully among the contending factions, refusing to take sides. he did not declare himself ready for office until all the parties had become deadlocked due to their incompatible goals. The Assembly increasingly feared a military coup and looked to de Gaulle to avert it. The army was drawn to the idea of de Gaulle's return because the former soldier was championing a strong state, which it interpreted as resolve to crush the Algerian insurgents. To reinforce the fear of a parachute descent in Paris, officers of the Algerian units bloodlessly seized Corsica, prompting Pflimlin's resignation. Each of de Gaulle's supporters misunderstood him to some extent. He used the army's pressure as a tool but did not aim to seize power from the barrel of a gun. His purpose was in fact not a new Bonapartism but a constitutional state strong enough to return the army to the barracks. By the same token, de Gaulle sought to be recalled to office in a constitutional manner and to abolish, not to serve, the existing political system. De Gaulle put forward no specific demand. Instead, he maintained an artful ambiguity, made himself available for exploration by each faction and without restricting his flexibility appeared to each as the best last solution to its worst fears. Maneuvering each of the contending forces into the position of supplicant, he was always negotiating from a position of purpose. As de Gaulle well understood, the political constellation in the spring of 1958 had by now brought about what was likely to be his last opportunity to fulfill what he believed to be the task assigned to France by history. But he had the wisdom to play it like a game of Chinese Weiqi or Go, which starts on a blank board, each party possessing 180 pieces, and where success is achieved through patience and a superior grasp of the evolving tactical situation. To have shared his ultimate program would have risked alienating all factions or driving them into precipitous action. Instead, he persuaded each group that advancing his candidacy was the best way to thwart its rivals. In the end, on May 29, 1958, President Cody invited de Gaulle to become the last Prime Minister of the Fourth Republic, extending the invitation through the Secretary of the Presidency. Throughout this period, de Gaulle conducted only one press conference, on May 19, near the end of the crisis, in which he described himself as a man who belongs to nobody and who belongs to everybody, and said he would return to power only by means of an exceptional act by the National Assembly that would recall him to office for the purpose of introducing a new constitution. 95. He had a word for all concerns. To the army, he said that its normal role was to be a servant of the state, on the condition that there was a state. To those worried about the threat he might pose to democracy, he pointed out that he had restored democratic institutions in France in 1944. Why should I, at age 67, begin a career as a dictator? 96. He ended the press conference by saying, "I have said what I have to say. Now I am going to return to my village and hold myself at the disposition of the country." On June 1, the multiple consultations came to an end, and de Gaulle appeared before the National Assembly for the first time since his resignation in January 1946. He read without emotion the edict that would dissolve the chamber and give him full power for 6 months for the drafting of a new constitution, which would then be submitted to a referendum. The debate lasted only 6 hours. The final vote was 329 to 224 for the investiture of de Gaulle as Prime Minister, a temporary springboard to his constitutional presidency. Twice in a lifetime de Gaulle had assumed the leadership of France, the first time in 1940 to rescue it from the consequences of national catastrophe, the second in 1958 as the only means of avoiding civil war. The first time, the once unknown brigadier general brought 4 years of solitary vision to their culmination with the liberation of Paris. The second time, already a legendary figure, he was recalled from internal exile to save the constitutional government from itself and to lead the French people to a post-imperial, but nonetheless dynamic and independent, role in the world. In this great task de Gaulle envisioned 4 phases: restoring France's constitutional structure so as to create a government with authority, finishing France's colonial adventures in a way that removed them as a canker in the body politic, designing a French military and political strategy which made clear the international indispensability of France in both defense and diplomacy, and, finally, defending that strategic concept against allies, especially a reluctant America. The Fifth Republic. De Gaulle ascribed the process by which the Fourth Republic was overthrown to 3 factors. In order to save the country while preserving the Republic, it was essential, first, to change a discredited political system, second, to restore the army to the path of obedience without delay, and, third, to place himself in a leading role as the only person who could bring about the requisite changes. Entering office, de Gaulle needed to transform his deliberate tactical ambiguity into a strategic design for overcoming the revolutionary turmoil he had inherited. Leftist domestic critics envisioned France's radical dissociation from Algeria as a simple and unambiguous task. In reality, the processes of French administration and settlement that had lasted for more than a century, as well as the war that had been ongoing since 1954, could not be switched off with the abruptness of changing a television channel. The army's commitment to keeping Algeria French had brought de Gaulle into office. Now he acted on the conviction that returning the military to its role as an instrument of national policy was not achievable by a single dramatic decision. It would require a process that, by gradually reducing the military role in civilian order, would preclude the possibility of military dominance. Governing by decree, de Gaulle had been given 6 months to develop a new constitution. In accordance with principles laid down in his Bayeux speech of 1946, the new constitution replaced the parliamentary supremacy of the Third and Fourth Republics, and its attendant tendency toward factionalism, with a largely presidential system. In the Fifth Republic, control of defense and foreign policy would be reserved to the president, who was elected for a 7-year term by indirect suffrage via electors, modified to direct election in 1962. To oversee the functioning of the government, the president would appoint a prime minister representing a majority in the popularly elected National Assembly. But, to prevent a deadlock between the executive and legislative branches, the president also had the right to dissolve the assembly and call parliamentary elections. On matters of overriding national importance, the president could make recourse to popular referenda, a method de Gaulle, if not his successors, employed with relish. In October 1962, he spearheaded the referendum campaign allowing for direct election of the president. While extricating France from Algeria, he deployed 2 referenda as demonstration that a majority of the country endorsed his program. It is likely that at the beginning of the presidency de Gaulle did not have a precise sense of his ultimate destination in Algeria, although he was determined to end a war that was preventing France from fulfilling its international and domestic missions. Returning to office, he undertook several simultaneous strategies, each compatible with these 2 desiderata which had won him his position, all without committing to a specific outcome. De Gaulle's artful ambiguity was on full display during his visit to Algeria in June 1958, shortly after becoming head of government. Addressing a rapturous crowd of pieds noirs, who took him to be their savior, de Gaulle said, "Je vous ai compris. I have understood you." The phrase encouraged the faith of those whose commitment to French Algeria had helped to put him in office, while doing nothing to limit his options. His choice of words may also have saved his life. A would-be assassin was on the scene in a nearby building as de Gaulle spoke, but set down his rifle when he heard de Gaulle's words. As a first move, de Gaulle ordered General Maurice Chal, the commanding general, to launch an all-out offensive to clear rebels from the countryside. The purpose was to crystallize his two options, either integrating Algeria into France via military victory or, if that failed, discrediting the army's case against a political settlement. At the same time, de Gaulle accompanied armed force with sweeping domestic reform. His Constantine Plan, named for the eastern Algerian city in which it was announced in October 1958, marked an ambitious humanitarian and economic development effort to industrialize and modernize Algeria. He was thus outflanking left-wing and Algérie Française voices simultaneously. In implementing his strategic direction, de Gaulle turned to the referendum procedure, this time brilliantly linking the ratification of the new constitution to a new arrangement for France's colonial possessions. Both the metropole and the colonies were invited to vote by universal suffrage on the new constitutional framework. By putting forward the concept of a French community, de Gaulle was able to supersede a thorny constitutional debate between two leaders of French colonial Africa, Léopold Sédar Senghor, later president of Senegal, who favored a federal solution in which Africans would become full citizens of France, and the colonies would be merged into two regional groupings, and Félix Houphouët-Boigny, former French health minister and later president of the Ivory Coast, who preferred a looser confederation. For each colony, there was a choice: approve the constitution and join the French community or be granted immediate independence. All but Guinea under Sékou Touré chose to remain in the French community, an institution sharing vague security functions. But the winds of political independence were blowing across Africa, and the community arrangement buckled within 2 years. In 1960, the Year of Africa, 14 francophone states gained their independence, thereby largely avoiding wars of national liberation. The two exceptions were Cameroon, where a bloody contest between nationalist insurgents and the French military raged for 9 years, and Algeria, which retained an intermediate status compatible with either a military or a diplomatic outcome. To secure African support for the community, de Gaulle undertook a 5-day cross-continental campaign in August 1958, during which he spoke in unusually rapturous tones of the new mission for France. In Madagascar's capital, gesturing to the ancient palace nearby, he declared, "Tomorrow you will be a state once again, as you were when the palace of your kings was inhabited." His Memoirs of Hope record his reception in the French Congolese capital of Brazzaville, whether in the beflagged streets of the city center or in the seething suburbs of Bakongo and Potopoto. The crowds were delirious with enthusiasm for the referendum. In a May 1969 memorandum to President Richard Nixon, I described the significance of de Gaulle's extraordinary constitutional referendum. There was, in it, more than sympathy for African nationalists or a shrewd leaning with the anti-colonial tide. De Gaulle's African policy mirrored his concept of grandeur as well as gratitude. His memoirs show clearly an obsession with France's civilizing mission, and he qualified the colony's independence with political, economic, and personal ties that left French influence and culture still dominant. In turn, the French-speaking Africans came to rely on his special brand of patronage. The result was that in Africa, if anywhere, de Gaulle made France a great power. The end of the Algerian conflict. Having completed the constitutional framework, de Gaulle steered his Algerian policy to its conclusion. One who saw France's predicament clearly was Mao Zedong, Who predicted to FLN leader Farhad Abbas that France would not be able to sustain a military commitment to the conflict? At its current scale, you will see that they face many difficulties. France needs to support an 800,000-strong military and spend 3 billion francs a day. If that continues for a long time, they will collapse. De Gaulle left no record of the precise moment he arrived at the same conclusion. Nor was that unusual for him. With all his dramatic way of proclaiming ultimate goals, he generally presented them in a manner as to obscure the nature of the journey. A couple of instances illustrate this aspect of his conduct, one of them related to me by Paul Stellin, then Chief of the French Air Force. At a meeting discussing French national strategy, de Gaulle had asked the participants for their views on his NATO policy. Shortly afterward, Stellin, who had remained silent, was invited to de Gaulle's office. Was your silence an expression of disagreement? Stellin then indicated his reasons for disagreement, to which de Gaulle cryptically replied, "And how do you know that I am not traveling to the same destination but on my own route?" A second example of de Gaulle's aloof style of decision-making emerged in December 1958, during the drafting of his program for domestic fiscal reform. The proposed plan, the handiwork of a senior civil servant and economist named Jacques Rueff, proved highly controversial. While considering it, de Gaulle summoned Roger Goetz, a financial aide, to his office and observed that, in assessing the prospects of even the best thought-out proposal, a policymaker would be wise to reserve a one-third element of doubt. "You are the expert," de Gaulle said. "You will tell me tomorrow morning if you consider whether the plan has a two-thirds chance of success. If yes, I will adopt it." The next morning, Goetz affirmed his confidence in the Rueff plan, and de Gaulle accepted it. Proclaimed by edict and put before the French public in a radio address, it provided the economic basis for the de Gaulle presidency, which officially began on January 8, 1959. On September 16, 1959, de Gaulle abruptly crystallized the Algerian choices before France in a televised address. He put forward three options without definitively committing himself to any. As his biographer Julian Jackson writes, the first was independence or secession, scission, as de Gaulle dubbed it. A second option was what he described by the neologism of francisation, which was his way of describing what advocates of Algérie française called integration. The third option was the government of Algeria by the Algerians, supported by the aid of France and in close union with her, with a federal system internally in Algeria where the different communities would cohabit peacefully. De Gaulle favored the third option, which he called the association, but privately he mused that it might be too late to avoid the first, Algeria's total break from France. The first and third options involved a substantial element of self-determination for the country's Muslim-majority population, while the second envisioned the gradual merging of French and Algerians into a single people. 4 months later, in January 1960, with the military situation still not substantially improved, Pied Noir activists uneasy with de Gaulle's options began constructing barricades in Algiers. When the news was first reported, I was in Paris, having spent an early part of the day with a group of French military officers who had invited me to discuss my book Nuclear Weapons and Foreign Policy. Understandably, the impact of the barricades overrode concern over nuclear strategy. Several of my interlocutors, mostly at the rank of colonel or brigadier general, blamed their president for the troops' sympathy for the Pied Noir rebels, arguing that whenever de Gaulle appeared on the scene he divided France, and hence he needed to be removed. The same day, I had lunch with Raymond Aron, the great French political philosopher. In a left-bank café, he exclaimed his dismay over the barricades. "I am becoming ashamed to be French. We are acting like Spaniards, in a state of permanent revolution." At these words, a diner at a nearby table rose, came over to ours, identified himself as a reserve officer and demanded an apology in the name of the French army. By January 29, many in France, and all of my acquaintances there, expected a military coup, perhaps even a parachutist descent on Paris. De Gaulle went on television that evening wearing his wartime uniform. After a stark description of the situation in Algiers, he addressed the French army, ordering it to tear down the barricades unconditionally. "I must be obeyed by all French soldiers. No soldier must, at any moment, and even passively, associate himself with the rebellion. In the end, public order must be re-established." 109. The next day, the barricades went down. It was an extraordinary demonstration of charismatic leadership. In April 1961, an abortive coup staged by the army marked the last upheaval of the Algerian settlers against what de Gaulle understood as his historic task, disengagement. Again, he took to television to denounce the rogue action in Algeria. "Now the state is flouted, the nation defied, our power degraded, our international prestige lowered, our role and our place in Africa jeopardized. And by whom? Alas! Alas! By men whose duty, honor, and raison d'être was to serve and obey." The putsch failed, but opposing sentiments did not disappear. On August 22, 1962, de Gaulle and his wife Yvonne remarkably escaped death by machine-gun-wielding secret armed organization, OAS, assassins in the Paris suburb of Petit-Clamart. As with the sniper fire during the Mass at Notre Dame Cathedral on August 26, 1944, de Gaulle refused to duck. Others were not so lucky. Some 2,000 French citizens were killed by the OAS in bombings and targeted assassinations in 2 years. In August 1961, 3 years into his presidency, de Gaulle began the process of preparing the French people for the eventual outcome. He started withdrawing troops from Algeria with the justification that they were needed for the defense of Europe. To the French colonists, subordinating the security of what was legally a province of France to European defense represented a blow to their self-image, and a revolutionary change in France's priorities. The French public may have become exhausted from colonial wars, but the colonists themselves, and most of all the army, had borne the brunt of the sacrifice and felt deeply deceived. The endgame came in the form of the Evian Accords, negotiated in secret between de Gaulle's ministers and representatives of the FLN in early 1962. This 93-page document created an independent state while safeguarding French strategic equities on its territory, including access to military facilities and preferential treatment for its energy companies. Of the 3 options de Gaulle earlier considered, this was secession light. De Gaulle announced an April referendum on the pact in metropolitan France. It won over 90%, overwhelming support that was bolstered by public disaffection with terrorist attacks by OAS remnants seeking to derail the accord. A subsequent vote in Algeria itself on July 1 endorsed the Evian Accords with 99.72% backing. 2 days later, France recognized the new state. Yet the promised mineral rights did not materialize, and France would conduct its final nuclear test in the Algerian desert 4 years later, in 1966. De Gaulle had turned Algérie française from a self-evident fact in the mid-1950s into an extremist slogan uttered primarily by the Pieds Noirs 5 years later. But by that time, the wide-ranging integrationist forces that in 1958 had helped propel de Gaulle into the presidency had been reduced to a fringe terrorist movement. 800,000 French colonists were expelled from Algeria by the new regime, which combined aspects of Islamism, socialism and Arab nationalism, or left to their own devices shortly after the signing of the peace accords. Fearing violence, 150,000 of the remaining 200,000 elected to migrate by 1970. As for the Algerian Muslims who had remained loyal to France, the Harkis, withdrawal left them defenseless against reprisals by the FLN, which considered them traitors. Around 40,000 were able to flee to France, but tens of thousands remained in Algeria and were massacred. De Gaulle viewed his action as a patriotic service in the cause of restoring French national self-respect and the French voice in international affairs. Algerian disengagement made available more resources for French economic development and military modernization. Once embarked on the process, he exhibited the same implacability that had propelled him forward ever since arriving in London in 1940. De Gaulle never responded to several suggestions that he express compassion for the French settlers fleeing what they regarded as their homeland, nor is there any record of his ever having discussed the impact of his Algerian policy on himself. Though he did on occasion express emotions in public, the speeches in Bayeux and Paris in June and August 1944, for example, de Gaulle made it a practice never to permit personal feelings to override his sense of duty, or the requirements of the historical process, as he saw it. In his judgment, Algeria had become a drain on France, isolating it among allies and handing to the Soviet Union and other radical forces an irresistible opportunity for intervention. Amputating Algeria saved the vitality of the Fifth Republic. It was the price France had to pay for the ability to conduct its own independent foreign policy and to fulfill de Gaulle's vision of its role in the emerging world order. He was hardly engaging in hyperbole when, as his Algeria policy was unfurling in 1959, he privately characterized it as, perhaps, the greatest service I will have rendered to France. De Gaulle had defied history in order to channel it in a different direction. Germany as a key to French policy, de Gaulle and Adenauer. On September 14, 1958, 3 months after becoming Prime Minister, de Gaulle took a major step in advancing the policy of reconciliation with Germany that had been started by his Fourth Republic predecessors. Ever since the 30 Years' War, each country had regarded the other as its hereditary enemy. In the 20th century alone, France and Germany had fought each other in 2 world wars. Implementing that tradition, de Gaulle, on his 1944 visit to Moscow, had advocated that a defeated Germany be broken up into its component states and that the Rhineland become part of France's economic domain. He submitted a similar plan to his European allies in 1945. But in 1958, returning from exile, de Gaulle reversed the policy of centuries by initiating a Franco-German partnership. To free energies for broader tasks and to create a bloc that might lead to European autonomy, de Gaulle invited German Chancellor Conrad Adenauer for an overnight stay at La Boisserie in Colombey-les-Deux-Églises. No other leader, foreign or domestic, was ever to receive a comparable invitation. When French ambassador to the United Kingdom Jean Chauvel suggested a parallel visit for Prime Minister Harold Macmillan, de Gaulle informed him boldly that Colombey was too small for an appropriate meeting. The courtesies extended to Adenauer, such as personally conducting him through the house, were emblematic of the importance de Gaulle attached to the new relationship. Another gesture extended to Adenauer, no less unique, was to hold their discussions without the presence of aides, and largely in German. Indeed, the etiquette of the whole meeting was skillfully orchestrated to appeal to the psychology of the guest and to allow two old men, both born in the 19th century, to feel at ease with each other in practicing traditional courtesies. Concrete agreements between them were neither proposed nor concluded. Instead, a mere 13 years after the end of the Second World War, de Gaulle sought to bring about a complete reversal of their country's past relations. He did not propose a mutual obliteration of memories, many of which would necessarily remain. But, in place of centuries of hostility, he offered French support for the rehabilitation of Germany and its quest for a European identity. Further, he suggested that a close relationship be established to promote the balance of power and the unity of Europe. In return, he asked for German acceptance of existing European frontiers, including that of Poland, an end to the German quest to dominate Europe. As he would put it later in his memoirs, France for her part had nothing to ask of Germany with respect to unity, security, or rank, whereas she could help to rehabilitate her erstwhile aggressor. She would do so, with what magnanimity! In the name of the Entente to be established between the two peoples, and of the balance of power, the unity, and the peace of Europe. But to justify her support, she would insist that certain conditions be fulfilled on the German side. These were, acceptance of existing frontiers, an attitude of goodwill in relations with the East, complete renunciation of atomic armaments, and unremitting patience with regard to German reunification. What de Gaulle demanded as a quid pro quo for this revolutionary reconfiguration of French foreign policy was an abandonment of the traditional foreign policy of the national Germany that de Gaulle had encountered in his youth. Adenauer went along with the main trends of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization as opening the road for Germany into a European system. For both men it was a step into the future. De Gaulle and the Atlantic Alliance. A comparable transformation of established policy trends with even greater impact on world order occurred with the creation of the Atlantic Alliance. At the end of the Second World War, America emerged from its historic isolation into an unprecedented global role. Its 6% of the world's population was economically preeminent. It possessed half of the world's global industrial capacity together with a monopoly on atomic weapons. Until then, America's behavior internationally outside the Western Hemisphere had been confined to rallying only against strategic threats, and withdrawing into isolation when the lessening of danger made it seem safe to do so. Now, between 1945 and 1950, in two great initiatives, NATO and the Marshall Plan, America abandoned its previous mode of conduct and assumed a permanent role in world affairs. Alongside the East River in Midtown Manhattan, the new, modernist United Nations headquarters symbolized that America had become part of an international order. The new initiatives remained based on premises about the nature of international relations that were as unique, indeed as idiosyncratic, as American history itself, that cooperation among nations was natural, that universal peace was the inherent outcome of international relations, and that a principled division of labor would provide adequate motivation and resources for the conduct of the Atlantic Alliance. De Gaulle's historical experience produced diametrically different conclusions. He led a country made cautious by too many enthusiasms shattered, skeptical by too many dreams proved fragile, and conditioned by a sense not of national power or cohesion but of latent vulnerability. Nor did he believe that peace was the natural condition among states. The world is full of opposing forces. The competition of efforts is the condition of life. International life, like life in general, is a battle. Washington, confident of America's dominance, focused on immediate, practical tasks, it urged an alliance structure that, in the name of integration, would encourage joint allied action and impede autonomous initiatives. De Gaulle, governing a country racked by generations of international and civil conflict, insisted that the manner of cooperation was as important as the goal. France, if it were to recover its identity, had to be perceived as acting out of choice, not compulsion, and it therefore needed to preserve its freedom of action. Imbued by these convictions, de Gaulle rejected any view of NATO that would place French forces under international command or a view of Europe that would dissolve French identity in supranational institutions. He warned against a kind of supranationalism that was taking hold, as if self-renunciation were henceforth the sole possibility and even the only ambition, which was at odds with France's national character and purposes. Paradoxically, de Gaulle considered this view to be compatible with a united Europe, so that gradually there may be established on both sides of the Rhine, of the Alps, and perhaps of the Channel the most powerful, prosperous, and influential complex in the world. Even as he always affirmed the practical importance of the American alliance, he doubted that it applied to all challenges relevant to France. Specifically, he questioned whether America could, or would, want to retain its all-out commitment to Europe indefinitely, especially in the area of nuclear weapons. De Gaulle's assertive style resulted from a combination of personal confidence and historical experience, tempered by an awareness of the nightmare in which the unexpected had formed a central French experience. By contrast, American leaders, though personally modest in their conduct, based their own views on confidence in their mastery of the future. During a visit to Paris in 1959, President Eisenhower addressed the issue of French reservations head-on. "Why do you doubt that America would identify its fate with Europe?" It was an odd question in light of Washington's conduct toward both Britain and France during the Suez Crisis a few years earlier. Avoiding the temptation to bring up Suez, de Gaulle reminded Eisenhower that in the First World War, America came to the rescue only after France had endured 3 years of mortal peril, and that America had entered the Second World War only after France had already been occupied. In the nuclear age, both interventions would have come too late. The sheer geographical vulnerability of France also preoccupied de Gaulle. He opposed various schemes for negotiating the disengagement of American forces from Central Europe, of which the most notable was the one put forward in the Reith Lectures in 1957 by George Kennan. De Gaulle rejected any symmetrical withdrawal from the dividing lines in Europe because that would leave American forces too far away, and the Soviet army too near, if disarmament did not cover a zone which is as near to the Urals as it is to the Atlantic. How would France be protected? De Gaulle's assessment of the Soviet challenge was made explicit when, in 1958, Soviet Premier Nikita Khrushchev repeated an ultimatum threatening Allied access to Berlin. De Gaulle was adamant in refusing to negotiate under threat. With characteristic eloquence, he attributed the challenge to the Soviet domestic system. There is in this uproar of imprecations and demands organized by the Soviets something so arbitrary and so artificial that one is led to attribute it either to the premeditated unleashing of frantic ambitions, or to the desire of drawing attention away from great difficulties. This second hypothesis seems all the more plausible to me since, despite the coercions, isolation, and acts of force in which the communist system encloses the countries which are under its yoke, actually its gaps, its shortages, its internal failures, and above all its character of inhuman oppression, are felt more and more by the elites and the masses, whom it is more and more difficult to deceive and subjugate. On the basis of this assessment, de Gaulle was prepared to cooperate whenever, in his view, French and American interests genuinely converged. Thus, during the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, American officials were astonished by de Gaulle's all-out support for their forceful reaction to the Soviet deployment of ballistic missiles. In the island nation, indeed, his was the most unconditional backing extended to them by any Allied leader. When Dean Acheson, the former Secretary of State acting as special emissary of President Kennedy, confirmed an imminent move to blockade Cuba and offered him a White House briefing, de Gaulle declined on the grounds that when a great ally acts in an hour of need, that urgency is sufficient justification in itself. The Nuclear Directorate. Upon assuming office, de Gaulle accelerated the existing French military nuclear program. Within months, he inaugurated his Atlantic policy with a proposal to reorganize NATO on the issue of nuclear strategy. The United States had grave reservations about independent European nuclear forces in principle. In Washington's view, such forces were not needed and should be integrated into NATO plans and joint commands. They were treated as diversions from the conventional forces preferred by America. De Gaulle considered abstention from developing a major military capacity as a form of psychological abdication. On September 17, 1958, he sent a proposal to Eisenhower and Macmillan for a tripartite arrangement among France and NATO's two nuclear powers at the time, Britain and the United States, to prevent each country from being drawn into a nuclear war against its will. De Gaulle proposed giving each a veto over the use of nuclear weapons except in response to a direct attack. By the same token, the Tripartite Directorate would also devise common strategy for specific global regions outside of Europe. Did de Gaulle envisage the Directorate as a stopgap until a French nuclear arsenal could be strong enough for an autonomous strategy? Or was he aiming at a new and unprecedented relationship with Washington and London that would provide France with a special leadership role on the continent based on nuclear weapons? The answer will never be known because, incredibly, the proposal for a directorate never received a response. Eisenhower and Macmillan had dealt with de Gaulle in Algiers when he was still a contestant for leadership, and hence in no position to implement his views unilaterally. They therefore thought they could afford to ignore him without consequence. Their tactics made sense, however, only on the assumption that de Gaulle was being grandiloquently frivolous and had no practical alternative. These assumptions turned out to be mistaken. To de Gaulle, the issue went to the heart of France's role in the world. His determination to retain control over decisions affecting his nation's destiny was the central feature of his strategy. De Gaulle reacted to the American and British silence by demonstrating that, in fact, he did have options. In March 1959, he withdrew the French Mediterranean Fleet from the Integrated NATO Command. In June of that year, he ordered the removal of American nuclear weapons from French soil. In February 1960, France conducted its first nuclear test in the Algerian desert, and in 1966 he pulled France out of the NATO command structure altogether. He must have judged that Britain and the US would have no choice but to support him in case of Soviet attack while he retained freedom of decision. In a televised speech on April 19, 1963, de Gaulle explained his rationale for moving swiftly to establish an independent nuclear deterrent. To dissuade us, the voices of immobility and demagogy are as always simultaneously raised. It is useless, say some. It is too costly, say others. But this time we shall not allow routine and illusion to invite invasion of our country. Moreover, in the midst of the strained and dangerous world in which we live, our chief duty is to be strong and to be ourselves. On August 24, 1968, France conducted its first thermonuclear, hydrogen bomb test. It was now technologically a full-fledged nuclear power. Flexible response and nuclear strategy. In 1961, newly inaugurated President John F. Kennedy ordered a review of American defense policy. He was especially concerned with modifying the then prevalent doctrine of massive retaliation, first advanced by Eisenhower's Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, which proclaimed that the United States would resist aggression by means of overwhelming nuclear retaliation, at places of its own choosing. So long as the United States possessed a vastly superior nuclear arsenal, the doctrine held considerable plausibility, though even then questions were raised about the eventual American readiness actually to employ such weapons in every contingency. With the expansion of Soviet nuclear capability, the credibility of massive retaliation diminished. Allies concluded from their own hesitancy to use nuclear weapons that America would be similarly inhibited. At the same time, Britain, whose nuclear weapons were to be delivered largely by airplanes, feared that growing Soviet anti-aircraft defenses might jeopardize the British ability to retaliate. It therefore sought to acquire an American weapon then in the process of development, an air-launched standoff missile named Skybolt. At first, Kennedy overrode the resistance of his Secretary of Defense, Robert McNamara, who was opposed to autonomous nuclear capabilities in principle. Kennedy was soon to change his mind. The simultaneous operation of different autonomous forces seemed to him and, above all, to McNamara too dangerous, and he pressed Allied countries to phase out their nuclear forces altogether. In July 1962, McNamara made a statement opposing independent nuclear forces. Limited nuclear capabilities, operating independently, are dangerous, expensive, prone to obsolescence, and lacking in credibility as a deterrent. 130. Concerns over the utility of a British independent nuclear force had never previously been brought to the surface. The special relationship with America seemed to preclude autonomous nuclear actions by Britain. But in November 1962, McNamara cancelled the US-UK Skybolt program, ostensibly on technical grounds. In Britain, the cancellation of Skybolt was treated with outrage as eradicating its status as a nuclear power and as undermining Britain's special status among America's alliances. At a meeting in Nassau in December 1962, President Kennedy and Prime Minister Macmillan fashioned a compromise. The United States would offer assistance to Britain to build Polaris submarines, whose missiles would be able to overcome Soviet air defenses. The submarines would be put under NATO command but, in cases involving the supreme national interest, Britain could employ them autonomously. A similar arrangement was offered to France. Macmillan agreed, relying on the supreme national interest escape clause to give Britain latitude because an autonomous use of nuclear weapons would occur, by definition, only when a supreme national challenge was involved. De Gaulle's reaction was quite the opposite. He treated the Nassau Agreement as an affront, all the more as it had been communicated to him publicly without any prior effort at consultation. At a press conference on January 14, 1963, he repudiated the American offer as publicly as he had received it, observing acidly, "Of course, I am only speaking of this proposal and agreement because they have been published and because their content is known." In the process, de Gaulle also rejected Kennedy's view that Atlantic relations should be based on a twin-pillar concept and that the European pillar should be organized along supranational lines. Such a system would undoubtedly find itself powerless to sweep along and lead the peoples and, to begin with, our own people, in the domains where their souls and their flesh are in question. Finally, at the same press conference, and despite Macmillan's assiduous wooing of him over the previous 2 years, de Gaulle vetoed British membership in the European Economic Community, thus undercutting Macmillan's own grand strategy and the American notion of a twin-pillar partnership. What is an alliance? Alliances have historically been formed to establish congruence between a nation's capability and its intentions in 5 ways. 1. To assemble forces adequate to defeat or deter a possible aggressor. 2. To convey this capability. 3. To proclaim obligations beyond the calculus of a power relationship. Were these unambiguous, no such formal expression would have been required. 4. To define a specific casus belli. And 5. To remove, as a means of diplomacy in a crisis, any doubt about the intentions of the parties. All of these traditional objectives were altered by the emergence of nuclear weapons. For countries relying on America's nuclear guarantees, no deployment of forces beyond those already fielded was meaningful. Everything depended on the credibility of American assurances. The effort to strengthen NATO by building the Allies' conventional forces, therefore, never fulfilled its objective. The Allies did not consider that conventional weapons added significantly to the common strength and never reached their conventional weapons commitments, partly for fear that, in so doing, they could render American nuclear might dispensable. When they did participate in American military action, for example, in Afghanistan and Iraq, it was not so much in pursuit of their strategic interests in those countries as a device to continue sheltering under the American nuclear umbrella. De Gaulle operated in the interstices of these ambivalences. In order to justify an independent French nuclear deterrent, he invoked the inherent uncertainty of nuclear guarantees. But he would have persisted in the course of nuclear autonomy regardless of the phrasing of American assurances. For de Gaulle, leadership was the elaboration of national purpose from a careful analysis of the meshing of existing power relationships with historical evolution. For France to rely on foreign arms for its own security, he wrote in his war memoirs, would poison its soul and its life for many generations. He sought in the 1960s to rebuild a powerful military complete with an independent nuclear deterrent, which would enable his country to fulfill its duty to shape the future. An auxiliary role would never be appropriate for France. And this was a moral, not a technical, issue. As for the immediate future, in the name of what were some of France's sons to be led out to a fight no longer its own? What was the good of supplying with auxiliaries the forces of another power? No. For the effort to be worthwhile, it was essential to bring back into the war not merely some Frenchmen, but France. In de Gaulle's view, international obligations were inherently contingent, for 2 reasons. The circumstances in which they might evolve were, by definition, unpredictable, and the obligations themselves would be modified by changes in the geopolitical environment or the perception of leaders. As a result, de Gaulle was, on the one hand, among the most solid supporters of the Atlantic Alliance when there was an actual Soviet challenge to the international order, as during the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1962 or the Soviet ultimatum over the status of Berlin. But, on the other hand, he never abandoned his insistence on his country's freedom to judge the consequences of occasions as they arose. The American concept of NATO preserved the peace of the world for over a half-century. U.S. presidents treated alliances as a form of legal contract to be implemented on the basis of a quasi-legal analysis of the alliance's terms. The contract's essence lay in the uniformity of the promised response to a challenge seen as undifferentiated with respect to the alliance as a whole. For de Gaulle, the essence of alliances resided in the soul and the convictions of his country. President Nixon put an end to the theoretical controversies over control of nuclear weapons, and tensions between France and the U.S. substantially subsided. Thereafter, the autonomous French nuclear forces developed without opposition from the United States and with occasional assistance, when compatible with U.S. law. While the French Fifth Republic has launched a number of conventional military operations, especially in Africa and the Middle East, it has never threatened to use its nuclear weapons independently, and U.S. and French nuclear policies have ranged from compatible to coordinated. Continuing on the path set by de Gaulle, France has preserved Gaullist autonomy of its nuclear strategy and close coordination with the United States. The end of the presidency. By the end of the 1960s, de Gaulle had revived France, rebuilt its institutions, removed the blight of the Algerian War, and become a central participant in a new European order. He had placed France in a position to prevent international policies with which it felt uncomfortable, while fostering a set of arrangements to whose management France had become indispensable. Richelieu had originated this style of statecraft in the 17th century. In the 20th, de Gaulle had revived it. After 10 years in the presidency, de Gaulle had achieved the historical tasks available to him and was left with the management of day-to-day events. But such mundane matters were not what had motivated his legendary journey. Observers began to detect the settling in of boredom, almost melancholy. In 1968, then-Chancellor of Germany Kurt George Kiesinger told me of a conversation in which de Gaulle hinted at a resignation. For centuries, we and the Germans have traversed the world, usually competitively, looking for a hidden treasure, only to find that there is no hidden treasure, and only friendship is left to us. Speculation began about another withdrawal from public life and a possible succession. But history would not permit de Gaulle's odyssey simply to peter out. In May 1968, a student revolt that grew into a general protest, one expression of a Europe-wide movement, consumed much of Paris. Students occupied the Sorbonne, where they festooned windows and columns with Maoist posters. They erected barricades in the Latin Quarter and engaged in street battles with police. Everywhere graffiti proclaimed the protesters' anarchic sensibilities: "It is forbidden to forbid." Emboldened by the students, and sensing government dithering, the trade unions launched a nationwide strike. The end of the de Gaulle presidency seemed imminent. François Mitterrand and Pierre Mendès France, two eminences of previous regimes, began exploratory talks for succession, with the former slated as president and the latter as prime minister. Prime Minister Georges Pompidou initiated negotiations with the protesters, though to what end, whether to arrange a transition or to replace de Gaulle, has never been clear. In Washington, Secretary of State Dean Rusk informed President Johnson that de Gaulle's days were numbered. But de Gaulle had not designed the state as the central element of France's revival to permit his authority to be dissolved in Third Republic-style maneuvers. On May 29, a Wednesday, he suddenly left Paris with his wife and flew to Baden-Baden to meet with General Jacques Massu, commander of the French Cold War garrison in West Germany. Massu had been commander of French paratroopers in Algeria and had every reason to feel betrayed by de Gaulle. Moreover, de Gaulle had actually dismissed him from his command for stating publicly that he would not automatically carry out the orders of the head of state. But in Algeria he had also been exposed to the national myth with which de Gaulle had infused his actions, and which proved sufficiently powerful to restore Massu's allegiance. When de Gaulle hinted at resignation, Massu replied that it was his duty not to abandon the arena and to prevail. The president had no right to flee when the battlefront was inside France. A time to resign might come, but it was not now. Duty demanded that he carry on the struggle, an enterprise in which he had Massou's full support. With this reassurance in hand, de Gaulle flew back to Paris and reinstated governmental authority, largely without the use of force. As during his rise to the leadership of France a decade earlier, he chose to challenge the political structure by an appeal to the French public, this time by calling for a new national election rather than by assuming emergency powers, and even though Massou's support had provided him with a last recourse to the army, which he never needed to invoke. The following day, de Gaulle addressed a massive demonstration at the Place de la Concorde, involving at least 400,000 people who had gathered on behalf of public order. Leaders of the Free French, the Third and Fourth Republics and the Resistance all rallied behind de Gaulle and, by extension, the constitutional order of the Fifth Republic. Paris had not seen such an expression of unity since the march in August 1944 that de Gaulle had led down the Champs-Élysées, on the day after the city's liberation. Pompidou, reading the signals on the day after the rally, promptly offered his resignation. Then, a day later, he attempted to withdraw it, only to be told by an aide of de Gaulle's that Maurice Couve-de-Meville had just been appointed in his place an hour earlier. In the subsequent election, the supporters of de Gaulle achieved an overwhelming majority, the first absolute majority for one political grouping in the entire history of the French republics. The sole challenge remaining for de Gaulle was the management of his exit. To assert that the office had become too taxing was incompatible with the posture that had transported him from low-ranking brigadier general to the realm of myth. But retirement after political defeat was similarly incompatible with that myth. De Gaulle chose as his vehicle a technical issue. A national referendum had been called regarding two provincial reform measures that had for some time lingered on the legislative calendar. Though neither was of constitutional significance, de Gaulle announced a preference in the wording of each measure that was difficult to reconcile with the other. The referendum was scheduled for April 27, 1969, a Sunday. Before leaving for his regular weekend retreat in Colombey-les-Deux-Églises, de Gaulle ordered that his possessions and papers be packed. De Gaulle announced from Colombey that he was resigning the presidency the day after losing the referendum, offering no explanation. He would never return to the Élysée Palace or make any public statement. When asked later why he had chosen these particular issues as the occasion for retiring from office, de Gaulle replied, "Because of their triviality." My last encounter with de Gaulle had occurred 4 weeks earlier in connection with the funeral of President Eisenhower, in March 1969. De Gaulle announced his intention to be present, and Nixon asked me to meet him at the airport on the president's behalf. He arrived around 8 p.m., which would have made it 2 a.m. Paris time. He seemed very tired. I informed him of a few technical arrangements Nixon had made to facilitate his travels, especially in arranging communications for him. I spoke in English, and he replied in English, which he employed on only the rarest occasions. "Please thank the President for how he welcomed me and for all the courtesies he has extended." There was no further conversation. The next day, de Gaulle spent an hour with Nixon and then attended a reception at the White House for foreign leaders and Washington dignitaries, attending the funeral. Some 60 heads of state and prime ministers were present, along with members of Congress and other American leaders. Quite a few of the Washington contingent were liberals, not in principle very enthusiastic about de Gaulle. When the reception was already well underway, de Gaulle arrived in the uniform of a French brigadier general. His presence transformed the character of the event. A scene of scattered groups engaged in random interchanges drew into a circle around de Gaulle, prompting my remark to an aide that I hoped de Gaulle would not move to a window lest the whole room tip over. He seemed to respond to comments and questions politely but with a minimum of commitment. He had come to pay the respects of France to Eisenhower, not for the purpose of chit-chat. After at most 15 minutes, he went over to Nixon to express his sympathy and left the reception for the airport. A month later, he retired. The nature of de Gaulle's statesmanship. De Gaulle is often remembered by Americans today, if he is remembered at all, as a caricature. The egotistical French leader with delusions of grandeur, perpetually aggrieved over slights real and imagined. As often as not, he was a thorn in the side of his peers. Churchill occasionally raged about him. Roosevelt schemed to marginalize him. In the 1960s, the Kennedy and Johnson administrations constantly feuded with him, believing his policy was chronic opposition to American goals. The criticisms were not without foundation. De Gaulle could be haughty, cold, abrasive, and petty. As a leader, he radiated mystique, not warmth. As a person, he inspired admiration, even awe, but rarely affection. Yet in his statesmanship, de Gaulle remains exceptional. No 20th-century leader demonstrated greater gifts of intuition. On every major strategic question facing France and Europe over no fewer than 3 decades, and against an overwhelming consensus, de Gaulle judged correctly. His extraordinary prescience was matched by the courage to act on his intuition, even when the consequences appeared to be political suicide. His career validated the Roman maxim that fortune favors the brave. As early as the mid-1930s, while the rest of the French military was wedded to a strategy of static defense, de Gaulle grasped that the next war would be decided by motorized offensive forces. In June 1940, when almost the entire French political class concluded that resistance to the Germans was futile, de Gaulle made the opposite judgment, that sooner or later the United States and the Soviet Union would be drawn into the war, that their combined strength would eventually overwhelm Hitler's Germany, and that the future therefore lay on the side of the Allies. But, he insisted, France could play a role in the future of Europe only if it restored its political soul. After the liberation of France, he again broke with his countrymen, recognizing that the emerging political system was not equal to the challenge. He therefore refused to continue at the head of the provisional government, abruptly resigning from the paramount position that he had so carefully carved out during his wartime service. He withdrew to his home in Colombey-les-Deux-Églises, in the expectation that he would be summoned back if the political paralysis he predicted came to be. That moment of opportunity took 12 years to arrive. Amid a looming civil war, de Gaulle engineered a transformation of the French state which restored the stability that had been missing throughout his lifetime. Simultaneously, for all his nostalgia about France's historic glories, he ruthlessly amputated Algeria from the body politic, having concluded that its retention would be fatal. De Gaulle's statesmanship is singular. Relentless in its commitment to the French national interest, transcendent in its legacy, his career produced few formal lessons in policy making, no detailed guidance to be followed in specific circumstances. But the legacy of leadership needs to be inspirational, not solely doctrinal. De Gaulle led and inspired his followers by example, not by prescription. More than a half-century after his death, French foreign policy can still adequately be described as Gaullist. And his life is a case study in how great leaders can master circumstance and forge history. De Gaulle and Churchill compared. The opening chapter of this book contains reflections on categorizing great leaders as either prophets or statesmen. The prophet is defined by his vision, the statesman by his analytical ability and diplomatic skill. The prophet is in quest of the absolute, and for him compromise can be a source of humiliation. For the statesman, compromise can be a stage on a road made up of comparable adjustments and accumulations of nuance, but guided by the vision of the destination. De Gaulle defined his goals in the visionary mode of the prophet, but his execution was in the mode of the statesman, steely and calculating. His style of negotiation was to act unilaterally to create a fait accompli and to conduct negotiations primarily over modifications of his purposes, not their alterations. He adopted this style even toward Winston Churchill, on whom he was totally dependent in 1940 for financial and diplomatic support and to whom he owed his position and his continuation in office. It was one measure of Churchill's greatness to have recognized de Gaulle's ability immediately upon the latter's arrival in England, without resources, arms, constituency, or even language, and to have accepted him as leader of the Free French, then existing as a political force primarily in the imagination of this one Frenchman. He soon learned that that vision embraced a memory of centuries of militant rivalry between their two nations, and that de Gaulle considered British dominance in theaters adjacent to Europe, such as the Middle East or Africa, as regrettable, even offensive. Nevertheless, and despite their occasionally serious conflicts, Churchill stood by de Gaulle on the key issues. Without his support, de Gaulle could not have survived the opposition of Roosevelt, which continued up to the gates of Paris. Churchill supported the formation of the Free French as a vestige of his seminal and romantic experience of the French-British alliance in the First World War, which had culminated in Britain's offer to formally merge the two states as France stood at the edge of disaster in the Second. Churchill maintained and strengthened this commitment as de Gaulle evolved from a convenience to greatness. Both of these giants of leadership possessed unusual analytical gifts and a special sense for the nuances of historical evolution, yet they have left different legacies and drew from different wellsprings. Churchill grew out of participation in British politics. Like de Gaulle, he understood his times and prospects better, and ran greater risks than almost all his contemporaries. Because his vision outpaced his nation's understanding, he had to wait for highest office until the challenges faced by his contemporaries would confirm his foresight. When his hour at last arrived, he was able to lead his people through their direst period by his character, which attracted both respect and affection, but also because he saw the effort they were impelled to make as part of a continuum with British history, which he was able to evoke with unique mastery. He became the symbol of their endurance and triumph. While Churchill viewed his leadership as enabling the British people to flourish and to culminate in their history, de Gaulle conducted himself as a singular event destined to lift his people toward an eminence that had been importantly dissipated. Defiantly out of joint with the times in which he lived, de Gaulle strove for consensus by proclaiming the moral and practical importance of a vanished grandeur. He appealed not so much to a historic continuum as to what had been, centuries earlier, and might again be. By this narrative, he helped France recover from its downfall and then led it to a new vision of itself. As André Malraux described him, he was a man of the day before yesterday and the day after tomorrow. In the 17th century, Richelieu had devised the policy of a great state, but did so on behalf of a king whom he needed to persuade of the correct course. De Gaulle had to define the vision while he was in the process of implementing it, and it was the French people whom he had to convince at distinct stages. His statements do not therefore have the character of maxims, they are designed less to direct than to inspire. and he always referred to himself in the third person, as if his views were not his own but were to be perceived as expressions of destiny. Though both Churchill and de Gaulle saved their societies and peoples, there was a fundamental difference in their styles of leadership. Churchill reflected the quintessence of British leadership, which is based on a high but not exceptional level of collective performance out of which, with good fortune, an exceptional personality can appear at a moment of great necessity. Churchill's leadership was an extraordinary emanation of a tradition, fitting to its circumstances. His personal style was ebullient and leavened by delightful humor. De Gaulle's leadership was not an elaboration of a historic process but a unique expression of a personality, and of a special set of principles. His humor was sardonic, designed to stress the distinctness, as well as the distinctiveness, of its subject matter, where Churchill saw his leadership as the culmination of a historical process and a personal fulfillment. De Gaulle treated his encounter with history as a duty, one to be borne as a burden separated from any personal satisfaction. In 1932, the 42-year-old de Gaulle, then serving as a major in the French army far removed from a foreseeable personal eminence, sketched a concept of greatness as not for the faint of heart. Aloofness, character, and the personification of greatness, these qualities surround with prestige those who are prepared to carry a burden which is too heavy for lesser mortals. The price they have to pay for leadership is unceasing self-discipline, the constant taking of risks, and a perpetual inner struggle. The degree of suffering involved varies according to the temperament of the individual, but it is bound to be no less tormenting than the hair shirt of the penitent. This helps to explain those cases of withdrawal which, otherwise, are so hard to understand. It constantly happens that men with an unbroken record of success and public applause suddenly lay the burden down. Contentment and tranquility and the simple joys which go by the name of happiness are denied to those who fill positions of power. The choice must be made, and it is a hard one, whence that vague sense of melancholy which hangs about the skirts of majesty. One day somebody said to Napoleon, as they were looking at an old and noble monument, "How sad it is." "Yes," came the reply, "as sad as greatness." Behind the mystery. Charles de Gaulle attracted admirers, who were useful to him, but a relationship with him implied neither reciprocity nor permanence. He walks through history as a solitary figure, aloof, profound, courageous, disciplined, inspiring, infuriating, totally committed to his values and vision, and refusing to diminish them by personal emotion. While a prisoner of war in Germany in the First World War, he wrote in his diary, "One must become a man of character. The best way to succeed in action is to know how to dominate oneself perpetually." And yet, reflecting on the passage of the seasons at Colombey, in the mid-1950s, de Gaulle ended his war memoir with a poem in which, for the only time in his writing, he used the personal pronoun. "As age triumphs, nature comes closer to me. Each year, in the 4 seasons which are so many lessons, I find consolation in her wisdom. Spring makes all bright, even the snow flurries, and turns everything young, even the wizened trees. Summer proclaims the glories of nature's bounty. Nature retires in autumn, still beautiful in her robe of purple and gold. And even in winter, when all is barren and frozen, a secret labor is being accomplished, preparing the ground for new growth, perhaps even resurrection. Old earth, worn by ages, racked by rain and storm, exhausted yet ever ready to produce what life must have to go on. Old France, weighed down with history, prostrated by wars and revolutions, endlessly vacillating from greatness to decline, but revived, century after century, by the genius of renewal. Old man, exhausted by ordeal, detached from human deeds, feeling the approach of the eternal cold, but always watching in the shadows for the gleam of hope. De Gaulle's seemingly impenetrable armor masked a deep reservoir of emotion, even gentleness, which we can see most clearly in his relationship with his disabled daughter Anne. And had Down syndrome, but Charles and Yvonne de Gaulle elected to raise her in their home, defying the contemporary practice of sending disabled children away to grow up in a psychiatric hospital. A photograph from 1933 captures the tenderness of their relationship. De Gaulle and Anne are seated on a beach, he aged 42, dressed in a dark three-piece suit and tie with a top hat lying at his side, in uniform even in civilian clothes, and she in white beach clothes. They appear to be playing patty cake. And died of pneumonia in 1948 at the age of 20. Without Anne, maybe I never would have done what I did. She gave me the heart and the inspiration, de Gaulle later divulged to his biographer Jean Lacouture. After her death, he carried a framed picture of her in his breast pocket for the rest of his life. De Gaulle died of an aneurysm less than 2 years after resigning the presidency, on November 9, 1970, at La Boissière. He was, most appropriately, playing a game of solitaire. He was buried beside Anne in the parish churchyard of Colombe-les-Deux Églises.